nation remembers. But New York's mayor is blunt.
Chances of recovery of any human beings are very small.
Airlines come to grips with an industry-wide crisis. More stark images of the carnage of September 11th. Now, from...
And a week later, only the disbelief is gone. A week ago, the World Trade Center towers collapsed, and the nation's soul burned. The Pentagon was cracked. There was anger and so much pain a week ago. Tonight, the rubble is beginning to feel more like the graveyard it is destined to be. New York's mayor conceded that hope is virtually gone. More than 5,000 people remain missing in that horrible mess, an awful final resting place, if ever there was one. One of the best descriptions we heard of this tragedy was found today in the pages of the New York Times. Columnist Tom Friedman describing a conversation he had with an acquaintance in the Middle East. The acquaintance saying in broken English, it was the big terrible. And it surely was that, and it will remain that no matter what follows. On to what follows, the President's Day. President Bush again shifted into a number of different roles. He was the empathetic leader urging Americans to donate to new charities to help the victims of the tragedy. He was also a businessman trying to craft an economic solution to the economic mess the tragedy has created. And he played diplomat trying to pull allies together into some sort of coalition that will fight international terrorism, not just for a day, but for all time. We begin tonight with our senior White House correspondent, John King. John?
Well, Aaron, and in just the past couple of hours, the president also proving how quickly Washington is responding to this crisis. Mr. Bush has signed into law the $40 billion emergency aid package. That a down payment to help pay for the relief, the recovery effort, the early stages of the investigation. And he also signed that joint congressional resolution authorizing the use of force. And in doing so, the president promised the United States response would be, quote, direct, forceful, and comprehensive. And as you mentioned, a bit of diplomacy as well. If the United States goes to war, the president wants to know just how many friends will he have.
A show of solidarity in the Oval Office, but even here, evidence of the diplomatic challenge facing the president.
If you love freedom, you must join with us, must join with America and France. That's the message of this meeting.
French President Jacques Chirac called last week's terrorist strikes beyond crime, a tragedy without parallel.
D'abord, la solidarité totale.
We stand in total solidarity. We bring you the total solidarity of France and the French people. It is solidarity of the heart.
But while Mr. Bush speaks of a new war, Mr. Chirac prefers the word conflict. And for all the kind words, U.S. officials privately pressed France to prove its commitment by cutting business ties to two countries blamed for sponsoring terrorism, Iran and Iraq. And Mr. Bush made clear military power is but one aspect of the fight ahead.
We will take the governments for their word, and we'll work with them to disrupt the finances, the travel, the communications. We will find them in their hiding places, and we'll get them moving, and we'll bring them to justice. Make no mistake about it.
Last Wednesday, a day after the attack, the president jotting down his thoughts. This is an enemy, runs and that hides, but won't be able to hide forever. And just a day after Afghanistan's ruling Taliban was given an ultimatum to turn over lead suspect Osama bin Laden, the White House was getting impatient, waiting for an answer.
The message to Afghanistan remains loud and it remains clear. Those nations that harbor terrorists will not be spared.
This Rose Garden event was a call for Americans to give more to the relief and recovery effort, and a tribute to organizations that have already raised millions. This moment of silence, timed 1 week to the minute from the first strike in New York, another tribute to those killed and injured.
Now, the French president emerged from the Oval Office a short time ago. He promised to completely cooperate with the United States, didn't promise to commit troops, but said it was conceivable that France would join the fight if asked. Due in on Thursday, the British Prime Minister Tony Blair, the most steadfast U.S. ally in this fight, he has already said if President Bush wants British military assistance, he will get it. Aaron?
The British, certainly the French perhaps to a lesser degree, are the easy ones. There are some more difficult countries out down the road. Where will the problems come from, John?
Well, most U.S. officials say it is unlikely the president actually would ask for direct military help from any other country. Perhaps some resources from Britain, which has patrols over in the area because of the ongoing operations in Iraq. What the president wants most of all from other countries, permission to use their airspace. There could be some issues in the region there, although Pakistan has already said that would be okay. Most of all, what the president wants is moderate Arab states like Saudi Arabia, to come out and publicly say, we understand this is a battle against terrorism, not a battle against Islam or Muslims, and they want the Saudi government and other Arab nations to crack down, to do the best they can to tighten the financial noose on Osama bin Laden.
And, John, is there any evidence that either of those things is happening, that the financial noose is being tightened, that these moderate Arab states are saying at least the things the president wants to hear?
Well, the Saudi foreign minister will be in town tomorrow. Any public statement he makes will be critical, and the administration says it does understand and it believes progress is being made. It is still very early in this effort. It does understand that some of the help it gets from the Saudis, some of the help it may get from the Jordanians or from the United Arab Emirates, for example, it might not talk about publicly. Some of those countries would have a diplomatic problem, a political problem at home because of Islamic fundamentalism. If that help comes and the administration needs to be a little quiet about it to help those leaders, that's what they'll do.
Complicated scenario that's being played out. John, thanks. Senior White House correspondent John King this evening. The good news for the airline industry was that there wasn't any bad news. Their stocks stabilized some today after being hammered when the markets opened yesterday, but the companies are still losing an enormous amount of money, more than $1 billion since the tragedy a week ago. CNN has learned that United Airlines will lay off 20,000 workers, and Boeing, the nation's largest manufacturer of airplanes, is expected to lay off between 20 and 30,000 people. This will have an enormous impact where Boeing workers live out in the Pacific Northwest and now in St. Louis as well. But these are big companies. They will survive. Some of the smaller and weaker airlines may not. An industry with real problems. Tonight, here's Kitty Pilgrim.
United Airlines became the latest major U.S. airline to respond to last week's hijackings and terrorist attacks with job cuts. Sources close to the company told CNN it plans to trim at least 20,000 jobs, or 20% of its workforce, as a result of the flight schedule slowdown. Continental Airlines was the first to announce furloughs last week. It said it would cut 12,000 jobs, followed by U.S. Airways with 11,000 layoffs. In spite of the news, shares in UAL, the parent company of United Airlines, closed up, as did most other major carriers. Other smaller carriers doing fairly well on this day also. Analysts say the airline stocks, which sold off about 30 to 50% on Monday, were oversold and due for a little give back.
This is an extraordinary situation. You cannot have the whole industry going bankrupt. You'd have an absolute mess in this industry. The airlines were not at fault. It was an act of war, act of terrorism. They had to put down their planes.
The conditions are uniformly difficult for all carriers. Reduced flying schedules, increased security costs, a traumatized flying public, and days of being grounded with no revenues at all.
In the last 3 of the 4 days of last week, we had almost no revenue, and we would anticipate that in the next few days, revenue would probably be operating at no more than 40 to 50% of normal.
Add to that an unprecedented number of refunds to passengers who were not able to fly or now simply will not try to rebook.
One thing is clear, even to Washington, the industry does not have the cash cushion to continue like this for the next few weeks. Assistance is necessary and timing is critical. Kitty Pilgrim, CNN Financial News, New York.
We saw this headline the day after the attack on the trade centers. It's unforgettable. FAA announces stricter rules. Knives no longer allowed. Many people were surprised knives have been allowed on board airplanes in the first place. Mary Java was not surprised. One of the toughest FAA critics for a long, long time. She spent 6 years as Inspector General at the Transportation Department and wrote about what she saw in a book called Flying Blind, Flying Safe. Ms. Schiavo joins us tonight from Columbus, Ohio. It's nice to talk to you again. Good evening.
Thank you.
Look, this first question is pretty simple. Is it today safe to fly?
Well, unfortunately, the FAA has answered that for us. They are doing security in pretty much the same way they were doing it before the tragedy, except they have stepped up their screening and profiling and taken away curb check-in and, as you mentioned, steak knives. So unfortunately, we still have holes in the system that have not been filled. So right now, I'm taking a wait-and-see attitude, and I'm one of those who's canceled my flight.
You have.
I have.
The holes that they haven't filled yet, where would they be?
Well, unfortunately, it's those areas of security that we don't see, and some that we do, but those that passengers can't do much about. Things like full background checks for all employees, making all employees in secure areas go through security, accounting for all of the missing badges, passes, security passes, ramp passes, etc. And also filling those holes in the system that aren't currently covered, and additional areas where terrorists may attack.
It's worth noting, I think, I'm not sure where exactly this goes, that if what we know about these hijackings is true, that the people who got on board and committed this awful act didn't violate any of the security regulations.
Well, actually they did. They took weapons on board, however you define them. The knife rule and the 4-inch knife rule was in direct fallout to previous complaints, and actually was a compromise settlement. So the fact that we had poor regulation and poor enforcement doesn't really say that it couldn't have been stopped, or there's just no way to protect against that. Of course there is. We had silly rules about 4-inch knives, and that was in a direct fallout to people who kept getting caught at airports with their Swiss Army knife that was a gift from, you know, Grandpa. That's why we ended up in this silly situation.
I'll tell you honestly, I've been carrying a Swiss Army knife in my carry-on bag for 8 years. It's something that's been there, no one's ever asked me about
right.
it. Yeah.
That's right. And so they come up with rules that leave holes in the situation instead of having a comprehensive national law enforcement and national security policy. And it's those kinds of decisions. Most of the things we have in our system for security have been knee-jerk reactions, including those 2 questions we get asked. Those were put in place after another attack where a person tried to kill his spouse by planting a bomb in her luggage. So we got the question of, did you pack your luggage? So that's how we got this piecemeal security system.
Just in a brief bit here, should the federal government take over the security, the whole security apparatus at the airport from luggage to runway?
Absolutely. The unfortunate thing is the FAA doesn't really like being a cop. It doesn't like being an enforcer, and it doesn't like this job. And after years and years and years of being pretty much incredulous as to why the FAA refused to do the job, I then came to realize that they couldn't. It wasn't a matter of you know, knowing how to do it and being trained to do it and just refusing. They are not equipped to do it. They are a civilian agency. They then farm it out to the airports and airlines who have to submit security plans, and then they contract it out to the lowest bidder, who also subcontracts out for employees. There's not another developed nation in the world, and certainly not a nation that's been subject to terrorist attack, that undertakes security in this manner. Security is a law enforcement function, and you have to be trained and willing to be a law enforcement officer to properly perform it.
Mary, it's always good to talk to you. I suspect we'll be talking again. This issue's not going away. Thank you very much for joining us. The government now has launched the most sweeping investigation in the history of this country. Agents are tracking the hijackers' movements, in some cases going back years, any connections they may have with Osama bin Laden, and they are also following the money. Regulators may have uncovered a part of this tragedy that is as sickening as it is ironic. Here's Alan Dodds-Frank.
Securities regulators around the world are now looking into whether Osama bin Laden's followers profited from the very capitalist markets he detests. The investigation starts with trading of stock options of American and United Airlines, whose planes were hijacked September 11th. In 4 trading days before the attack, the volume of options trading in American and United spiked sharply, with puts, bets that the airline stocks would go down in the future, greatly exceeding calls. On Thursday, September the 6th, for instance, puts of United Airlines stock outnumbered calls 25-1, far higher than trading the month before.
It could imply that the individual that traded that account or had any kind of supervision over that account may have been involved or may have had knowledge of the horrific act.
The big move in American came the day before the attack. Puts in AMR exceeded calls by 6-1, a complete reversal of the month before. Volume on those days also was far above average.
We're going to pursue the money. This is a global enterprise, the terrorism organization that has been targeted.
Securities and Exchange Commission Chairman Harvey Pitt said, "Our enforcement division has been looking into a variety of market actions that could be linked to these terrible acts, including the subjects of the rumors. The Chicago Board Options Exchange is also examining trades. From Tokyo to Frankfurt, regulators are focusing on suspicious movements in obvious targets, airline and insurance stocks, and oil futures. Regulators in England, France, Germany, and Switzerland are looking at transactions in 3 of the largest insurers of insurance companies, Munich Re, Swiss Re, and AXA, a French company. Although both the airlines and insurance companies have been facing rocky prospects, the sudden movements in these securities seem suspect to regulators. Alan Dodds-Frank, CNN Financial News, New York.
More on the investigation now. U.S. officials say Mohammed Atta, one of the suspected hijackers, met with an Iraqi intelligence official somewhere in Europe earlier this year. They are not sure what exactly that means, and while your imagination runs wild, we'll tell you the government is looking for about 200 people to question. 75 people have already been detained. A grand jury is meeting in New York. There's a lot going on in the investigation. Here's more from CNN's Eileen O'Connor.
FBI Director Robert Mueller contends the agency had no knowledge that the dead hijackers, some suspected already by U.S. intelligence to have ties to bin Laden, were receiving flight training.
The fact that there were a number of individuals that happened to receive training at flight schools here is news, quite obviously. If we had understood that to be the case, we would have, perhaps one could have averted this.
But that knowledge was available to the FBI. Court documents, computer records, and police information from abroad obtained by CNN clearly indicates that authorities knew years ago that bin Laden and associates from other terrorist organizations were planning to hijack a commercial airliner and crash it into U.S. landmarks.
In 1995, police in the Philippines discovered a hideout used by Ramzi Youssef, later convicted for bombing the World Trade Center in 1993. Testimony from an associate revealed a chilling plot.
The plan was to hijack airlines from Asia, and secondly, to outrightly use it as weapons, which was what happened on September 11. In fact, the targets they listed were CIA headquarters, Pentagon, Transamerica, Sears, and the World Trade Center.
Despite those warnings, people like Mohammed Atta, suspected by German authorities of being associated with terrorist groups, got flight training at several Florida aviation schools. Others known to have links to terrorist activity against the United States were still able to practice flying in San Diego and Arizona. In addition, CNN confirmed the FBI visited this flight school in Norman, Oklahoma, several times in the weeks leading up to the attacks on the Pentagon and the World Trade Center. Why? Because they discovered this man, Zacarias Moussaoui, had been training there and was using false documents, sources say. Coincidentally, it's the same place an alleged associate of bin Laden had trained years earlier. Moussaoui is now in custody being questioned. The admissions director says he was a poor student.
He had 57 hours of flight training with us. Normally it takes at least 40 hours for a private pilot to obtain the license. He never even yet at this point soloed.
After the attacks on the World Trade Center, the FBI came back and discovered something else. Atta and another of the dead hijackers had also looked to this school for training.
They just took the tour, yes. That's all they did.
The two decided to go to Florida instead, where they joined some of the other hijackers to practice their flying. Eileen O'Connor, CNN, Washington.
A number of agencies are involved in the recovery efforts that are going on behind us still, as they have since September 11th, 1 week ago tonight. The Federal Emergency Management Agency is one of them. FEMA officials toured the site where the Trade Center once stood. Rescue workers are checking buildings one by one. They're looking for survivors, of course. Their biggest concern, the recovery of human remains and, of course, criminal evidence as well. And so it is slow and tedious work. So far, more than 49,000 tons of debris have been removed from the site. Army Corps of Engineers predicts it will take 45 days to complete the job. 1,000 workers down there doing their job and hundreds more working in support of them, keeping them fed and clothed and warm at night. More on that from CNN's Beth Nissen.
This is Supply Central for Ground Zero, a parking lot outside the Javits Convention Center in Manhattan. stacked with donated goods from across the country, sorted and distributed by a battalion of volunteers. Volunteers like Chris Carnacelli, who was until last Tuesday a waitress in a World Trade Center restaurant.
This place has become essential. Anybody who comes here getting supplies is going down to the to Ground Zero.
The depot is well supplied with a number of essential items: shovels, flashlights, and batteries, and volunteers making them ready to use.
Okay, we got masks, flashlights, and extra batteries.
These police officers walked out with filter masks and working flashlights. Other requests are harder to fill.
Chris, we have a manifest for 30 respirators.
We don't have them. We don't have them.
The depot is short of respirators, especially those rated for asbestos.
There's a lot of cops on there, and they're all over the place on there. I was sent up here.
Yeah, we don't have
any.
Supply coordinators print daily updates of the most critical shortages. On today's most needed list, cell phone chargers, asbestos-grade respirators, and boots. Some workers at Ground Zero reportedly need a new pair after every few hours of work.
This is what I need. These type of boots is what I need. Black boots, steel-toe boots.
Nelson Santiago, an unemployed demolition worker, says Ground Zero conditions are ruining work boots.
Well, some of them come torn in half. Some of them will break down in half. Or some of them will just be like wasted on one side and new on the other.
Melted.
Yeah, melted. So, because of the heat.
As work at the attack site reaches new levels, the requests for supplies change.
We need high-quality rappelling ropes down at Ground Zero. They're going about 200 foot down into a hole and working down there. They've got to get down there somehow. It's a sheer wall.
Like everyone else, volunteers here have held out hope of survivors. But the supply requests tell them hope may be lost. Chris Carnacelli was sending out boxes of heavy work gloves until yesterday.
And now as they dig deeper and they start investigating and doing like forensics and stuff, we've been getting requests for rubber gloves.
Boxes of mass trauma supplies, field dressings, medical sponges are being boxed up for storage, sadly unneeded. Yesterday, workers took in a shipment of 2,000 small styrofoam coolers for storage of the body parts that workers are recovering. Donations of goods and materials continue to flood in, some addressed simply to Ground Zero, New York City. Some contain still needed goods, eye drops for smoke-stung eyes, Epsom salts for the bone-weary.
Vicks vapor rub, believe it or not, it seems to be a demand. All the smoke and stuff and the ashes that came down, it kind of soothes them.
Supply coordinators repeated their call today for a halt in donations of clothing and other emergency supplies.
We do not need water. We do not need food supplies. Right now we can't house all the stuff that people are trying to donate and volunteer.
Truckloads of overflow donations are being diverted to Shea Stadium, an hour's drive away. Depot workers say what is most needed now is money, given to relief funds and the Red Cross. They also hope people will bank their good intentions, their willingness to help, which will still be greatly needed for weeks to come. Beth Nissen, CNN, New York.
We've said a number of times that television in some ways does not do justice to the magnitude of the destruction. We saw that firsthand on Sunday when we flew over it. There is a kind of grim fascination, we suspect, with what lies behind us over there that is attracting many people, some tourists, a lot of New Yorkers, down to the site or as close as they can get to the site to take a first-hand look. More on that from CNN's Jason Bellini.
From the barriers on Wall Street, traders on lunch break come outside to look at nothing. Nothing but smoke from the once omnipresent towers of the World Trade Center. The traders are here for their day job, but curiosity brings others.
I had this horrendous feeling that I had to see it.
Why'd your mom bring you down here?
Because we wanted to see what happened in Empire State Building.
The World Trade Center?
Yeah.
I just wanted to see what I could see.
From this distance, you can't see rescue workers. You can't really make out what exactly you're looking at. But that doesn't stop people from wanting pictures that immortalize their proximity to a great historic disaster.
Over and over, people say it feels more real to see it with their own eyes. They're not voyeurs. TV's just not good enough.
You know, when you see things on TV, it almost looks like a made-for-TV story, even though we all know it isn't.
You smell it and you see the people, and it's different.
Growing up with the World Trade Center, you know how big they always appear. And then imagine now and be able to see exactly what it's like if they're not there in that space.
But as they try to capture this reality, some people find a moment of solitude behind their cameras. The World Trade Center as mesmerizing in death as it was in life. Jason Bellini, CNN, New York.
We want to take you back to the scene here. We told you that FEMA officials went in and shot some pictures of the scene. They're the tightest, closest pictures that we have seen of the area, and they tell a story that the story does not need a lot of words. So just roll the tape here, and we'll watch it along with you. A couple of comments along the way, but no more. Again, these were shot by FEMA. We saw these for the first time in the middle of the afternoon, and at various points as we were watching them with Judy Woodruff, we both found ourselves on the edge of our chair leaning forward to get a better look somehow. You get a sense of the dust and the kind of work that's being done. Shoveling through the debris, looking for any article, any sign of life. There is, we thought, a kind of perverse beauty to it all. The colors, the haze, and the men and women there. The area is divided into 5 different search grids with a fire department commander in charge of each. This is a shot, just watch this, it's a dog, okay? It would be so sweet if you didn't know what that dog's job was. It's a cadaver dog, trained to find the dead. American flags everywhere. Water pouring from high above onto the scene still. It goes on 24 hours a day. It's gone on 7 days now and more. Someone suggested that shell should stay as a monument. You get a sense of the power. Could that not be Dresden at the end of World War II after the Allied bombing? This is such hard work. The Winter Garden Atrium that once was. It was beautiful a week ago. About 1,000 people, 1,000 workers, firemen, construction workers down there. The American Express building. Look at the how much damage it's sustained. There's an ongoing concern it may not be stable. It's checked twice a day. What was once the World Trade Center towers, now blocks and blocks of rubble. They passed these buckets, a kind of fire brigade of another time. The special report continues in a moment.
Hi, Fred. Looks like IT will be jumping through hoops again today.
Fred, I sent out an email about the email being down.
I opened that virus just like you told us.
Really anxious just 1 week after the attack, but sources are telling CNN the Pentagon is not yet ready to make any move. They say the first action would likely be a Special Forces extraction mission. We'll translate that. U.S. Special Forces would try and capture or kill terrorist leaders, including perhaps Osama bin Laden. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld today certainly did not back off the tough talk.
The United States of America has been savagely attacked by terrorists. Those terrorists live and work and function and are fostered and financed and encouraged, if not just tolerated, by a series of countries on this globe. And we are saying that we think that is striking directly at the way of life of the American people, and that we intend to find ways to alter that behavior.
In some ways, the center of the story is now on Afghanistan. It is expected that the leaders of Afghanistan, the Taliban Islamic clerics, will meet. It's a meeting that could take place over a period of several days and decide whether Osama bin Laden stays or is expelled from the country. But that hasn't happened yet. Pakistan has an enormous interest in how this all plays out. It has a large border, 1,500-mile border with Afghanistan. The Pakistani government is one of only 3 in the world that have recognized formally the Taliban as the leaders of Afghanistan, and Pakistan's ambassador to the United Nations joins us tonight, Shamshad Akbad. And we appreciate your coming in. It's nice to talk to you. I need to scoot around for a second. Did, in fact, your government, as has been widely reported, give an ultimatum to the Taliban to turn over Osama bin Laden?
Aaron, if you allow me, I would first like to say that we in Pakistan are outraged like the rest of the world community. We are outraged at this horrendous tragedy, the tragic loss of innocent lives, and we share the sense of grief and sorrow that is felt worldwide. And this is an international tragedy because you must have seen a little while ago the Secretary General of the United Nations being quoted that the nationals of 62 countries have perished in this tragedy. So this is an international tragedy, and we in Pakistan are conscious of our obligations as a responsible member of the United Nations. And you have asked me about any ultimatum. Well, I'm not aware of any ultimatum. I can only say that since Pakistan, as you have said, is one of the 3 countries that recognize the Taliban government, well, we have sent a team, a delegation to Afghanistan, not to negotiate anything, but to convey a message on behalf of the international community. And that message, if I may say, is to tell them of the seriousness of the situation, to convey to them the feelings and sentiments of the world community, and tell them that Pakistan, as a responsible member of the international community, is determined to fulfill its obligations under the Charter of the United Nations, and also remind them that they ought to fulfill their role.
You diplomats have such a delicate way of going about the business. Clearly, the Taliban leaders know how serious this is. They hear the angry words coming from this country. They hear the condemnation from around the world. They know there are refugees flooding to your country right now. Is war inevitable? Does it feel to you to be inevitable?
Well, as a diplomat, you know, our vocabulary does not have the word war. As diplomats, we are trained to prevent war, to negotiate deals, settlements, to engage constructively. And the United Nations is also meant to prevent wars, to resolve disputes, to prevent conflicts. So I wouldn't like to talk about the prospect of war, because that's a very grim prospect. It brings tragedy, disaster to every party, everybody, human beings.
It does indeed.
So we hope that there is no war.
It is in the vocabulary of reporters, unfortunately. We end up there sometimes. Yes. Are you concerned that your country will be able to handle the refugees that seem to be coming across the border? There have been some difficult incidents.
Yes, Aaron, you have raised a very pertinent question. I think the world community should have thought about this problem long time ago. The refugee exodus started when the Soviets invaded Afghanistan 21 years ago. In fact, more than that, 1979. We were home to about 5 million refugees then, and even today we are sheltering nearly 2.5 million Afghan refugees. That is the largest refugee population anywhere in the world. And after the United Nations, in its own wisdom and under the influence of power politics and political expediency, enacted a sanction regime on Afghanistan. We had a fresh influx of more than 200,000 refugees in Pakistan. We don't have any space. We don't have food to give to them. So we have been looking towards the world community to help us in looking after this large number of refugees in Pakistan.
Mr. Ambassador, let me ask you one more question. This may be a little uncomfortable, and I don't mean it that way necessarily. What do you think the worst mistake the United States could make now? Where is the risk for the United States in dealing with this?
Well, I would not put blame at the door of any one country. We are now facing an international crisis, so it is the responsibility of the international community to deal with this crisis. Yes, there have been historical lapses when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. You remember how the Afghan people, they were Muslims, they are Muslims, but they decided to join the free world. And they sided with the free world, and they defeated the Soviet Union, and they forced the Soviet forces to withdraw. So it is the same Muslims that some people today are trying to stereotype into a terrorist mold. The same Afghan people gave sacrifices for the sake of the free world, and Europe wouldn't have been the same Europe as we have today if the Afghans had not given their sacrifices.
Mr. Ambassador, thanks for coming in. I got to work on interviewing diplomats. You guys are tough. Thank you. It's nice to meet you. We'll take a break and continue in just a moment.
No, has said the government must take this more seriously. Tonight, ABC's John Miller takes us on a mission that makes it clear how serious it is.
It's an everyday sight in America's farmlands. The crop duster, small aircraft that spray chemicals and insecticides. Today, farmers got an unprecedented warning from the FBI. Be vigilant. Look for anything suspicious about anyone looking to buy or rent crop dusters or purchase dangerous chemicals. The FAA has now banned crop dusters from the airspace around major cities. It is all part of the growing concern that someone or some group might turn the crop duster, or a garden sprayer, or a building's ventilation system into a weapon, a chemical weapon. Jerry Hauer has spent a great deal of time thinking about this. He's the former director of New York City's Office of Emergency Management.
I still think we're years away from being where we should be, both at the local and at the national level.
But very quietly, the training has already started. ABC News was allowed on this former Army base in eastern Alabama. The FBI agents, cops, and firemen, the people who will be first on the scene if there is such an attack, are training here with the real thing.
It's just a matter of time before it happens in my local community tomorrow, next month. We don't know for sure.
This is the hot zone.
What I want to demonstrate to you is what a lethal dose is. I'm going to use a dime, and I'm going to disperse the water onto his hand. And if you could, explain to everybody what you felt.
I felt nothing.
A very, very minute amount, and that equates to one lethal dose.
And I can't even see it.
For this story, ABC News was given unprecedented access. We were allowed to train alongside the rescue workers, learning how to handle a terrorist attack involving lethal chemical weapons. The training here begins in the classroom, but before it is over, we will actually be handling some of the deadliest chemical weapons known to man.
Group 3 is ready to go to the hot zone.
No cameras have ever been allowed inside the government's hot zone until now. LZ Johnson is the director here at the Justice Department Center for Domestic Preparedness.
The first time I was confronted with this concept that they use real sarin gas, real agent that could really kill you, my immediate reaction is, well, why would they do that? What if there's an accident?
The mindset is they walk away with a newfound confidence. I can really address this thing and I can survive it.
Where you work, is this the kind of thing that you ever think you'll have to use?
Personally, it runs through my mind pretty frequently. I don't want it to happen, but I want to be ready. So if it does happen, I know how to respond appropriately.
And it's already happened. 6 years ago in Japan, a cult released sarin gas in a Tokyo subway. 12 people were killed, 5,000 injured. And of the injured, 300 were rescue workers. And there may have been other close calls. Earlier this year, Scotland Yard arrested 6 men, allegedly with ties to Osama bin Laden, with the recipe to produce sarin gas and maps of the London subway system, used by more than 900,000 commuters in the evening rush hour. A deadly plan like this is precisely what we are training for here. First, in simulations wearing protective suits and air tanks.
Can you give me a total count on what you got inside? At this time, the search is not complete.
By the 4th day of our training, we will face real chemical weapons, sarin and then VX, a nerve gas twice as lethal as sarin. As we approach the hot zone, everyone in our class is a little quieter. These final precautions are deadly serious. First, they check our blood pressure. Then paramedics take blood samples. They will compare these to samples when we come out of the hot zone to be sure we are not contaminated. And finally, we cover our eyes and an irritant is sprayed under our nostrils.
You want to hold the eye?
I'm good. Then, wearing gas masks, we go through the test again. If we do not react, the masks are airtight, safe. Meanwhile, deep in the airtight chamber, the hot zone, our camera follows as instructors place 1 milliliter of sarin on a plate. A tiny amount, but it's enough to kill 100 people. On another plate, using 1 milliliter of VX, this is enough agent to kill 200, and it's twice as deadly as the gas used in Japan. There is a big stop sign on the door of the hot zone. My team is anxious as we line up at that entrance, despite the tests and the preparation.
You're wondering, hey, does this piece of equipment really work? There's something in there that possibly can harm me, and I'm not sure I really want to go there.
You know when that door slams, it's business. You're not in some make-believe land or some training environment that's pretend. You do your job or people die.
Before it is over, we will be in the hot zone for an hour and a half. And though invisible, a single breath of the air in here could kill. As proof, they give us a device that detects the presence of poison. Within 45 seconds, it's indicating extreme danger. We are all breathing carefully. It's stuffy in the mask, but for some reason, occasionally, the air filtered through the mask feels cooler. And we wonder nervously, has the airtight seal on the mask slipped? Is there a leak?
And then all of a sudden it really comes home to you. There's something here that can hurt me, but I know how to handle it.
Our job here is not only to survive, it is to kill this terrible poison. Our weapon? Surprisingly, it is the same decontaminant used for biological weapons. Common, everyday household bleach. A half hour later, we leave the hot zone, but the masks stay on. Everything we're wearing is contaminated. So getting out of the suits is painstaking. In the locker room, everyone is relieved to be out of the hot zone alive.
Most of the morning, I had a little pit in my gut there.
Of course, to a fireman from the heartland, New York and Washington seem very far away. Until perhaps this week. Today's FBI warning about crop dusters seemed to bring home the thought to those who will have to go into the real hot zone first. It could happen anywhere.
Why teach police and volunteer firemen when the federal government should handle such a catastrophe if it ever happened? Well, of course, they realize before the federal resources arrive, it's going to be the police and firemen who go in first. Some news developing at this hour. Some of the first criminal charges in the investigation on the attack of the World Trade Center plane crash. The Joint Terrorist Task Force of the FBI in Detroit, assigned to locate suspects in that case, has charged 3 men, Ali Hamoud, Karim Kabrudi, and Ahmed Hanan, with using false identification cards, ID that identified them as airport employees in Detroit. Agents say they also found during a search documents that appear to be plans to attack U.S. targets in Turkey and Jordan. Peter?
Thank you, John. When we come back, believing in the future based on the past.
Life goes on. Babies born in New York City today, 320. This ABC News special, America Fights Back, will continue in a moment.
The way it's being sold to the Afghan people is that this is a religious matter. They're trying to sort of put it on those terms and make it out to be not how the rest of the world views this at all.
And do the Afghan people have any other sources of information, or are they pretty much controlled by state media here?
They can pick up certainly the broadcast, international radio broadcast here, and television is banned, so no one is allowed to have a satellite dish. We, for example, in our office here in Kandahar have a satellite dish, but we're absolutely forbidden to allow local staff to, to look at the TV set here. It's banned by the Taliban. So people do get influences from international radios that broadcast here, but by and large, it's very much the voice of the Taliban through Radio Sharia here. That's what people tune into in the evenings, and that's what they're essentially guided by. They're essentially told that, outside influences from the West, from the United States, from Europe, are biased against them, and so any broadcasts they hear from there are biased against them. So they are sort of closeted within the Taliban view. Many intellectuals, of course, this country's been at war for 20 years. Many of the country's intellectuals simply fled many, many years ago. So that also compounds the introspective nature of the Taliban and the country at this time.
Nick, be safe, and we'll talk again soon. Thank you. Nick Robertson in Afghanistan tonight with the situation there. We have been more to take care of. We'll take a break first, and we'll be right back.
Buying or selling a home? RE/MAX agents lighten that load. Averaging more than 13 years experience, they work the kind of practical magic that sets you free.
We were in a traffic jam this morning coming to work from across town. No police activity, not rescue vans, just the normal midtown Manhattan traffic mess assigned to us of normal. But for thousands in this city who are missing loved ones, normal is so far away it is unimaginable. They continue to wait. Tonight, one wait, one story from CNN's Richard Blystone.
Like many in the World Trade Center, Doug Ergang phoned home after the first plane hit. Now friends and family wait for the phone to ring again.
When he called, he said, "Ma, don't worry." So of course that made me worry.
Because Doug had had close calls before. He was in the World Trade Center when it was bombed in 1993. The same year on the Long Island Railway, when a gunman a few cars away sprayed commuters with bullets.
He kind of brushed it over. I mean, at the time it was very intense, but he didn't talk about it. In fact, he didn't even tell his fiancée.
I didn't know that until after all of this happened, and his brother mentioned it to me. He told me all about the first World Trade Center bombing and how awful it was to get out of the building. And they had all taken off their shirts and wrapped their shirts around their faces, and he still has a piece of that, the soot-covered shirt. He wasn't crazy about working in the World Trade Center, and I wasn't crazy about him working in the World Trade Center. But, it's where he worked, it was reality.
And Doug Ergang always took on reality.
After he lost his father, he was 11 and a half, he became the most protective son, almost taking the place of a husband. He took over things in the house that had to be done.
So he had a tough life, but he was very healthy because of that. He worked out pretty much every day. He ran, he swam, he biked, and we'd have races in the swimming pool right here. And my mom would always be worried, "No, you shouldn't race. Why don't you just swim? Don't be so competitive." And it was always very close, but he always beat me.
A trader's luck. Love picked him out on the New York subway.
One morning I was sort of reading over his shoulder, reading the paper, and my stop was Grand Central, and I just kind of looked up at him when I was jumping off the train and said, "Thanks for sharing your paper," or something like that. And the next morning, he came up to me and we just started talking. So I wrote my number on his paper, and a couple days later he called me, and that was the beginning. He's the most undeserving person of this. He never had an unkind word to say about anybody, was just friendly. He wanted to retire in 10 or 15 years and have a real life. Be in the sun, swim, sail, windsurf, surf. The ideal picture is that he finds his way out of that rubble at this point, I don't know. We wanted to spend our life together and have children.
Everybody tries to find some meaning in their lives. Where do we begin? looking for salvation, a haven from the storm. We all need something to believe in. We all need a light to see us through. We all need something to believe in. I found something to believe in you.
Any of those injured.
Stay with us for the latest reports as the story develops in America's new war. This is
Charge of the security operations, and also he's a conceptualizer. He basically plans and orders military operations, in particular, by the way, earth-shattering operations like the one in New York and Washington and the one in Africa and Yemen.
The other strong bin Laden connection involves the fact that 3, and ABC News has been told, maybe as many as 5 of the dead hijackers trained in bin Laden training camps in Afghanistan. And one of them, Khalid al-Midhar, was identified as being involved in earlier attacks by bin Laden against U.S. interests.
Of the 3, one has also been identified as playing key roles in both the East African embassy attacks and the USS Cole attack.
In cracking how September 11th happened, there are 2 key witnesses in custody. One in London, the man authorities say helped to train the suicide pilot, and one man who was in custody 3 weeks before the attack. The man authorities say was supposed to have been the 20th hijacker, Zacharias Nusawi, now being held in New York. There has been one big success in the investigation so far, thwarting the efforts of a follow-up suicide attack on the U.S. Embassy in Paris. And Peter, that investigation and the pattern of other bin Laden attacks has raised one big question. In almost every case, there's a Mr. Big who is on location and then leaves, doesn't sacrifice himself. So far, involving the attacks in New York and Washington, authorities have no idea who that Mr. Big was, if he exists, and if he does, where he is tonight.
Many thanks, Brian Ross. An update on the investigation. Since we have been on the air, according to the correspondent for Al Jazeera, the Arab television network, who is in Kabul, we had the astonishing scene earlier today of seeing him broadcast live during one of the attacks, or perhaps just after the first attack. He now says to his television network that a 4th attack on the capital, Kabul, has taken place this evening. Several planes, he reports, believed to be American and British, passed over the city and bombed military targets, his description, around Kabul itself. And he does say that Taliban forces on the ground managed to get off their anti-aircraft fire, not missiles, he says, just simply anti-aircraft fire at the aircraft. So the attack on Kabul continues. We're now joined from Washington this evening by Senator Richard Shelby, the Republican who is the senior Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee. Thank you for joining us, Senator Shelby.
Thank you.
And let me just first of all tell you and the audience the results of an ABC News poll we've done today. It finds that 90% of the public supports the attacks today. That may not come as a surprise, but it is compared to 76% who supported the attacks at the beginning of the Gulf War more than a decade ago. More than 70% of Americans support using significant number of ground troops to capture or kill Osama bin Laden, and more than half of those Americans in this poll believe the action will increase the likelihood of more terrorist attacks against the U.S. Let me start, Senator Shelby, with that business of capturing or killing Osama bin Laden. The Secretary of Defense said today that Osama bin Laden was not a target today. Do you agree that that's a correct assessment? And if not, why not?
I believe that. I believe what Donald Rumsfeld said earlier. I saw his remarks. But would he be caught up in an attack? That's one thing. But to be the direct person we're trying to hit is another. I believe if we got him in an attack, that's part of being in war. But to just seek him out by himself would probably be a mistake.
Based on what you have heard today in briefings you received from the administration, do you think this mission is going well?
I think it's going well, but we have to remember, Peter, this is just the beginning. It's going to take a long time. It's going to take a lot of resolve, and it's going to go on. This is just the beginning.
Do you mean the broad-based attack against terrorism, or do you believe the military operation against targets in Afghanistan will continue?
Perhaps some of both, but the broad-based attack against terrorism has to go on, as President Bush has warned and told the American people, we're going to do what it takes to rid the world of terrorism. We have to, otherwise we're just waiting around for the next attack here.
Senator Shelby, you, I think, more than any other politician, have said repeatedly that you believe another attack on the United States is imminent. I actually think you used that word on one occasion. Is that your gut talking, or do you know something the rest of us don't?
Well, I'm just going to say again that I believe that there will be another attack. I pray it won't be, but we have to be on alert. We don't know when it's going to come. Could it come tomorrow or the next day? Sure. It might be delayed, but it will come. There will be an answer, but we will be ready. I'll be we're a lot more alert than we were on September 11th.
But what we're hearing here, sir, is your instinct, correct? Not necessarily intelligence information.
Well, I'm not going to talk about what I've been briefed on other than just say that I believe there will be an attack, but I don't know when, and I pray there won't be.
Now, Governor Tom Ridge starts his new job tomorrow as the head of Homeland Defense in the United States. Do you believe he currently has all the tools he needs and the authority he needs?
Absolutely not, but it is a good start. I believe that he needs statutory authority to carry out the job. Tom Ridge has got a lot of ability. He understands the system. He was a former member of Congress before he was governor, but I believe to give him the tools to do the job, it's going to take an act of Congress.
Thank you, Senator Shelby, very much.
Thank you.
The ranking member on the Senate Intelligence Committee. We're now joined by James Woolsey, who's the former director of the CIA. Nice to see you again, Mr. Woolsey. On the basis of what you have seen today, take us now inside intelligence. A lot of intelligence gathering tonight. Just tell us how it gets through ultimately to George Tenet, the current director of the CIA, and how it gets acted upon. What's the system?
Well, for these types of targets that are being hit, which are reasonably prominent military targets,
Here's something really fantastic you can do with a penny.
Right, John. When you rent to own anything at Rent-A-Center, you get your first week for just 1 cent.
See? Really amazing.
Yep, and in most cases, we deliver the same day. Your first week's a penny when the second week's paid, and Rent-A-Center makes it easy.
Really easy.
But hurry, call the store nearest you at 1-800-205-2005.
Do it now.
Call 1-800-205-2005 and get your first week for 1 cent.
At Rent-A-Center. Really?
In a military prison.
Take that man down.
He was their last hope.
I'm taking command of your prison.
I tell you what. Robert Redford, James Gandolfini, The Last Castle, rated R. Starts Friday, October 19th.
We've been talking so much about reaction in the Muslim world and in the Arab world, and we heard today from the Iraqi government, which we hadn't heard from at the time of the attacks on the trade towers and on the Pentagon. But President Saddam Hussein said tonight that the U.S.-led military strikes on Afghanistan would destabilize the world and might expand to target other nations. And the leader of a Muslim group in Indonesia, or should I say a leader of an extremist Muslim group in Indonesia, Indonesia being the largest Muslim country in the world, has urged millions of Muslims to lay siege to the U.S. Embassy in Jakarta, which is the Indonesian capital, after these attacks began on Afghanistan today. He said at 5 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern Time, we will besiege the embassy. All Muslims should join us. That is Muhammad Razik told the Reuters news agency. So the Indonesian government tomorrow, if this turns out to be true, will indeed be tested. Let us not forget where this round began. This has been in the making for a very long period of time, but these attacks on the United States on the 11th have engaged the United States in this great struggle in a way that we've never been engaged before. So let us go back, as we get closer to the end of this broadcast, to Ground Zero in New York City, where the search operation goes on. ABC's Ned Potter.
Peter, we're just a few blocks north of what's called Ground Zero, where despite a bracing wind, the cranes and the workers go about the business of recovery. This afternoon, New York's Mayor Giuliani urged the rest of the city to go about its business, too.
New York, in light of what's going on today and what happened in New York on September 11th, if we can maintain a steady way of life, will be a great example to the rest of the country and the rest of the world.
And indeed, even though it's been a blustery day here, New York almost made a point of looking normal. This even though there is a vast 16-acre crime scene in the city's midst. The workers have hauled away 180,000 tons of debris, which may sound like a lot, but it's only about 15% of the total that needs to be moved. 4,687 people are still missing at last report, 403 confirmed dead. And even now, 3.5 weeks after the attack, fires still smolder amid the rubble as workers uncover them and expose them to oxygen. Still, despite warnings, New York is not in a lockdown. Ball games were played today, the airports were open, traffic moved.
In New York, the mayor has said that they're not going to close tunnels or bridges unless there's any specific threats. Again, I think that's absolutely the right balance.
But all around the area, there have been more and more funerals, more than anyone can keep up with. The fire department does not have enough people to help bury their brethren.
In mourning the loss of our 59 members.
Brian Murphy, full of life.
Back here at Ground Zero, Peter, the digging goes on. There may be 1.2 million tons of rubble ultimately to be removed. The last estimate is that the job may take 10 months, perhaps as much as 14. Peter?
Thanks very much, Ned Potter. So many names, so many families, so many connections. That whole business of 2 or 3 or 4 degrees of separation is down to 1 degree of separation between Americans and people in many other parts of the world and those who perished here on the 11th. And of course, we wait to see tomorrow what damage has been done in Afghanistan. We're going to spend the last couple of minutes, therefore, talking to our national security correspondent, John McCarthy, who is still at the Pentagon, where he's been since about this time last night, I think. John, first of all, let me just ask you about a late report from Reuters, which says that on Friday, the U.S. military launched an advanced imaging spy satellite capable of tracking small groups of Afghans, even pack animals and campfires. Do you know anything about that at all?
I don't know about that report, Peter. The U.S. does have such a piece of technology. In fact, it has several different pieces of technology that can do that, but I am not aware of that report.
Okay, now what do we know about the current status of operations? It's now 9 o'clock in the evening Eastern time.
Well, the sun should be up in Afghanistan at this point. I would suspect that American air operations are going to stop while it is daylight, and when things get dark again, then of course the United States will go back into the business of bombing. But Peter, we do have some new images from the bombing campaign, which we can show you right now.
Okay.
It is already night on board American ships in the Arabian Sea. The command centers on each vessel are buzzing with activity. An F-18 roars off the deck into darkness. On another ship, a Tomahawk cruise missile is launched. It will take more than an hour to reach its target inside Afghanistan. In all, the United States and Britain will launch 50 cruise missiles. 25 strike aircraft from the carriers are joined by 15 heavy bombers coming from bases on land. There are a pair of B-2 stealth bombers flying all the way from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. The targets, airfields, and radar at nearly every major city in Afghanistan, Taliban armored formations, and terrorist training camps.
It is important to go after air defense and Taliban aircraft. We have also targeted command facilities for those forces that we know support terrorist elements within Afghanistan and critical terrorist sites.
Plans call for 2 C-17 cargo planes to drop their loads of food and medicine into remote parts of Afghanistan while bombs are falling elsewhere. There are to be more food drops in the days to come. The bombing and the food drops are just part of a broader campaign.
The fact is, in this battle against terrorism, there is no silver bullet. There is no single thing that is going to suddenly make that threat disappear.
The U.S. may not have a silver bullet, but they do have something that they hope will be a powerful weapon. This is one of the food rations that is being dropped over Afghanistan. It is full of vegetarian meals. and the U.S. is dropping thousands of them, and they have dropped thousands of them over the last night, and they plan to drop many thousands more. So this may not be a silver bullet, but it is definitely part of the strategy and a weapon the U.S. is using.
Thanks very much, John McWethy at the Pentagon. And of course, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of Afghans need the food desperately. They were in trouble before this all started, and this may only have made it worse for them. Large numbers of Afghans on the move trying to get away from what is happening in Afghanistan tonight. But this attack continues. When dark comes again, it's about 6 o'clock in the morning now in Kabul and Islamabad. Actually, it's just coming up on 6 o'clock in the Pakistan capital, Islamabad, which is nothing more than a government town next to the city of Rawalpindi. And what has happened today is going to have very serious, enormous ramifications in all of those countries tomorrow. We will, of course, monitor this throughout the night. You can look at it all the time. There's an abundance of information at abcnews.com. And tomorrow morning on Good Morning America, one of the guests will be the Secretary of Defense, Mr. Rumsfeld. Thank you very much for joining us today. I'm Peter Jennings on behalf of ABC News. Good night.
This has been an ABC News special. ABC Tonight, 2 of television's best on one night.
That was how the opening credits of Law and Order Special Victims Unit used to look with the World Trade Center. We are talking with the chief of the Law and Order franchise, Dick Wolf, Time Incorporated journalist, editor, Richard Stolley, and in Washington, presidential biographer, Richard Reeves. You are editing that, I take it.
There's a new opening shot in the credit sequence.
Richard Reeves, let me pick up on a point you made earlier and try something a little heretical. I actually once said on this air that if you want people to get interested in politics, it's pretty simple. Start a war, start a draft, create a crisis. And I think you're right, that people turned away in part because they felt that they didn't have to pay attention. No Cold War, no draft, prosperity. Do you think that what has happened here will keep, this sounds odd, I know, will keep people's attention, or is the vaunted short attention span of America capable of putting even this on the back burner after a while?
No, I think people will pay attention. You mentioned the draft. If there's a movement to reinstitute the draft, people are going to pay a lot of attention. If there are moves, which we see now, to kind of make assassination public policy again. We tried that once, and it was our president who got assassinated. We're seeing developments that could really lead to kind of the unraveling of globalism, which is partly what our prosperity is based on now. I mean, people are going to have to think out very difficult questions like, are we going to have a police state? What kind will it be? Are we going to allow in, as we do now, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of foreign university students who actually pay the bills for many of our colleges? Many schools would go out of business without foreign students paying full freight. They're going to be very basic questions about whether we are willing to reduce our standard of living to pursue political or military goals.
And
then I think people will be real interested.
Samuel Johnson said, nothing concentrates the mind. The news that you are to be hanged in a fortnight concentrates the mind wonderfully. I think, but Richard Stolley, this raises, I think, a troublesome question for us. The late Lars Eric Nelson, great political columnist, said that many political journalists over the recent years have not become political journalists, they're theater critics. What they're judging is the atmosphere and the perceptions, and actually getting their teeth into matters of substance, much less communicating them, is foreign to a lot of political journalists. I'll ask you what people are asking about the public, about us. Do we, this media, have what it takes to cover a story of this consequence, having been so out of practice for so long?
Not all of you are out of practice.
some of you were, and I don't think they will. They'll try. You can't fake this kind of thing. You've got to have the intelligence to be able to deal with it. But we are now dealing with situations and problems and challenges that just simply didn't exist 10 days ago. I mean, we're talking about 5,000 pulverized bodies lying just a few blocks from here, and it'll take weeks and months to dig that out of there. You cannot be trivial. There cannot be a frivolous approach to that.
Maybe not, but what we do have that we didn't have in the days, say, of World War II, or for that matter, even Vietnam, is not only all these cable networks, but dozens, if not hundreds, of talk radio franchisees. I mean, are people going to be turning to them? They're so used to getting their opinions and news from sources like that. Is that where people are going to turn and say, well, they must know what they're talking about?
I think some of them will achieve a certain level of seriousness and contribution to the national dialogue. We are not going to change this country overnight. I honestly believe that what you said, that there is a way of shaking things off in America. We have now lost our sense of invulnerability. I don't think we really understand how deeply that is sunk into the national psyche, and we're going to discover that in the next 2 or 3 months.
Dick Wolf, I mentioned earlier with Aaron Brown, we did a little piece where I noted the kind of entertainment that people sought out during World War II, which is the one that we keep going back to. And it was a lot of, it was Jack Benny, it was Bob Hope, it was sophisticated comedies, it was musicals, in some way. But I'll tell you what they weren't. They didn't have an ironic or mocking sense about the country. Do you think some of that is going to change, even, I mean, in our entertainment, that there's going to have to be a different tone more generally?
Well, I don't think you're going to have irony is something that is lost during this type of situation. I think you will have serious dramas, which were very prevalent during the war.
Like Casablanca?
Like Casablanca, and other war movies where people were getting killed. I think you're going to have lighter escapist comedies, but I don't think you're going to have that sense of mockery that has pervaded a lot of entertainment. I don't think you're going to see Wag the Dog produced in the next 2 years.
Richard Rees, there's one area that you know something about that a lot of our colleagues don't, and it's even been more ignored over the recent years than domestic politics, and that's international affairs. I mean, it seems to me that covering the story requires a knowledge of the world that has been in such small demand on the part of our journalistic franchises that that's yet another dilemma that we're facing in trying to get serious about covering the story.
Well, I think that's true, but I also think that young people go where the action is. And people of our generation went to journalism because that's where the action was. We could make a difference when we were young on civil rights, on Vietnam, on the abuse of power in the presidency. And I think that young people will come up to speed very quickly if they have to on foreign affairs. I mean, I've lived in Pakistan and I've written about the coming confrontation between Islam and the West. We are the secular modernizers. They are the many of them, some of them, adhering to a traditional religion. There was bound to be a conflict over this. I've taken a lot of heat for saying it goes back to the Crusades, and I was pained when George Bush started to use that word, because to us it's just a word. To people in the Islamic world, the Crusades means a battle for life and death that goes back 8-10 centuries.
But it's an interesting question. If the president didn't quite understand that, how many journalists would pick up on a nuance like that, which is fairly significant?
Well, right now they wouldn't pick up on it, but God knows if we're nothing else in journalism and in entertainment too, we're quick studies, and we will get some very good people very quickly who know a great deal about what the difference is between the Wahhabi Islam, which is being presented by Osama bin Laden, and Sunni and Shiite Islam.
Okay,
this is going to be the story of our time, and it's going to be where the action is, and the good people want to be where the action is.
There's another reality about the media, which is life goes on for magazines that historically, I mean, by their franchise, are not serious. And I met with a bunch of magazine editors just yesterday, and a lot of them are really not sure what to do about their Christmas issues. You know, is it going to, if you were advising magazines like Good Housekeeping, Ladies' Home Journal, that was still around, whatever. Would you tell them, no, you're going to have to get serious, or would you tell them, no, stay with your franchise, your readers are going to need that even more now?
I'd tell them to cut the difference. I think they've got to move in the direction that we've been discussing. I mean, this is a sobered, more serious country. It's going to be for many months, and I think popular culture, television, movies, magazines that do not reflect this new reality are going to be hit financially.
That's an interesting point. Do you think it applies to your venue, to primetime television?
Well, there's a new season starting, and the audience is about to vote, and there are a whole bunch of new shows out there that are coming on that deal with, I mean, there are 3 new CIA shows.
Yes, exactly. 3 new CIA shows where the CIA looks a lot different than it did. And in fact, I wanted to ask you one particular one since we're coming to the end. It's not a show that you do, but how would you like to be the executive producer of The West Wing?
It's a very challenging creative situation.
Well, spoken like a politician. I mean, don't you think that they might have to look at this coming season, which was supposed to be President Bartlett's re-election, and say, you know, this alternative universe...
It's an alternative universe that was very comfortable when you were able to make fun of the president with impunity every night in one reality, and then go to a reality that was quite comforting, and it was Kennedy liberalism on prime time. I don't know if that's going to work.
Well, none of this discussion means to suggest that what happens to the media is as important as what happens to the country, but this is the vehicle through which people are going to get news about the biggest story of our lives, and I thought it pretty important to focus on it for a while. I want to thank my guest, Richard Stolley, Senior Editorial Advisor at Time Incorporated, Dick Wolf, Executive Producer of the Law and Order shows on NBC, and presidential biographer Richard Reeves. I'll be back with a final thought right after this. Thanks to Richard.
High-definition television, made possible by Panasonic.
As this story continues to unfold, join Aaron Brown every weeknight at 10 for the latest developments and in-depth coverage of America's new war. A CNN special report with Aaron Brown, every weeknight at 10 Eastern on CNN.
You need a car to get the most out of life, but banks won't finance you if you have bad credit or no credit at all. Get the car you need and deserve. Call 1-800-BAR-NONE right now.
The search for life and loved ones continues as President Bush promises victory against terrorism. For complete coverage.
Finally, look, of course we're going to seek diversion and amusement and excitement from our media. We always have. As Dick Wolf reminded us, Americans flocked to the movies during the Depression and World War II. And as we said, those movies were often frothy musicals and domestic comedies. I remember quite vividly the weekend of John Kennedy's death, going to a movie theater as a packed audience of college students, desperate for relief, watched a revival of Fantasia. What will be different, I think, and what may well make our news media a whole lot different, goes back to a famous exchange on that same November weekend when Kennedy was murdered. Washington columnist Mary McGrory was mourning with Pat Moynihan, then a young White House aide, and she said to Moynihan, "We'll never laugh again." "No, we'll laugh again," Moynihan replied, "but we'll never be young again." America grew a lot older 8 days ago, and so did the media. I'm Jeff Greenfield. Thank you for watching. We go now back to Wolf Blitzer in Washington for a recap of the day's developments. Wolf?
Thank you very much, Jeff. Good discussion, smart guests. Enjoyed it very much. And now we'll look at the day's latest developments. Work to dig out of the rubble at the World Trade Center continues, although officials say hope of finding anyone still alive is diminishing. There had been hope that some people had survived in below-ground levels, but it's believed high temperatures prevented that. President Bush signed a $40 billion emergency spending package to help rebuild after last week's attacks. He's also working on building an international coalition to battle terrorism. President Bush met with...
are going to try again. And when the war starts, what's it going to be like? We'll talk about it tonight on CNN's Hotline.
Good evening from New York City. I'm Jack Cafferty. Our number is 1-800-310-4CNN. We ask you to call in with your questions for our guests. who tonight include the following. General Wesley Clark, he's a retired General of the Army, CNN military analyst, and former commander of NATO. Dr. Khalid Abu El Fadl, who is an Islamic law scholar, will join us from UCLA in California with a primer on Islamic fundamentalism and some other items of interest concerning the upcoming clashes conceivably with the Taliban and others. Rick MacArthur is the publisher of Harper's Magazine. He's the author of a book that was a bestseller, Second Front, Censorship and Propaganda in the Persian Gulf War. We'll talk about the Pentagon announcing it's going to clamp down on the news media when military operations begin. Also, our correspondents tonight include Kelly Wallace at the White House, Mark Potters at the Pentagon, Brian Palmer's at Ground Zero, and Tom Mintier on the ground in Islamabad, Pakistan. It's Call-In Show. It's your program for the next couple of hours. We invite your questions for any and all of these people, and we begin with a phone call from Ohio. Tammy, what's your question?
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening.
I would like to know, are they going to step up security on terrorism in the airports? Now, they say they have new security safeguards, but are they going to make it terrorist-free as well?
Well, I don't know that it's possible to make anything terrorist-free. El Al has probably done the Israeli airline has probably done as good a job as any with that. But there are plans to put armed sky marshals on the planes. There are plans to improve the cockpit security on American passenger planes. There are plans to beef up security in the terminal buildings, change the parking rules. There are a lot of things underway that, while it may not make security perfect, will go a long, long way toward improving things. Before we start with our guest, and before I get to Gary Gutley, a couple of stories caught my eye on the way in here tonight, and I just want to share these with you, little things to think about as we move through the next couple of hours. This is a story that was reported by CNN. The FBI was told, apparently, 6 years ago of a terrorist plot to hijack commercial airplanes and slam them into the Pentagon, the CIA headquarters, and other buildings. This is, according to Philippine authorities, apparently told the FBI back in 1995 of a plot when they raided the apartment of Ramzi Youssef. He was one of those convicted in the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center. They got a hold of his right-hand man, Abdul Hakim Murad, who apparently told the authorities at this time, Philippine authorities, that there was a plan by the Ramzi terrorist cell in the United States to hijack a commercial plane, ram it into CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, also the Pentagon. Philippine investigators also found evidence targeting commercial towers in San Francisco, Chicago, and New York City. And the Philippine authorities say they gave all this information to the FBI in 1995, but it's not clear what happened to it after that. It'd be an interesting question to ask the Bureau. The other story that's a little ominous, and I'll get right to Garrick with the news, apparently the prospect of a major U.S. military campaign against terrorism comes as the Pentagon grows closer to running out of vaccine for the deadly anthrax virus. Now, the reason that story is a little frightening is apparently some of these bin Laden training camps that he runs for his terrorists, have been found littered with the bodies of dead animals, indicating to officials that they've been experimenting with the biological agents like anthrax. The original plan was to vaccinate all the members of the armed forces. When asked about it, a Pentagon spokesman said, "I'm not going to talk about it." All right, let's get the latest news from my friend Garrick Utley. Garrick?
Hi, Jack. Reporting on the news now at this midnight hour, at least here on the east coast of the United States and here in New York. First of all, that term collateral damage. We all know that sort of antiseptic clinical term that's used when something goes terribly wrong in a military operation and innocent civilians are killed or wounded. Well, what happened down here in lower Manhattan, down there at the towers, also collateral damage as the ripple effect now goes across the economy and the airline industry. You know, the layoffs there. This evening, Boeing announced, or will make the formal announcement tomorrow, giant Boeing, going to lay off 20 to 30,000 workers in its commercial airplane division by the end of the next year. No need to explain why. Fewer passengers, fewer flights, less need for Boeing airliners. So there we are. Let's go downtown and check in at the live at the site of the World Trade Center, or what it was. The rescue and search operation continues, but there's a change of tone from Mayor Giuliani and city officials now. The mayor said today that it's very unlikely the rescue teams will find anyone alive beneath the immense pile of rubble that was once the Trade Center. 5,400 people are still missing. As we know, the number of dead has climbed to 218. Now, all of this work down there and elsewhere is going to cost money, billions, millions, and billions of dollars. And today, President Bush signed the $40 billion aid package to help with the relief recovery in the early stages of the investigation. He also spoke about the American spirit.
We'll fight terrorism on all fronts. We will not be
terrorized so that our hearts are hardened. Nobody can threaten this country. Oh, they may be able to bomb up buildings and obviously disrupt lives, but we're too great a nation to allow the evildoers to affect our soul and our spirit.
Along with those important words is also the hard work to get friends and allies to support the United States. There's France's President Jacques Chirac, who met with President Bush at the White House, and he vowed that France would fully support the United States and its war on terrorism. The French president said, quote, "We are completely determined to fight by your side this new type of evil, of absolute evil," he said, which is terrorism. It was also a day of mourning in the nation's capital in Washington. 1,000 people turned out, 1,000 turned out today for the memorial mass for American Airlines pilot David Charlevoix. The 39-year-old pilot was the co-pilot aboard the plane that crashed into the Pentagon last Tuesday. And in Newtown, Pennsylvania, here it is again, a memorial service for United Airlines pilot Victor Saraceni. He was 51 years old. There he is. He was aboard the second plane that crashed into the World Trade Center. And we're going to see many more of those memorial services and funeral services in the days to come. Jack, one footnote, we're also watching closely, we're waiting for the response from Afghanistan. The Taliban leaders are meeting there to decide whether to hand over Osama bin Laden. We know Pakistan has said that they should, and if they don't, they face attack from the United States. Well, the process there isn't that simple. 600 clerics of the Taliban movement have to meet, and they have to agree unanimously. Well, it's your guess what's going to happen. In any case, we need to keep an eye, and we'll be keeping an eye on Pakistan. Why? This is a big country. It said it'll support the United States in putting pressure on Afghanistan, but there's a big fundamentalist movement in Pakistan. The government leaders are worried about that. If the fundamentalists were to come to power, as they did in Iran, say, would it be the same as in Tehran and Iran? Perhaps, but with one important difference. Pakistan has nuclear weapons, about 20 nuclear bombs at its disposal, and makes 2 or 3 new ones a year. Something to keep in mind, Jack.
Yeah, nuclear weapons, biological weapons. I mean, this is a tinderbox in many ways over there, and how we're going to go about prosecuting this campaign is, I don't know, boggles the mind. We'll get some insight, Gary, as we move forward in the program. We have a retired general of the Army, former NATO commander, with us in Washington, General Wesley Clark. Joining us first, though, from UCLA in California is Dr. Khalid Abul El-Fadl, who is a Islamic law professor, scholar at UCLA. Dr. El-Fadl, it's nice to have you with us. Let's begin with the meaning of the word jihad. The Taliban declared a jihad against the United States. What does that mean?
Well, as is often stated, jihad in Islamic theology and law simply means to strive and exert one's effort. Now, of course, what Taliban means by it is something different, not just simply striving and exerting effort, but a notion of their conception of just war. Importantly, in the Islamic tradition, there is no concept equivalent to the Christian notion of holy war. There is no war that can be holy. War can either be justified or unjustified, but it cannot be holy.
What is the meaning of the quote, repel those who attack you, but do not transgress? That, as I understand it, is out of the Quran, right?
Right. Well, that is as in various texts that require interpretation and understanding, and often the meaning or the value of the text is as good as the moral probity of the reader. What the Quran is talking about for a reader with moral probity and moral perception is that if your responses, even to an injustice, even to a perceived or claimed injustice, must be proportional, must be measured. Do not go beyond a measured response, and do not use, as the Quran says elsewhere, in a separate verse, do not use the injustice of others to excuse your own injustice.
How then is it that Osama bin Laden can come up with justification for terrorism and the kinds of acts that he is suspected of committing based on his interpretation of Islamic law?
Well, I think it's very important to keep in mind the theological paradigm from which people such as Osama bin Laden come from. It's not too much or an exaggeration to say that it is a Puritan paradigm, a dogmatic worldview of black and white, of good and bad, without shades of gray, without nuances, without much complexity to the formula. And so what the interpretive process that people like Osama bin Laden use goes something like this. Repel those who transgress against you, and then they stop. And they say, well, first we repel the aggressor, whoever they perceive to be the aggressor. And when we get done with that, when we get that accomplished, then we'll worry about the second part, not transgressing. In my view, and in the view of the mainstream juristic tradition, it's a segmented and non-defensible way of understanding the text.
But nevertheless, it's an interpretation of the text, not unlike, for want of a better way to draw the parallel, the Bible being used as an excuse for all kinds of behavior. If you look far enough into the Bible, you can find passages and quotations that will either justify or seem to justify almost anything. So it gets down to a matter of how you read the scriptures. We have a caller in Georgia. Kamal, what is your question?
Hello, yes. First of all, I want to let you know that I, as an American citizen, have my finger on the pulse of this country through my friends and clients throughout this country. And we would like somebody in the government to know we don't need that much proof from the government. We understand that you can't look at a single government or group to place blame. We understand that there may be hundreds or even thousands of these cells with 50 or more people in each group, that they function on their own with assistance or guidance or spiritual zealousness from their leaders, such as bin Laden, but that there are many more than just bin Laden. That we don't care what their zealous reasons are.
Excuse me, who is we?
As an American citizen, as people who I talk to day in and day out.
One of the things we have in this country is a presumption of innocence until proven guilty. Now, granted, there's a consensus emotionally that Mr. bin Laden is probably involved in this, but I haven't seen any hard evidence yet, and I don't think anybody else has either. And is it not unreasonable? I mean, is to at least have them do what they're doing, which is to collect the evidence that he may be involved in this, and present the evidence that would suggest his involvement before we simply leave it? Do you remember the Oklahoma City bombing?
Yes, I do, sir.
You remember what everybody said the minute that happened?
Exactly.
And do you remember how wrong everybody was?
Exactly again. But there's another thing, or another item to this.
Go ahead.
And as far as retaliatory actions against people in this country, my name's Kamal. I am actually my father is from the island of Trinidad. He was Muslim by birth. His great-grandparents...
You're going to have to get to the point.
Okay, I understand. And I'm also half Jewish, so I'm one of these people that can speak for both sides of the event. But if you want proof, then I guess you can look at the fact that it was reported, I believe, by your station or another station, that bin Laden short-sold stocks on assumptive insurance companies in Europe.
Once again, not to get in the middle of your thought, but there are suspicions once again that perhaps associates or people with ties to bin Laden sold short stocks in insurance companies and airlines and the like ahead of the bombing of the World Trade Center. But once again, it hasn't been proved. They're in the process of tracking. There was a tremendous number of short orders placed to sell these stocks down ahead of the event. What they're trying to find out is who placed these orders to sell the stocks, and what are their ties, if any, possibly to Osama bin Laden. We're going to have to leave it there, Kamal. I appreciate your call. When we get back, we'll talk to Dr. Al-Fadl at UCLA about what events perhaps occurred that have caused bin Laden and his followers to apply such a twisted interpretation to the law of Islam. We'll be back after this.
medicine. These are the cells in your body. Take most medicines and they scatter throughout your body to every cell. But right now, America's pharmaceutical company researchers are creating new smart medicines. They can ignore healthy cells and go straight to the disease. It may mean fewer side effects and increased effectiveness, leading to better ways to fight illnesses like leukemia, arthritis, and heart disease right where they live. Soon, there will be a lot more of these smart medicines. They'll zero in on disease, improve people's lives, and give families hope. You can bank on it. There are over 40,000 pharmaceutical company researchers in America, and they're the science behind new medicines and new hope.
How can you provide for the future of the people who depend on you? With the power of Pacific Life. For over 130 years, Pacific Life has improved the lives of millions with investments, annuities, and insurance. Because careful planning today can help them reach their dreams tomorrow. Discover the power of Pacific Life.
Look in my eyes. Tell me what you see.
Critics are giving Hearts in Atlantis 4 stars. Anthony Hopkins delivers another wonderful performance. Hearts in Atlantis, rated PG-13. Sneak preview this Friday and Saturday starts September 28th.
A new war on terror begins. U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld joins Paula Zahn from New York, plus John Keane from Washington, for the latest overnight developments and continuing coverage of America's New War, beginning 7 Eastern tomorrow morning on CNN.
We've got Ken on the phone in Tennessee. What's your question, Ken?
Oh, I guess my main question is just the fact that I spoke to about 15 or 20 other fellows last night, and I would like to know how they would like I guess you want to say a force put together that would cover your public and private airfields, and the only thing that they would have to do with them is pay for their uniforms. This I'm talking about
friends of yours?
Oh no, sir. I'm talking about basically Vietnam vets.
Oh, okay. I hear
All
you.
the ones I've talked to,
I hear you.
They'd be more than happy to do it. And
There was another idea about, we had a retired cop call the other night and say, until they have time to train these sky marshals, how about if they ask for volunteers from the ranks of retired police officers? And that was, it was an interesting idea. There are a lot of resources in this country and people who are willing to help, and that's another idea to file and perhaps work on in the future. Our guest in California is Dr. Khalid Abu El Fadl. And I was curious, Dr. El Fadl, what are the events that caused this radical interpretation of Islamic law to the point where we have these kinds of terrorist operations going on around the world?
Well, I don't believe that this level of radicalization, this level of immorality and ugliness is produced by one or two events. Believe it or not, it takes quite a long time to create the type of cultural setting that is capable of producing such terrorists. And in this particular case, one is the historical fact of the disintegration and the crumbling of the Islamic civilization, of the fact that Muslims go from a civilization at the top of the world, the source of sciences and enlightenment and literature and art and so on, to being divided into nation states that are among the third world countries. Of course, the systematic processes of colonialism which undid and deconstructed many of the established social institutions and religious institutions, and then the mere fact that the third world, particularly the Arab part, with all the dreams of grandeur and a rebirth of their civilization, came to nothing. And United States as the leader, the sort of father figure of the world, becomes the project, the object or the scapegoat for the projection of many social, political, historical frustrations. And it has to be understood within this process.
That's interesting. How big a piece of the Islamic population feels this way, roughly? What kind of percentages are we talking about here?
Well, you know, there's a difference between feeling frustrated and defeated and becoming a criminal. And, you know, there's no mincing of words about this. Those individuals moved from frustration, social, political, historical frustration, to committing inhumane and criminal acts. And what percentage of Muslims feel a degree of frustration and sadness about the state of Muslim nations? A very high percentage. What percentage transforms this frustration into a criminal act? A very, very small percentage. The difference is one person can feel frustration and make it a source for striving to improve their own conditions.
And then there's the criminal mentality that takes that same frustration and lashes out and projects it on someone else. And it doesn't have to be an Islamic fundamentalist. It happens among all races of people all over the world. Let's get a question in, and I want to get to the General Wesley Clark in Washington here in a couple of minutes. Clinton's on the phone in Kentucky. Clinton, what's your question?
Actually, it's Kenton. Before the
Kenton, I'm sorry.
Before the question, I'd just like to say that I hope Osama bin Laden is found and punished severely for what he has done, but if he is brought to America, how would he stand a fair trial?
That's a very good question. I guess it would depend in large part on the body of the evidence that was brought to bear against him. And beyond that, I don't know. Maybe it would have to be tried by the World Court in The Hague or someplace like that. But maybe it would not be possible in this country to give him a fair trial. Thanks, Clinton. Is General Clark available? All right. Let me ask you this. We were talking, all right, you want to do a break? We'll do a break. And we'll do a break and we'll come back. Stay with us.
AOL is very easy to use.
I was real scared to use any computer at all, but it really was easy.
If I could do it, how hard can it be? You've got mail. My mother uses email to keep in touch with the grandkids. Instant messages are great.
One big community.
I can get information instantaneously.
I like to see what the news is.
I do check the weather a lot.
I manage my portfolio on AOL. I plan my summer vacation on AOL.
I get 24-hour customer service, and it's free.
America Online.
It's easy and it's fast.
So easy to use, no wonder it's #1. Call 1-800-4ONLINE.
They're coming through TAM, Williams volunteers from all over the country, riding along pipeline routes, raising money for the United Way. Last year, $16 million. This year, even more. Please support your local United Way with a contribution that stays in your community. We don't think of it as charity. We think of it as our investment in a better world.
Sometimes you may struggle to make sense of it all. The great good in the world, the great evil that threatens it, the selfless acts, the senseless acts. And you may ask yourself why, and wonder where to find the answers, the wisdom to understand, the strength to find hope.
Enter a new era of discovery at Bristol Myers Squibb, where groundbreaking genetic research is underway.
Winning the Tour de France was a victory for cancer medicines. But Luke, it's just the start of incredible things to come.
At the Bristol-Myers Squibb Center for Applied Genomics, researchers strive to unlock the secrets of breast cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes to lead the way in new frontiers against disease.
Hope, triumph, and the miracle of medicine. Bristol-Myers Squibb Company.
All vacations are canceled until the network integration is complete? I'll bet his, I bet. What is it this time? Jumbles of hardware? Databases built on 10 different platforms in 20 different countries? Does he think that's news to me? Serve it up. Send it my way. Bring it on, buddy, because I'll get it done. And that happy vacationer, the one waving from the beach as your yacht passes by, that man is going to be me.
You can accomplish anything, even seamless integration. Fujitsu, the possibilities are infinite.
Have you gotten yourself into too much credit card debt? You may be able to point and click your way out with a second mortgage from Ditech.com. Whether you have equity or no equity, Ditech has a second mortgage with a no closing cost option that may help lower your monthly payments. Why pay minimum monthly payments when you can pay off your high interest debt with a second mortgage from Ditech.com? For fast, friendly service, apply online or call us at 1-800-71-FIX now.
All right, our guest in Washington, D.C. tonight is a former commando of NATO forces in Europe. He's retired General of the Army Wesley Clark. He's also CNN military analyst. And I'd like to welcome you, sir, to Hotline. Nice to have you with us.
Thanks. Good to be here.
What about this suggestion on the part of the Islamic fundamentalists that we sort of brought this on ourselves over time?
Well, there's no question that there's been a 3-century struggle on the part of Islam to adapt to the West, beginning really with the voyages of discovery, the move into the Persian Gulf by the Brits, the discovery of oil on the Arabian Peninsula and so forth. There have been many, many forces of the West impacting on Islam, and Islam has struggled for centuries to try to adapt to this. This is one of the latest unfortunate adaptations that's emerging. And as the scholar said, that there are many different factors causing this. Afghanistan has been in such turmoil for 20 years. It's such a tragedy, and it's been the breeding ground for, I think, the strongest sense of radicalism that then goes back and affects others. But some of it comes from Saudi Arabian teaching doctrine, too.
All right. Dr. Al-Fadl, I want to ask you about anti-Arabic sentiment in this country, more specifically anti-Islamic sentiment. I'm almost embarrassed to tell this story, but I was coming home from dinner tonight, and I was driving in my car, and I glanced in the rearview mirror, and behind me in a rather large and imposing SUV was a guy right out of Central Casting, probably a 50-ish-year-old man with a turban, a long flowing beard, dark skin, and for just a split second, it was almost an involuntary reaction, but I reacted. I mean, I was ashamed of what happened, but it happened just that fast, and there is such emotion in this country now. You're getting reports of attacks and all kinds of things going on around the country. What, if anything, can be done about that in light of the horrific nature of what happened?
Well, first we have to keep in mind that a hate crime is a hate crime is a hate crime. Terrorism is a hate crime. That is basically the essence of terrorism. Now, the response to terrorism through hate crimes is another form of terrorism. You know, I believe that a bad act, a hate crime or a terrorist act, is immoral, regardless of the reasons or justifications or causes. And so, unfortunately, yes, there have been fatalities. There have been people who are either Arab or look Arab, but are not, who have been killed. There have been beatings, there have been threats, there have been numerous types of backlashes. But it's important to keep in mind that those who perpetuate these acts are engaging in the same type of hateful logic that the terrorists use. Now, that's one. The second, if I might just jump in and maybe be a bit, unusual in saying that I am not impressed in the least with the efforts of either Bush or his administration in trying to deal with this form of egregious crime.
Can you be more specific?
Well, I believe that basically the response has been to say, listen, don't attack Muslims, don't attack Arabs because they're peace-loving people. I believe that put your money, put your resources where your mouth is. We've got a new anti-terrorism bill that is being proposed that greatly expands the powers of the federal government. We know how the secret evidence and anti-terrorism bill of '96, what type of impact it had. It basically impacted disproportionately on Arabs and Muslims. And how about a new hate crime bill? How about toughening? How about sending out the message of zero tolerance for hate crimes? That as a society we will not stand for it. We're putting in a lot of resources in terrorism in terms of dollars. I'm all for it. And in fact, I believe that the most effective way of fighting terrorism is infiltration and penetration within terrorist organizations. However, how about putting in resources in prosecuting and going after those individuals that commit hate crimes? I don't believe.
All right, I've got to interrupt you. I'm very sorry, but I've got to get a station break in. We'll continue this in a moment. You're watching Hotline. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Business.
E-business.
Sir Speedy Printing.
SirSpeedy.com.
Face-to-face.
Online interface.
Personal.
Productive.
Local.
Global.
Very human.
Very modern.
Easy.
Easy.
Sir Speedy.
Either way.
The search for life and loved ones continues as President Bush promises victory against terrorism. For complete coverage, stay with CNN.
Get ready to take down this phone number because now you can get a 120-day supply of Passion ZX for free. To introduce you to Vitafree.com, we're giving away a full 120-day supply of this incredible new all-natural herbal supplement for free. Enerex and Viramax sell for up to $200, but Vitafree.com is giving away a full 120-day supply of Passion ZX free. If you're one of the many Americans who wants to put romance back in your life, then you need Passion ZX. It's time to stop blaming yourself because now you can make that special relationship the most satisfying it can be.
I heard about this free offer for Passion ZX on the radio. I can't believe what it did for the romance in our relationship.
Passion ZX saved our marriage.
Don't pay up to $200 for Enerex or Viramax. Call the 800 number on your screen and get a 120-day supply of Passion ZX free. Or log on to Vitafree.com. That's right, call right now or log on and get your free 120-day supply of Passion ZX shipped confidentially to you today.
This is CNN.
Welcome back to CNN's Hotline. I'm Jack Cafferty, 1234 in the East. Let's get a news update now from my friend Garrick Utley. Garrick?
Thanks, Jack. There are a lot of ramifications and repercussions of this bombing, the attack down here at the Trade Center, which we don't really see. They're not the headline stories. They get lost, but I just want to note a couple of them these early morning hours here in New York. First of all, over on the East River here, the east side is the headquarters of the United Nations. Now, end of September, Jack, about the third or fourth week of September, big meeting, General Assembly. World leaders come from all over the world, 150 nations or more. They talk about making this imperfect world a better place. A lot of talk. Sometimes they actually take some action. Not this year. First time in the 56-year history of the UN, no General Assembly. They're not going to come here. The UN, the police can't handle the security. Also, financial leaders, bankers meeting in Washington for the World Bank session, the International Monetary Fund, key organizations. That's already also been canceled. Let's go downtown and look at checking at the site here. These are our live pictures of the disaster site. The rescue workers are continuing to search, as we know. but not much hope is being held out following the disaster. 218 people are confirmed to be dead, but 5,422 are still missing. New York's Mayor Giuliani says the likelihood of recovering anyone else alive from the rubble is now very, very small, but he isn't giving up all hope.
We have search and rescue teams here from Los Angeles, from Chicago, from Indianapolis, from Tampa, from all over the country. And they're good, they're enormously effective, and they're relieving our firefighters. And New Yorkers have the feeling, and not just the feeling, the reality, that we're one nation.
Meanwhile, President Bush is doing what he can for those affected by this horrible tragedy. Just a few hours ago, he signed the $40 billion emergency spending package to help pay for the relief, recovery, and early investigative costs. Bush also signed the joint congressional resolution which gives him the authorization to use military force to retaliate. Meanwhile, the president is looking at ways to help the airline industry. You might call that the flying wounded rather than the walking wounded. Sources tell CNN the White House and congressional leaders are nearing an agreement to spend $15 billion to help the industry survive. The package could reach the House floor as early as Friday. Why is this happening? Well, airline officials and industry analysts say much of the industry could go bankrupt if Congress doesn't help. Congress agrees the nation needs an airline industry. Well, the ripple effect continues, speaking of airliners. Big example, they don't come bigger than this in the U.S., that's Boeing Commercial Aviation Division. The company's announced just a few hours ago they're planning to lay off 20 to 30,000 workers in their commercial section by the end of next year. The reason simply cited by the company a drastic drop in orders for new planes. And as we look at these ripple effects, the collateral damage, so to speak, we look at all kinds of industries, Jack. Take ours, the television industry, not just because we work in it, but viewers watching the show are looking for the fall season. It's been delayed a week. It'll start, most programs will start next week, but what's the public going to be watching? How are tastes going to change? How would you like to be the producer, for example, of Survivor? Big hit. But hey, what's Survivor? What's reality television after this has happened? Let's say you're the producer or the writer for West Wing. Most of your shows are in the can. Well, the West Wing in Washington these days is about retaliation in Afghanistan. How do you work that and how do you handle that? At least there's one series about the CIA. Maybe that's a program whose time has come. Good guessing on their part. Back to you, Jack.
These reality shows, though, they really do seem pretty trivial all of a sudden, don't they?
They do.
Big Brother. I mean, what is that? The other thing that's kind of hard to believe, Gary, I was reading the paper this morning, there's 1.5 million people in New York City that cannot see us, for example, on CNN because they didn't have cable. This is 2001, and 1.5 million people in New York City still don't have cable television. And the broadcast stations that would carry this, all their antennas were on top of the World Trade Center.
A lot of those stations went dark a week ago Tuesday morning.
Yeah. All right, Gary Cutley, thank you. We have a caller in North Carolina. Will, what's your question?
Well, yeah, I was pretty curious as to the national climate. It seems that people expect to see this man paraded in front of U.S. courts in handcuffs. I don't think that's going to happen. When you're talking about counter-terrorist organizations, they're going to go in there, and I think there's only one outcome to this. I don't think the U.S. justice system applies to terrorists. I believe that the law of war applies to terrorists, and if General Clark will address that. Also, yeah, you mentioned these reality shows. I don't see a pudgy naked man as a survivor as compared to some of these people coming out of this rubble.
No, I agree. None of those shows seem to have any relevance at all. But, somebody made the point that it was a kind of a reflection on where we've come in the last 10 years as a society. We had the end of the Cold War. We prosecuted the Persian Gulf War. Very clean, surgical, not a lot of casualties, over in a reasonable period of time. The stock market went on the greatest bull run of this century. And for the last 10 years, this country has gotten fat, living a good life, and taken a whole lot of things for granted, and gotten lazy in terms of even perhaps stimulating their minds, which is why these meaningless kinds of programs became so very popular. We didn't want to have to think any harder than watch that guy you were talking about walking around out there looking for a fish. Thanks for your call. Let's get some thoughts on General Wesley Clark, former NATO commander and panelist, CNN military analyst, joining us from Washington, D.C. Why does the president make such a point of talking about patience? I mean, we hear that word over and over and over every day.
Well, I think it's a very important point because we're all angry. America's angry, and you can tell it in the call-in shows and just people on the street. But this is not a campaign that can be conducted by firing off a few Tomahawk missiles and slamming into terrorist training camps in Afghanistan. We know where those camps are, or at least where they were. The reports are most of them have been evacuated right now. Rather, we're trying to go after not facilities, but the terrorists themselves. To do that takes a lot of intelligence. Now, we have a lot of intelligence. We have a lot of information. We've been watching them for years. But we haven't backtracked all of the leads that are coming out of this terrible tragedy. And we haven't had the fullest information from some of our close friends.
And we have
so we want more, and that takes time to build.
We have a lot of intelligence, and we have a big budget for intelligence gathering, but there were indications 3 weeks before this happened that hints had been planted in some publications overseas. And then this story I picked up earlier that apparently authorities in the Philippines got wind of this plot to blow up buildings using hijacked airliners in 1995. They claim they gave the information to the FBI, and that's the end of the story. Nobody seems to know what happened after that. Do we have the intelligence capability to do this kind of operation? I mean, there's some signs around that we're not real sharp at this game.
Well, anytime you look in depth at intelligence, you'll find oversights and omissions and mistakes. And it'll be interesting to track this back and find out why we didn't get those warnings and why we didn't understand them. But I think it also indicates the fact that we've had a lot of effort put into this. We've tried very hard to continue life as usual, continue business as usual while dealing with these terrorist organizations. I think that's over. I think it's clear now that we can't tolerate the existence of the terrorist network. It has to be taken down. That requires patience in building up the information that's required to take it down. It also requires time to pull the coalition together. This is an international problem. In fact, it's primarily a domestic problem in about between 25 and 60 states where there are terrorist cells working. And the first line of attack is really the law enforcement agencies in those states. So they've got to be mobilized. Some of them have to be trained. Some of them have to be convinced to take action. Some of them may need information on what's going on their soil, and some of them may be complicit with the terrorists. That all has to be sorted out and put together and work.
Some of them are being blackmailed by
right
these
now.
groups too, aren't they? Some of them are just
There's
simply
no
being
question
blackmailed.
about
I mean, the Taliban. I mean, it's the quid pro quo is leave us alone, we'll leave you alone. Let us blow up the World Trade Center, do the rest of our heinous behavior, and we won't be blowing up, the buildings in your capital.
Well, Osama bin Laden's been deeply involved with the Taliban, and there's no doubt some of them will feel they owe him. He's brought them reinforcements. He's actually put his fighters in to help them in some of the battles, and he's probably brought them money as well. So there's a symbiotic relationship there.
We have a caller in California. Peter, what's your question?
Thank you, Jack. General, I think this question could go towards you. Basically, I've heard a lot of reports, previous reports, that we're spread real thin around the world militarily, that our military is somewhat weaker now. We do have our fingers in a lot of pies around the world. My question's really two things. Why are there no reports about how we're being protected here in the homeland? Are there vaccines for smallpox? Are there vaccines for anthrax? And what's being done about it?
Well, okay, first with respect to the spreading of the military, yes, we've got troops deployed all over the world. We typically keep about 100,000 troops in Europe, about 100,000 in the Pacific. We have another 25 to 40,000 in the Persian Gulf at any one time. And in addition, and that's from a total of about 1.4 million men and women in the active armed forces. We have about 1 million more in the reserves. We've got plenty of strength, and it's mobile, and we can pull it together, and we can do things. Could we be stronger? Sure, but we're adequate to this task with the training and the reinforcement and the extra money that's being appropriated now by the Congress. So I think we'll be all right in that. With respect to the vaccines for smallpox and anthrax, there is anthrax vaccine. There was a problem in the quality control of its production. There were political, legal questions about how effective it was, and there were some people in the armed forces who didn't want to take it, and it became an issue here. I think that issue is about to go away. As far as smallpox is concerned, smallpox was eradicated from the world several decades ago, It was a fantastic work to track it down and isolate it to some villages in Africa where it was completely contained, and then there was no more. The smallpox virus is kept in at least 2 locations that I know of, but the problem with smallpox is that those of us who've been vaccinated, that vaccine has worn off, gone out of our bodies in the 30 years since there's been no smallpox. And in addition, smallpox can be created in different strains. And so it's not clear that even if you had the old vaccine, it would necessarily protect against some bioengineered smallpox. There's a lot of work being done. The work is highly classified, obviously. But everybody acknowledges that this is an area of high risk, and it's something our government's going to have to work on very hard.
We're talking to General Wesley Clark, who's retired General of the Army and former NATO commander. We're going to take a break. The number will be on your screen. It's there now. If you have a question, call us. Coming up in the next hour, we'll talk to Rick MacArthur. He's the publisher of Harper's Magazine. The Pentagon says they're not going to let the news media go along on this venture when they start battling terrorism around the world. And he's got some interesting ideas on why he doesn't like that idea at all. Back after this.
I remember 20 years ago how they turned the racing world upside down. First by introducing the race car with quattro all-wheel drive, and second by having a woman driving.
How can you provide for the future of the people who depend on you? With the power of Pacific Life. For over 130 years, Pacific Life has improved the lives of millions with investments, annuities, and insurance. Because careful planning today can help them reach their dreams tomorrow. Discover the power of Pacific Life.
We can expect in the coming months is Director of Product Development, Paul Noon.
Got it. Nortel Networks is building the new high-performance internet, the wireless internet, with optical technology that makes it faster.
Overall, this has been an exciting
and more
year.
reliable.
But the next few months will mark the beginning of a new Gesundheit.
Come together.
In fact, with technology changing
over me.
America trusts America Online to make everything easy.
It's just real simple to keep in touch with AOL.
Oh, I love hearing you've got mail.
Instant messages are so much fun.
And now AOL makes it easier to get health information with WebMD.
I discovered WebMD.
WebMD is America's leading source of health information online. Communities on everything from diabetes to weight loss.
Love the chat room.
A site that I trust.
AOL has got it all.
Now's the perfect time to experience America Online. So easy to use, no wonder it's #1. Call 1-800-4ONLINE.
To keep your business moving in the right direction, you need to make the best decisions about your image. Fast Signs offers sign and graphic solutions to make your choices simple. With locations coast to coast, Fast Signs is ready to keep your business moving. Fast Signs, sign and graphic solutions made simple. Call, click, or visit a Fast Signs location near you.
It's easy to take electricity for granted. A lot of us aren't even sure where it comes from. So we're sometimes surprised to learn that over half of the electricity we use comes from coal.
Mrs. Wendler!
And thanks to a $50 billion investment in clean coal technologies by America's electric utilities that use coal, it's getting cleaner every day, helping us protect something we can't take for granted. Our environment.
He wants a remote photonic network with ultra-high bandwidth for the new plant, where I'll be relocated. The network? Great. You move there? No way.
You can accomplish anything, even optical networking. Fujitsu, the possibilities are infinite.
Point. Shoot. Create.
The
The HP Pavilion 7970 with the Intel Pentium 4 processor. How will you use it? Save up to $250 by mail on the HP Digital Photography Studio.
Let's check in with our Washington correspondent, Kelly Wallace at the White House, get a rundown on the President's Day. Good evening.
Good evening, Jack. Well, Wednesday will be a day of, coalition building, really trying to see what the U.S. allies are willing to do in what Mr. Bush is calling a war on terrorism. On Tuesday, of course, the President meeting in the Oval Office with French President Jacques Chirac. They met for about 2 hours. The French pledging solidarity with the United States. Also, the French leader saying it is conceivable that France could provide military troops in any international fight against terrorism. Privately, though, Jack, U.S. officials pressing the French to sever business ties with Iran and Iraq, two countries believed to be involved in state-sponsored terrorism. On the agenda Wednesday, the President to meet with the foreign ministers of Germany and Russia. On Thursday, he will meet with British Prime Minister Tony Blair. Again, tomorrow he'll also be meeting with the Indonesian President. The big focus there, Jack, is obviously getting the support of Muslim allies. That would be very important. The administration trying to send a message that this is a war against terrorism, not a war against Islam. So lots of diplomacy while the military planning continues. And also, Jack, as you know, big focus on the economy. The President expected to meet with House and Senate congressional leaders on Wednesday to focus on kind of finalizing a deal for that bailout package, a package for the airline industry, which we know is struggling right now. Jack?
Yeah, you know, France has been an ally for a long time, but I wonder, and others do as well, what you can count on from them in the final hour. Remember back when Reagan was president, they ordered some airstrikes against Gaddafi, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi in Libya. They asked permission to overfly France because it cut down the route of the bombers from bases, I think, in the British Isles, and permission to overfly was denied by the French. So those planes had to go all the way around Spain and up through the Straits of Gibraltar and down the Mediterranean in order to get to Libya. And as I recall, I'm not sure this is right, but it seems, if memory serves me, we lost a plane or two due to fuel problems because of that situation. So I don't know how much they can count on there.
Well, I mean, you know, you're sort of touching on an important point, which is, of course, the U.S. looking for actions, not words. Lots of kind words exchanged between the President and President Chirac, the French leader, pledging solidarity. But again, obviously, the U.S. definitely looking, not really probably for military support from the French, but definitely going to press the French to stop these business contacts with Iran and Iraq. And obviously, it remains to be seen if that will happen in the days ahead. Jack?
All right. Get back to you in a bit. Thanks, Kelly.
Okay.
Kelly Wallace at the White House. Let's go back out to California, where Dr. Khalid Abou El Fadl, who's an Islamic law scholar at UCLA, has been kind enough to join us this evening. Why do the Islamic countries put up with the ilks of a bin Laden and his like? Why don't they round them up themselves and do away with this kind of nonsense?
Well, I don't think they do. As you know, bin Laden, who is Saudi by birth, he was Saudi citizenship was revoked. He was denaturalized or expatriated. So he's no longer a Saudi citizen. Bin Laden followers cannot step foot in a country like Egypt or in a country like Morocco or so on, or Jordan. But there's an important point here that should not escape us, and that is these countries themselves. They have their own problems with extremists, and we cannot ignore the very real issue of the fact that when they act against these extremists, their human rights records tends to plummet. And do I care, even under these circumstances, about the human rights records in these countries? Absolutely. I think that's really what it's all about.
Sure.
The rights of human beings.
Right. Fair enough. Listen, I appreciate very much you spending the first hour on Hotline with us tonight. We are a nation that could use, I think, enlightenment when it comes to the countries and the religions and the cultures of the Middle East. I, as a journalist and reporter for the last 40 years, am guilty of not doing enough homework, even back a number of years ago when these things first began to break out around the world. So I appreciate very much you lending us your expertise tonight. Thank you, sir.
You're quite welcome.
Dr. El-Fadl from UCLA. Quick question. Lisa's in California, then we got to do a station break. Lisa, what can we do for you?
Yes, I was wondering, as the president, how it is that we know that the other countries that are stating that they were going to support us, how do we know that our troops aren't being set up or going out there?
Well, depending on which countries you're talking about, it's probably a legitimate question. When you get protestations of support from certain, shall we say, borderline regimes. I mean, I saw a picture in the paper the other day of Yasser Arafat giving blood for American victims, and I don't know. I mean, what do you do with that? I mean, how do you put that in the file? So it's a good question, and obviously the safety of our troops is the general available? Maybe he can address that. What about this idea that we risk putting troops into situations where the political rhetoric has led us to believe one thing when the actuality may be something else, General?
Well, I think we'll be very careful about that. Every nation in this coalition is going to have different national interests. We have a special relationship with Israel. Other countries have special relationships with their neighbors. They've got specific problems. So some people call this an idea of a floating coalition, but it won't be a lockstep. And so we'll have to be wary everywhere we go exactly what the conditions are, what we can count on, what we can't count on. And that's part of the art of putting this coalition together. I know that our government's working very hard on this right now.
All right, coming up, thank you, General. In the next hour, more with General Wesley Clark, retired Army commander and former NATO commander. Also, we'll be joined in the next hour by Rick MacArthur, who is the publisher of Harper's Magazine. We're going to talk about how the press is, what kind of job they've done of covering the World Trade Center and Pentagon disasters, and new restrictions on the possible use of the News Corps in the upcoming military. Back after this.
Bringing you the latest reports as events unfold in America's new war. Stay with CNN.
Get ready to take down this phone number, because now you can get a 120-day supply of Passion ZX for free. To introduce you to VitaFree.com, we're giving away a full 120-day supply of this incredible new all-natural herbal supplement for free. Enerex and Viramax sell for up to $200, but VitaFree.com is giving away a full 120-day supply of Passion ZX free. If you're one of the many Americans who wants to put romance back in your life, then you need Passion ZX. It's time to stop blaming yourself, because now you can make that special relationship the most satisfying it can be.
I heard about this free offer for Passion ZX on the radio. I can't believe what it did for the romance in our relationship.
Passion ZX saved our marriage.
Don't pay up to $200 for Enerex or Viramax. Call the 800 number on your screen and get a 120-day supply of Passion ZX free. Or log on to VitaFree.com. That's right, call right now or log on and get your free 120-day supply of Passion ZX shipped confidentially to you today.
Sports has a new shape, the Octagon. The Ultimate Fighting Championship is back, bigger, better. Let's get it on! Tito Ortiz battles Vitor Belfort for the UFC Light Heavyweight Championship of the world. Live from Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas, Friday, September 28th on Direct Ticket. The all-new Ultimate Fighting Championship, as real as it gets.
Here you go. You just programmed your new digital video recorder.
So now I can watch all my favorite shows whenever I want?
Yes, sir.
So if I just walk out the door right now, it'll record?
Automatically.
I'm stepping towards the door, and I'm not missing a thing.
Right.
It's prime time, and I'm leaving the house. I am now on the porch.
Introducing DirecTV receivers with digital video recording. Now you can watch what you want, when you want. Visit these retailers for a demo today.
This is CNN.
Welcome back to the second hour of CNN Hotline. I'm Jack Cafferty. The program is coming to you live from New York City. It's 1 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, and for a roundup of the latest news, let's go now to Garrick Utley. Garrick?
Yes, Jack, and let's cast a quick look at the Middle East, not the part around the Persian Gulf or Afghanistan, but that long-running horrendous dispute and violence between Israel and the Palestinians. We sort of lost sight of it. It's jumped off the radar screen, if you will. But there's some encouraging news. Right now there's a ceasefire in effect between the Israelis and the Palestinians. The Prime Minister of Israel, Prime Minister Sharon, says if it holds for 48 hours, he'll allow talks to resume between the two sides. They haven't been talking for a few months right now. This is very important for President Bush because as they try to put the coalition together to go after Osama bin Laden and use perhaps military force, the Arab nations aren't really going to get on board unless they see the United States doing something to bring about peace in the Israeli-Palestinian dispute, and we'll see what happens. They've got a very important story. Let's go downtown right now. Here we are at the site in Lower Manhattan, very familiar by now, and President Bush is going to give some help for the effort there. He signed a $40 billion emergency aid package on Tuesday. That money will help in part to rebuild the World Trade Center once they decide how they want to rebuild it and how high they want to rebuild it. It'll help pay for relief and recovery efforts and some of the preliminary work in the terrorist investigations. 218 people are confirmed dead in New York. Another 5,400 are missing. Live now to the Pentagon. The Defense Department today began releasing some of the names of some of the victims in Tuesday's attack there. Among those killed at the Pentagon, 3 ranking members of the U.S. Army. Those are the guys, and sometimes women with stars or eagles on their shoulders, ranking members of the Army, along with several Army and Navy civilians who perished there. The death toll is now nearing 200 at the Pentagon. Another 124 are missing and are presumed dead. Well, still on the military subject, the Navy is weighing anchor. There it is. The aircraft carrier USS Theodore Roosevelt will soon depart Norfolk, its base. Its mission remains top secret. The Pentagon says it will not release any more details about ships' locations or movements because of wartime reporting restrictions. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says the Pentagon is now planning for what is expected to be a long war against terrorism.
The people who committed these acts are clearly determined to try to force the United States of America and our values to withdraw from the world, or to respond by curtailing our freedoms. If we do that, the terrorists will have won, and we have no intention of doing so.
In Afghanistan, the Grand Islamic Council, that's made up of 600 clerics, is scheduled to meet. It must decide what Afghanistan will do with Osama bin Laden. Are they going to hand him over or not? The Taliban says that meeting could go on for days. Why does it take so long? Well, the Council's decisions have to be unanimous, which isn't easy with 600 points of view. Let's turn to one other story on another part of the world right now, a weather story. In Taiwan, Tropical Storm Nari is its name. It's turning away from Taiwan after leaving 66 people dead on Taiwan. Nari is the worst tropical storm in decades to hit Taiwan there in the western Pacific. Jack, just a moment ago we were talking about building coalitions. You're talking about that with General Clark there. Secretary of State Powell said today that things are going well. It's coming together, the coalition. Of course, it's not going to be easy because unlike the coalition 10 years ago with the Gulf War, or 11 years ago when the elder President Bush put it together, that was one clear target, get Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait. This is much more difficult to hold them all together. An example of what the State Department is doing, it's interesting. Listen to this. We've reached out, the State Department has reached out and contacted Sudan, which ranks high up on the list of terrorist states, the list put out by the State Department, the administration, and where Osama bin Laden has been known to live. He has contacts there. We're asking Sudan, the United States is asking Sudan as to whether they could provide any information. We'll wait and see. Second country contacted, believe it or not, Cuba. The United States has sent a message to the Cuban government which condemned the terrorist attack, saying, hey, can you help us? Do you have any information? Let us know. Please. Thank you. Jack.
Unbelievable. What was it President Bush was saying the first day or two of this, that any country who has had any association with, harbors, feeds, clothes, financially supports, or in any way embraces the terrorists is as guilty as the terrorists themselves and will face the wrath of the U.S. and global military coalition that is mounted against all of this.
Absolutely, but if you can give us any help, we say the United States any help, give it to us.
On the other hand, yeah, would you mind giving us a hand here?
Sure.
Okay. The thing about the Navy, and they're not going to talk about where the ships are anymore. Apparently, if you go to the U.S. Navy website, I was reading this in the paper today, they would, on a daily basis, post not the specific location, but the general location of all the warships scattered around the world. I don't know why they would do that to begin with. I mean, that seems seems kind of silly. Maybe for purposes of, you know, people who have relatives aboard those ships. But that thing has not been updated, I was reading, since September the 10th, the day before this happened. Thanks, Gary. We've been hearing that any war that the U.S. does wage will be a secret one. The press will get only limited access to information, and in fact the rules for this engagement stand to change rather dramatically, as does the military prosecution of this campaign, if we can believe what we're starting to learn about the plans that may be underway. Joining us to talk about all of this is John MacArthur. He goes by the name of Rick. He's the publisher of Harper's Magazine. He's also the author of a very widely read book called Second Front: Censorship and Propaganda. It's the story of propaganda in the Gulf War. Rick, it's nice to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
What are you hearing about how tight it might get in terms of being able to cover whatever military response we mount?
Well, I've already heard what you've all heard, which is that it's going to be even tighter than it was during the Gulf War, which was already very bad for us, that is, us in the press. And I speak both as a reporter and as a publisher. I'm in an unusual position. And during the Gulf War, what we saw happen was that our rights as reporters to cover a war and to practice what we used to call, I guess, sentimentally informed consent for the American people, or help the American people indulge in informed consent, was practically eradicated. However, even in the Gulf War, the Bush administration, the first Bush administration, permitted pools of reporters to accompany operations, carriers, various divisions. They didn't get to see anything. They didn't get to see much of anything at all. But there was the chance that you might bump into something by accident and be able to report it, even though there was censorship within the pools. Everything had to clear security review once it was shared among all the reporters.
When did that whole attitude change? I mean, I can remember watching, you know, the great newsreels of World War II, the Ernie Piles and the great photographers who, you know, landed on the beach at Normandy with the invasion and went with the campaign all the way through, and you got these great photographs and accounts. How come we don't get that anymore? And
that's even with official censorship in World War II. You had pretty good war reporting. Some of it was pretty good. But with Vietnam, when there was wide open reporting and anybody could report anything, go anywhere with any battalion, any division, and all sorts of horror stories and photography came out of Vietnam, the military and some unscrupulous and cynical politicians decided to pin the blame for Vietnam on the press, which was preposterous. And I can assure you that reasonable people in the military, if you talk to anybody serious in the military, they think that's a preposterous theory. They'll tell you that privately. But publicly, there is now a propagated myth that the press had a great deal to do with losing Vietnam, as opposed to helping people understand what was wrong with Vietnam, which is what it was.
Why it was probably never winnable to begin with.
Not winnable to begin with, and a waste of lives and money and so on and so forth. But coming out of that and into Grenada, which is where the press restrictions really started, we weren't informed that the invasion of Grenada was going to take place. Nobody was invited along for the initial landing. And as a result, we still don't know a lot about what happened in Grenada. This was followed up with the invasion of Panama, where the reporters were kept essentially imprisoned on an air base in Panama after they arrived late to begin with. And then it was codified in the Gulf War with this crazy pool system. And now the press, in part, because it gave in to the pool system, is in a position where it has absolutely no leverage.
Is it possible that the reason that they're going to put the clamps on any coverage here is maybe twofold? One, the president keeps asking for patience. This may be a long and difficult campaign. The quickest way for the American public to lose patience is to start seeing body bags with these kids coming out of these engagements and being brought home. If there's no press, they're not going to see that. So maybe, I mean, this is a cynical idea, but maybe that's one way to keep the public behind the war effort. The second thing that occurs to me, I can't remember right now, and I had it right here, and I'll get it in a second, but what about this idea that it's a way to manipulate public opinion at home? If they can't see the bad part of it, I know what the other part of it was. How sure is the Pentagon of what they're going to actually be undertaking here? I'm not sure there's a real good idea yet whether they've got all their ducks in a row about what kind of operation this is even going to be. So possibility that mistakes could be made because it's a new kind of war effort. Once again, maybe they don't want that kind of thing exposed. I mean,
that's precisely the situation. Anything can happen in a war, or when you start bombing. You could bomb the wrong people to start with. You could kill people with friendly fire, your own people. All sorts of terrible things happen in war that demoralize the public or make the public question the decisions made by the generals and the politicians, and this is precisely what they want to avoid. They did it brilliantly in the Gulf War, and they did it to manipulate public opinion, keep morale up, and minimize the possibility that someone might say, let's call a halt to this, or what are we doing there in the first place, or why were we backing Saddam Hussein in the first place against Iran? And we'll get into that later, I know, but all sorts of uncomfortable, unpleasant questions don't get asked as a result of this kind of manipulation.
All right, let's take a call from Tom in Ohio. What's your question, Tom?
Yeah, I was just wanting to know, well, first of all, to answer your questions when you were talking about World War II and the Vietnam era, those were recordings that by the time the American public saw any kind of operation or anything going on, it had already been done.
That's a good point. We didn't have television.
We're in a real-time situation now.
That's a good
where
point.
If you report something, we've already known that they've got people all over the world. There's going to be someone there with a laptop and someone else at the other end of a cell phone.
Yeah, that's a good point. Go ahead, Rick.
And when people are asking, you know, why is it so hard to find Osama bin Laden? He doesn't have an entourage of cameras behind him.
Well, for starters, this is not new. Real-time reporting started, I think, with Edward R. Murrow on the rooftops of London during the Blitz by the Nazis. And nobody at that point complained about Murrow reporting what was happening in real time because it was good for morale. At that point, Roosevelt wanted to get into the war and hoped that Murrow's dramatic evocation of the Blitz would encourage Americans to side with the British. But presumably, Nazi agents in the United States could have been listening to Murrow's broadcasts, figuring out where the bombs were hitting or where they were missing. But this was a propaganda issue. And certainly the same is the case with Vietnam, where you've got a situation where you get loads and loads of bad news coming out that cannot be controlled, and the military and the politicians say to themselves, gee, we wish we could control that information so that we don't have people complaining about the war effort. It cuts both ways.
Let's get our Pentagon correspondent Mark Potter into this discussion. He's live in Washington. Mark, what are you hearing down there about just how tough it's going to be to cover the military when this campaign gets underway?
Well, I believe it's going to be very tough, and the veterans who have covered this building for years say they haven't seen anything like this in a very long time, if ever. The Pentagon is making it very clear that it is going to play this very close to the vest. The White House has said, President Bush has said, that his administration will not be talking about any of its plans. Pentagon officials are not talking. Sources are drying up. Clearly the concern here is that information broadcast publicly could be picked up by the terrorist groups who watch television, and there is a concern that that could tip their hand and affect the operations and also threaten the lives of U.S. military personnel. That's always a concern. It has been with us for years, but this time, more than probably any other in recent years, they are really cracking down, keeping it very close to the vest, making sure that this is done in secret, and that's clearly the design this time. They do not want any information leaking out early. In fact, there's even a discussion, we understand from some of the people that we are talking to, about what to do with the press at the time, whether they can report from the scene even after the fact. These discussions, we are told, are underway, and it is unsettled at this time.
All right. Thank you, Mark. Is this one of those cases, Rick, that the facts may suggest that the argument is on your side, but the emotion of the time is going to cause it to go the other way? If you look back through history, there is no hard evidence of the press betraying any great battle plans. I can't think of ever.
I'm glad you said that. There is not one example, and I've studied this very carefully.
Right.
There's not one example of a reporter committing treason, essentially, giving away the game before the attack takes place,
Right.
giving away the plan. It's never happened. Although, I should have mentioned Peter Arnett. My goodness, I'm on CNN. Ted Turner made a very courageous decision during the Gulf War when all the argument about real-time reporting was going on, was hot and heavy. And does anybody today say that the fact that Peter Arnett reported live from Baghdad gave Saddam Hussein an advantage?
Yeah, it's a good point.
Gave him an edge, or it resulted in the deaths of any American servicemen? I'm not aware of anybody making that argument. I don't think it's certainly not true. But there's also something you have to get at, which is it's a kind of a libel against the press, that the press is interested in subverting the war effort, if there is a war effort. The press is supposed to be there on behalf of the people. It's supposed to bear witness to what the government or the politicians or the generals do in the name of the people. And if we still believe in informed consent in this country, which is implied in the Constitution, not enshrined, I'll admit, then we have to encourage our publishers and our media broadcast executives to fight this censorship before it starts.
Okay, we have Dinah in Maine ask a question. Dinah, what can we help you with?
The first one is, how and why did our U.S. intelligence government fail to see the warning signs? Some of our allies have told us over the years that there's going to be possible foreign threats on American soil. For example, your newscast just mentioned about a Philippine official who gave documents to the FBI in 1995. I also heard another report 2 or 3 years ago when the Russian president took office. I heard he also warned the U.S. about possible foreign terrorist threats. And it was just last year, the explosion of the USS Cole in Yemen. The writing has been on the wall. Why have we been blind to it?
Well, I tell you, it's worse than that. And again, I've heard a little bit of history on this show, actually. I started watching around 12:15. And Jack, for example, knows that the French didn't let us overfly in the bombing of Libya.
Libya, Gaddafi, right.
For example. But for the most part, I'm hearing absolutely no history on the news. And your question is very much to the point. What's worse is the CIA support of bin Laden and the Taliban during the war against Soviet occupation in Afghanistan.
We put them in business.
We put them in business. Nobody's talking about it, or hardly any. It's been mentioned in passing. I don't want to exaggerate.
Well, no, it has been.
It's been mentioned,
yeah.
But it's not being discussed systematically. It's not being explored any further than this CIA official or ex-CIA official saying, "Well, I never saw bin Laden." Yeah. Well, of course they say they never saw him or they don't know him. That's their job. They're in the spy business and they're trained to lie. But we have to get, as reporters and as journalists and as citizens, a little bit beyond the immediate heat of the moment and understand the history of this. But I'm not sure if I'm off your point now.
No, well, actually, the other part of the discussion I wanted to have with you is about the coverage of this situation, and we'll do that. We're talking. I entered the station by a couple of commercials. We're talking with Rick MacArthur. He's the publisher of Harper's Magazine, and we're going to get into the whole way that the media has covered the events at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon as CNN Hotline marches forward. It's 1:20. We'll be back.
Walgreens has thousands of locations across America, from the corner of Elm in Maine to the corner of Montgomery and Pine, to our newest location, Walgreens.com. You can manage your health care on America's healthiest website, because America's favorite corner drugstore is now located on the corner of your desk. Register online or come into Walgreens Pharmacy and we'll do it for you. Walgreens.com. Another reason Walgreens is the pharmacy America trusts.
This is a complete broadband solution with a nitro-powered on switch. This is igniting your mission-critical applications on the fattest optical IP pipe on the planet. This is your business, screaming 1,000 times faster than yesterday. This is moving beyond connected. This is riding the light. This is the technology that makes it happen. Quest. Ride the light.
Buying or selling a home? RE/MAX agents lighten that load. Averaging more than 13 years experience, they work the kind of practical magic that sets you free. RE/MAX.
They're coming through town. Williams volunteers from all over the country, riding along pipeline routes, raising money for the United Way. Last year, $16 million. This year, even more. Please support your local United Way with a contribution that stays in your community. We don't think of it as charity. We think of it as our investment in a better world.
As a new war on terror begins, U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld joins Paula Zahn from New York, plus John Keane from Washington, for the latest overnight developments and continuing coverage of America's New War, beginning 7 Eastern tomorrow morning on CNN.
Walgreens has thousands of locations across America, from the corner of Elm in Maine to the corner of Montgomery and Pine, to our newest location, Walgreens.com. You can manage your health care on America's healthiest website, because America's favorite corner drugstore is now located on the corner of your desk. Register online or come into Walgreens Pharmacy and we'll do it for you. Walgreens.com. Another reason Walgreens is the pharmacy America trusts.
Want a job that makes you happy? Post your resume now. Monster.com.
You the monster. As this story continues to unfold, join Aaron Brown every weeknight at 10 for the latest developments and in-depth coverage of America's new war. A CNN special report with Aaron Brown every weeknight at 10 Eastern on CNN.
Welcome back. I'm Jack Cafferty. We're going now to Islamabad, Pakistan, where Tom Mintier is standing by with a live report for us. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Jack. We're about 10 hours away from the President of Pakistan, General Pervez Musharraf, making a nationwide radio and television address to explain his decision to provide unstinted support to the United States of America in its war on terrorism. We'll have to wait and see what the President has to say, but for the last 3 days he is bringing people to his house, scholars, religious leaders, press people, just about everyone. Somebody even said in the meeting yesterday he was having that he was possibly considering even bringing a group of children in to explain to them the decision. But we expect that address at about 10 hours on nationwide TV and radio to explain Pakistan's position and the reasoning behind the government's decision to side with the United States. Now, we saw some of the effects of that yesterday on the streets of Karachi, the port city. More than 3,000 people turned out for anti-American demonstrations. These were led by religious extremists opposed to Pakistan, basically providing any kind of support to the United States if there is indeed a military conflict with Afghanistan and the Taliban. These people saying that they do not support the decision by the government of Pakistan to support the United States in this effort. So it was a very loud and noisy demonstration, and probably the first of many in the large cities around Pakistan that we're going to see in the coming days. But again, the presidential address tonight may answer some of the questions of some people, but it seems these people in Karachi already have their minds made up. Now, the borders have been closed to Afghanistan for the past 2 days, a limited amount of materials passing through there. When I was at the Khyber Pass, only a few trucks loaded with grapes and melons were able to come out of Afghanistan. No people at all. They were turned back at the border and nothing going into Afghanistan. Now, the border between Pakistan and Afghanistan is extremely porous. It's about 1,000 miles long, and most of the rugged terrain has small footpaths through where people of the same family sometimes live on different sides of the border. So one part of the family may live in Pakistan, the other across the top of the mountain in Afghanistan. So while the people are not able to use the normal routes, people are saying that it's quite possible that they will move over land if the situation becomes more dire. Now, relief agencies are concerned the amount of food positioned in Afghanistan in the refugee camps that already existed may be running low very fast. As people move out of the large cities and into the border areas, they may move into the camps and also take some of that food. The relief agencies told me the other day they put 2 weeks of food in stockpile there, but that may go down to 2 days if people from the outside come in and take it. Jack?
Tom, sit tight with us for just a second, if you would. We've got a caller in Alaska who has a question about Pakistan. Brian, what can we help you with?
Hey, Jack. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, God bless America for number one. Parmentier, that sure doesn't look like a very friendly place. What are the repercussions of troops being put in Pakistan, like the Pakistanis say? What can happen to our troops there? I mean, they can overthrow that government at any time, it looks like. It doesn't look like they're on our side. Jack, real quick, number two is, I think we need to route them out in this country first. I think we need to check their visas and get them out of this country. This is our country.
Right,
yeah, there's going to be... Go ahead.
Let me get Tom Mentier's response to the potential reception that American military forces might receive inside Pakistan first. Tom, what can you tell us? You know, we've heard a lot of rhetoric out of Pakistan about how they intend to support us, but I watched an interview with the Pakistani foreign minister a couple of nights ago where he flat out dodged every question about will you allow American military to use Pakistan to stage operations into Afghanistan? You know, will you do this, will you do that? And he just flat out would not answer any of them. What about the potential risks to our forces under the guise of we support America?
Well, I think if U.S. forces are indeed stationed on Pakistani soil, and we have to point out that nothing like that has been agreed or announced. The airspace is what we keep hearing talked about, but if you're going to wage a campaign inside Afghanistan, you can't fly all your fuel in by air, so there is the possibility that some of the logistical support may have to come through Pakistan. So that is, of course, a concern. I'm sure it's a concern for the military planners, but you have to remember that this is not a democratically elected government. This is a military government in Pakistan, and they would provide security to any operation they support. U.S. military personnel probably would not be walking down the streets of Karachi or Islamabad or another city. They would be in a secured area if indeed a decision like that is made. Now, there is a delegation coming from Washington, from the State Department, the Pentagon, and other agencies that's going to be meeting with Pakistani officials over the next few days to decide exactly what type of logistical support, what type of help the United States, if it indeed launches a military operation, can expect from the Pakistani government and the Pakistani military. It's not a foregone conclusion that any U.S. troops would be stepping foot on Pakistani soil. It's something I think the Pakistan government really wants to avoid because, as we saw in Karachi yesterday, the feelings are quite strong here of anti-Americanism.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Tom Mentier, live in Islamabad, Pakistan. Time for a station break. On the backside of that, Garrett Gutley with the latest news. And then we'll continue our discussion with Rick MacArthur, who publishes Harper's Magazine, about the clampdown by the Pentagon on the coverage of any upcoming military operations and how he views the news media's handling of arguably the biggest story of perhaps the last 60, 70 years. We're back after this.
The search for life and loved ones continues as President Bush promises victory against terrorism. For complete coverage, stay with CNN.
Get ready to take down this phone number because now you can get a 120-day supply of Passion ZX for free. To introduce you to VitaFree.com, we're giving away a full 120-day supply of this incredible new all-natural herbal supplement for free. Enerex and Viramax sell for up to $200, but VitaFree.com is giving away a full 120-day supply of Passion ZX free. If you're one of the many Americans who wants to put romance back in your life, then you need Passion ZX. It's time to stop blaming yourself because now you can make that special relationship the most satisfying it can be.
I heard about this free offer for Passion ZX on the radio. I can't believe what it did for the romance in our relationship.
Passion ZX saved our marriage.
Don't pay up to $200 for Enerex or Viramax. Call the 800 number on your screen and get a 120-day supply of Passion ZX free. Or log on to VitaFree.com. That's right, call right now or log on and get your free 120-day supply of Passion ZX shipped confidentially to you today.
This
is CNN.
Welcome back. It's 1:30 in the morning in New York City, Eastern Daylight Time, and as we head into the home stretch on CNN's Hotline, let's get the latest news from my friend Garrick Utley. Garrick.
Thanks, Jack. Well, we want to report on the body count in the U.S. economy that's going up since the terrorist attacks here, and also the fact that we're in a slowing economy, if not yet a recession. It's going to be a sad day in Seattle, Washington. Boeing, the giant aircraft manufacturer, says it's going to have to lay off 20 to 30,000 employees in its commercial airplane division by the end of next year. That's a big, big hit. Obviously, it's because airlines are in critical condition. They're just flying very low financially these days. They're cutting back on their aircraft orders. Earlier today, or earlier on Tuesday, I should say, because it's already a Wednesday morning here, we got some new pictures at Ground Zero of the damage there in Lower Manhattan. We're looking at footage tape shot by FEMA. That's the federal agency that handles emergencies like this one. Some of their different perspective we see there of that same tragic sight and view. Meanwhile, in Washington at the White House, President Bush met with the President of France. President Jacques Chirac promised France's full support in the U.S. war on terrorism. He said, quote, "France is prepared and available to discuss all means to fight and eradicate this evil," unquote. President Bush said this about their meeting.
It's the first formal visit I've had with any world leader since the terrible day a week ago. After the incident, after that day, I got a lot of phone calls, and one of the most meaningful phone calls of all was from Jacques Chirac, who expressed his concern for the American citizens. He expressed his desire to stand solidly with America during this terrible, terrible day. President Chirac understands that we have entered a new type of war. It's a war against people who hate freedom.
And now we're back live in these early morning hours in New York at the disaster site. 1 week after those attacks, the hunt for victims continues. Mayor Rudy Giuliani is now saying that the chance of recovering a living person there under that pile of rubble is very, very slim. Finally, a story we think has some interest. This 3,000-pound bronze memorial is a tribute to firefighters. It was commissioned by the State Firefighters Association of Missouri, and it was at JFK Airport en route to the Show Me State last Tuesday when the disaster struck New York. Because airports were closed down, the statue, like passengers, was stuck in New York at Kennedy. Now the Pittsburgh company that cast it says it wants to give it to the city of New York. The company's president says it's in New York for a very, very good reason. Indeed it is. Just one of the tributes to the firefighters here, so many of them who have lost their lives, about 300. Jack, a footnote on this. Obviously, Mayor Rudy Giuliani has been playing a very strong role as leader, bringing the people together, making sure that things operate, that New York functions as well as it does. He's nearing the end of his second term, the end of this year. As you know, term limits here in New York are in effect, can't run again. But now there is some talk that maybe something should be done so that he can stay on for, if not for a 4-year term, for 2 more years. Interesting question, isn't it, Jack? Because what we're doing here is, do you change the rules of the democratic electoral system just because this is a man who's performed so well and the city needs this kind of figure right now? They'd have to get the state legislature, the governor to go along. It could be done. Nobody's saying it will be done. And Giuliani earlier last night on Larry King's show said, well, he's aware of this, but he hasn't really made up his mind whether he wants to take it seriously. But you know New York.
Oh yeah, no, New York is an interesting place for a lot of reasons. There was a primary election, of course, Gary, scheduled for the day of the collapse of the Twin Towers. That's been rescheduled now. And I had read something the other day where Mayor Giuliani said that he wasn't interested in trying to, stay beyond his the end of his second term. But what is being discussed with in a lot of the editorial pages and columns I've read is putting Giuliani in charge of some sort of governmental agency charged with rebuilding the city. He is a giant among the 8.5 million people, just based on his leadership qualities, his calm under fire. Here's a guy who's been battling prostate cancer, involved in arguably one of the messier divorces in this town in a while. And I mean, he rose literally from the ashes of this thing after almost losing his life. His command center was rendered inoperable. his stoicism and determination were something that I haven't seen in my young lifetime. But I think they're saying, let's name him and put him in charge of rebuilding the city, and that'd be a nice way to...
It's a nice way to do it, Jack, but you know New York, and we don't want to bore our viewers with Giuliani or New York's problems. But just imagine, New York gets a good new mayor, and it has Giuliani as sort of the recovery or rebuilding czar. I don't even know if New York with 8 million people has enough room for those two egos.
Yeah, no. And the other question is, Garrick, is you know, the job the incoming mayor is going to be faced with. I mean, the whole job assignment and descriptions changed dramatically in the last 10 days. I don't, you know, they said it was the second toughest job in the world before this.
Who wants the job now?
Yeah, thanks, Garrick Utley. Betty in Texas, can we help you with something? Good evening. Good morning.
Yes. I want to God bless America 100 times, 1,000,000 times.
There you go.
I am from Georgetown, Texas.
Yeah, how do you think your former governor's doing?
I would just like to know if the terrorists wanted to bring us to our knees, why didn't they bomb the nuclear plants?
Well, let's don't give them any ideas that they might not already have. The nuclear power plants, sadly, are vulnerable, not necessarily to attack from the air. As I understand it, the cooling systems are vulnerable, and if those would be attacked, then perhaps the reactor rods inside would overheat, and that could cause a meltdown, and that in turn could release some radioactive steam. But that's another subject for another time, Betty, and we'll pursue that with you on some other occasion. We're talking with the man who publishes Harper's Magazine about the press coverage of the events that have unfolded here. And this is maybe a trite question, but on a scale of 1 to 10, and this is a story that the media has not been confronted with. I can't remember anything like it, and I've been rattling around the business 40 years. On a scale of 1 to 10, what kind of a job did they do? 10 being an A+.
Well, on a straight spot news police reporting level, it's been a 10. It's been spectacular, and I speak as a former police reporter. I've been in the I've covered disasters. I've covered major cataclysms. Obviously, nothing like this, and I thought it was outstanding. And television, particularly in this case, did what it does best, which is to show real images of something that's really happening, that's absolutely stunning and shocking. I watched the World Trade Center collapse. I watched both towers collapse on television.
Ellie, roll that tape while we're talking here. Just
and I don't think I'll ever see anything like it again.
How do you write that?
You can't write it.
You can't write that.
And this is where television is at its best. And I'm a print person. You just can't compete with this. But also there were some very courageous reporters, print and television, who ran right to the scene, did exactly what they're supposed to do, and reported what was happening. A guy named Mike Sheehan, I've forgotten which station he works for.
I saw some of Mike's work.
Did a spectacular job with his cameramen, and the New York Times Metro desk, which used to be a joke, really turned it on and had spectacular coverage, local coverage of everything that happened. Where the press has not been good and the television has not been good is what I alluded to earlier, which is on the historical plane. The problem with television is that if you look at these images over and over and over again, as we've been doing, you get the sense that we're living in a kind of perpetual present. Yeah. No past, no future, no context. And that's where the Gulf War analogy comes in handy, which is the book I wrote. Because the Second Front, Censorship and Propaganda in the Gulf War. Because in that case you saw, I think everyone who's old enough to remember will remember that we saw a cruise missile hitting a building, actually turning a corner and hitting a building over and over and over and over again, until people got the phony impression that all the bombs in the Gulf War were smart bombs and all of them hit their targets. After the war, we found out, unfortunately because of censorship, that 93% of the bombs were dumb bombs, just ordinary gravity bombs that got dropped from B-52s. But the real story of the Gulf War was carpet bombing. I'm not saying it was good or bad or was the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do, but we were fed an inaccurate portrait of the war by the Defense Department, run by, in those days, George Bush's father, Dick Cheney, who was Secretary of
Colin
Defense,
Powell.
and Colin Powell,
Norman Schwarzkopf.
who are now in charge, and Norman Schwarzkopf. There, I have many other examples of inaccuracy.
But that was a
falsehood.
case. That was a case where the government got into the way of the flow of information. This is different.
This is different in the sense that we, at this point, have free access to these images. I'm only talking about television as a medium in this case, where seeing the same images over and over again, which I think are tremendously powerful, tremendously effective, and should never be censored, including people jumping out of the buildings. Because if you want to understand the full horror of this, you have to understand how desperate these people were.
It was those pictures that rendered the story almost incomprehensible.
Incomprehensible, but also gives rise to genuine outrage among the American people. I mean, there's a justifiable outrage that something so terrible could be done. But you have to see it to understand it. You have to be exposed to it. But you can't have it both ways. You've got to be exposed to the war images that follow if there's going to be a war. And that's where I object to the Pentagon censorship.
At the end of the day, on the Persian Gulf War, did the censorship detract from the truthfulness of what went on? You suggested that 90% of the bombs that were dropped were not the smart weapons.
Right.
I mean, we'd have these briefings, and they would show us the smart weapons. There were some reporters, as I recall, on the ground when the ground troops went in, when they liberated Kuwait and all of that. It seems like I recall seeing some reporters on the ground. But up to that point, it was very closely managed. Did we miss anything of vital importance as a result of the censorship in that war?
Well, the percentage of smart bombs versus dumb bombs, certainly. We also missed any pictures of Iraqi soldiers being killed. And there were plenty of pictures of them. At one point, a Los Angeles Times reporter accidentally was able to view a gun camera shot of Iraqi soldiers being mowed down. He reported it in the Los Angeles Times with no pictures. And even in Los Angeles, based on a print story, people were so horrified by what was being described that they shut this guy, John Balzar, down. He's still a working reporter.
I remember that.
And wouldn't let him see anything from then on. And no one has ever seen those images of the Iraqi soldiers being killed. Again, you don't have to be pro-Gulf War or anti-Gulf War to feel that it's, as a citizen, it's your responsibility even to know what we were doing there, who we were killing, how we were killing them. Sure. Too much of this has come out after the war. Seymour Hersh's expose in the New Yorker, hate to mention a competing magazine, but Hersh's expose was brilliant. So you got no sense of what the war was about or what it was like on the ground. And that's a terrible disservice to the American people.
Speaking of credit where credit's due, Sheehan, I'm told, works for Channel 5 here in New York, the Fox O&O. Let's take a call from Tennessee. Omar, what can we help you with?
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
First, I'd like to congratulate you on your excellent program. I've enjoyed watching it these past couple days.
Glad you tuned it in.
What I have to say is does tie into what Mr. McCarthy is saying in terms of the need for context in terms of TV portrayals. What comes to mind for myself is how CNN reported those Palestinians celebrating at this horrific news of the attack.
You know, little kids dancing in the street.
Yeah, exactly. But a lot of people didn't, first of all, the pictures made it sound like all the Palestinians were celebrating, as opposed to such a handful of kids. But you don't hear how so many different Arab and Muslim groups have condemned this terrible act from the beginning. And I think television needs to take be a little bit more responsible in delivering the context of serious problems, because people's lives can be affected.
I gotta do a commercial break, Omar. I appreciate your call. I'm glad you like the program, and I'll talk to you again at some point. But I've got to do some commercials. We'll be back after this. You're watching CNN Hotline. Be the name of this program.
Point, shoot, create.
The HP Pavilion 7970 with the Intel Pentium 4 processor. How will you use it? Save up to $250 by mail on the HP Digital Photography Studio.
It's easy to take electricity for granted. A lot of us aren't even sure where it comes from. So we're sometimes surprised to learn that over half of the electricity we use comes from coal.
Mrs. Windler!
And thanks to a $50 billion investment in clean coal technologies by America's electric utilities that use coal, it's getting cleaner every day, helping us protect something we can't take for granted. Our environment.
How can you provide for the future of the people who depend on you? With the power of Pacific Life. For over 130 years, Pacific Life has improved the lives of millions with investments, annuities, and insurance. Because careful planning today can help them reach their dreams tomorrow. Discover the power of Pacific Life.
After another day of mourning, those left standing continue their search for life and loved ones. And the stage is set for a borderless war, as President Bush promises victory against terrorism. For complete coverage, stay with CNN.
This is a medicine. These are the cells in your body. You take most medicines and they scatter throughout your body to every cell. But right now, America's pharmaceutical company researchers are creating new smart medicines. They can ignore healthy cells and go straight to the disease to fight illnesses like leukemia, arthritis, and heart disease. Soon, there will be a lot more of these smart medicines. You can bank on it.
What kind of rooms you got?
King size.
You got room service?
Donuts and coffee.
Got entertainment?
All rooms have every movie ever made in every language, anytime, day or night.
How is that possible? This is the technology that makes it happen. This is Riding the Light. Quest.
If you are seeking someone you believe to be missing from the attack on the World Trade Center or the Pentagon, log on to cnn.com/missing to submit a photograph and description. Please include your contact information.
A couple of quick pieces of breaking news in conjunction with the ongoing investigation into last Tuesday's events. We understand that 3 people in Detroit have been arrested on visa and identity charges, and that a Pakistani convenience store owner in rural southern Texas also arrested in conjunction with the investigation into the World Trade Center events. The charges in Texas had to do with some sort of ammunition violations. I want to go back to our Pentagon correspondent, Mark Potter. And Mark, you were talking earlier about how it's drying up down there. The Pentagon's drying up. You can't get people to answer it. But what happens when you try to reach out and get information? What's the response?
Well, the response is pretty clear. They're very quiet. There's not much of a response, to be honest with you. The word is
do they
out
tell
here.
you, like, we've been told not to talk to you? I mean, are they that forthcoming, saying that we've been told not to speak to the press, or?
They're just not available. The word is out here. There are people to talk to, but the word is out here, obeyed by almost all, that this is to be kept quiet, kept close to the vest. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld has said categorically that he doesn't want people talking about classified information. The President has said it. The word is very clear, and the concerns have been expressed clearly, too. They don't want to tip off the terrorists who watch television. They don't want to do anything to harm U.S. military personnel. So it is difficult, and as I said before, the reporters who cover this as a regular beat all the time say they haven't seen anything like this. It is difficult, and sometimes it involves even more mundane things that you wouldn't expect to have trouble with. Ship locations, things like that that are on the internet are not there now. The last entry was September 10th. So this is a very different scenario. There's an argument for it. But it's, you know, very objectively, I can just say it's different than what has been seen here in the past.
Kelly Wallace of the White House, is anybody asking administration officials about what kind of directives are going out before there's any kind of military action at all concerning talking to the news media?
Well, I mean, just following up on Mark's point, I mean, it is very tight within the West Wing. Senior administration officials not really talking about anything, keeping everything close to the vest as well. So obviously it's a directive that's coming down from the top, from the president. And you're seeing this, Jack, with a variety of things. You know, the White House has asked us as well to not report the president's schedule until it is out there, not to report that he's going to be traveling from point A to point B because of the concerns, the security threats out there. So we're really operating in really a new environment right now, information about the president's schedule being closely held, and then these details. Again, it's really coming from the top that senior officials are not to talk about anything until, of course, this operation is underway.
All right, thanks, Kelly. There was one person talking at the Pentagon today, though. The prospect of a major U.S. military campaign against terrorism comes, this according to Associated Press, as the Pentagon grows closer to running out of vaccine to combat the deadly anthrax virus. When asked about it, a guy named Jim Turner, the spokesman for the Pentagon, said, "I'm not going to talk about it." That's a quote. Rick MacArthur, Harper's Magazine, wrote a widely read book, Second Front Censorship and Propaganda in the Persian Gulf War. The citizens of this country have been asked, this is a philosophical question, I suppose, to be agreeable to giving up, perhaps short-term, perhaps not, some of their freedoms. Heightened security at the airports. John Ashcroft, the Attorney General, is asking Congress for a broader wiretap legislation to allow them to do increased surveillance on people that they're interested in looking at. Why shouldn't the news media be asked to go along with what could arguably be said is in the national interest and in the national security, which is to protect the confidentiality of battle plans that could compromise the lives of soldiers?
Well, as I said earlier, they have. I mean, they would. Nobody is talking about giving away the battle plans before, or the invasion plan, or the arrest plan before it happens, and it doesn't happen in wartime. American reporters don't do that sort of thing. And this is a lot of hot air and propaganda from the government, from the Bush administration, which learned from the Gulf War that it's very easy to manipulate the press and to manipulate public opinion if you restrict access to the battlefield or to the area of military engagement, whatever you want to call it, whatever euphemism they decide to use. But all of this runs counter to the democratic notion of an informed citizenry. Suppose things go wrong.
Yeah.
Suppose Congress has second thoughts about giving Bush unlimited power to do whatever he wants to do militarily, or unlimited authorization. Suppose they bomb the wrong place and a lot of civilians get killed. Aren't we, as citizens, don't we have a right to know that? Don't we have a right to change our minds? Don't we have a right to ask our elected representatives to change their minds? The media is essential in this. The other two things you've talked about, airport security, we're all for tighter airport security. I don't consider that unreasonable search and seizure, a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Wiretapping goes back and forth.
That's a civil liberties
That's
issue.
a civil liberties issue that goes back and forth depending on the mood of the country. And we should beware of excessive invasions of privacy. But in this case, I think most people would agree.
The rationale that he used,
yeah,
of course,
yeah.
is that they have these disposable cell phones, and
Right.
that the way the law is written now, you
Right.
can get permission to wiretap a phone number, not
Right.
a person, and all they have
Right.
to do is discard the phone, get another one, and you're out of
But
business.
again, you know, making the Fourth Amendment a scapegoat for what happened, for the intelligence failure to stop these guys, or the political failure of the last 20, 25 years of supporting people like bin Laden, or allying ourselves with people like bin Laden in the name of anti-communism or whatever, or Saddam Hussein in the name of anti-Iranianism in the 80s, which is something people are not talking about either anymore, it makes me angry, because the First Amendment, or the people's right to know, or whatever you want to call it, should be sacrosanct in people's mind, no matter what the emergency. Otherwise, what are we defending? What makes us different from the horrible people who have attacked us? That's what's supposed to, yeah, I'm sorry. Okay.
No, that's all right. No,
I got my soapbox, but
that's all right. That's what this is about.
Sure.
We're going to let Karen in Tennessee get on hers. Hi, Karen. How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good. What can we help you with?
I have two statements, one question. My first statement is, anyone who commits these hate crimes, please use your anger in a constructive manner and go join the military, the National Guard, your police force. I mean,
talking about the hate crimes against Arabic Americans.
Right, absolutely. I mean, go and get the people who deserve it, not our citizens. My second one is, I really think the press has a responsibility to cover this because it's going to be closure for a lot of families who are never going to see their loved ones again.
Yeah.
And my my question is, I'm sorry? My question is, am I the only person
you got to
who's...
turn your TV down.
Oh.
There you go. Yeah. Now it works.
Okay.
What's your question?
Is my question, am I the only person that feels like Pakistan is trying to blackmail us with helping us, saying, if you'll help us with India, we'll help you with this problem?
You know, everybody's got an agenda in this world. I mean, the old expression is, I guess there's no free lunch, and I don't think the United States is probably looking for a free lunch. If they can make a deal, they'll make a deal, and that will include not just Pakistan, but all other countries that may ask for something in return for their cooperation. But in the grander scheme of things, I suppose it's worth remembering that the stuff that happened here in New York City a week ago today is a threat to everybody on this planet. So that in mind, we'll have to see where it goes. So thank you for your call. Where does this story go next, Rick?
Well, we're in the area now of public relations. We really are, and propaganda, which is something people have to think about. I'm reminded of another specific. I want to be as specific as I can very quickly, that when people were panicked during the Gulf War, the Scuds were supposedly going to rain down on Israel. We rushed the Patriot missiles, anti-Scud missiles, to Israel and fired them in the air. And there was a belief, which was propagated by the government, that this was protecting Israel. It was all public relations. It was all designed to reassure people. As it turned out, after the war, the Patriots did more damage when they hit a Scud than when the Scud hit Israel, and they missed most of the time. It was a completely phony attempt to reassure people. I'm urging your viewers and people not to take things at face value from the government, because they are engaged in a public relations exercise designed to reassure people.
All right, we got to go. We're all out of time. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Rick McCarthy publishes Harper's. Read his book, Second Front, Censorship and Propaganda in the Gulf War. And join us tomorrow night for CNN Hotline. I'm Jack Cafferty. Good night from New York City.
Bringing you the latest reports as events unfold in America's new war. Stay with CNN.
Get ready to take down this phone number, because now you can get a 120-day supply of Passion ZX for free. To introduce you to VitaFree.com, we're giving away a full 120-day supply of this incredible new all-natural herbal supplement for free. Enerex and Viramax sell for up to $200, but VitaFree.com is giving away a full 120-day supply of Passion ZX free. If you're one of the many Americans who wants to put romance back in your life, then you need Passion ZX. It's time to stop blaming yourself, because now you can make that special relationship the most satisfying it can be.
I heard about this free offer for Passion ZX on the radio. I can't believe what it did for the romance in our relationship.
Passion ZX saved our marriage.
Don't pay up to $200 for Enerex or Viramax. Call the 800 number on your screen and get a 120-day supply of Passion ZX free. Or log on to VitaFree.com. That's right, call right now or log on and get your free 120-day supply of Passion ZX shipped confidentially to you today.
And this is my favorite play. We call it the stretch play. The biggest block right here is the block of the tight end. That's my aiming point. The tackle works with the tight end off of his block and then goes up to the near side linebacker and seals that block. I can choose to go anywhere I want to go. B gap, C gap, or D gap. A big back like myself loves this kind of play. If everyone gets on the man, I get a chance to be one-on-one with the defensive back, and they really don't like that.
Touchdown! And the Saints are right back in it.
This play really does work.
You can get a nice diamond.
86 carats. It's flawless.
A trip to London.
You know, fish, chips, couple tea, London.
An English lesson.
Decided sauce frame furniture.
Anders with a match in Shakhtar.
And an illegal boxing match for just $3.99 on pay-per-view.
I know anyone who would be interested.
Snatch, starring Brad Pitt, Dennis Farina, and Benicio del Toro.
You're not much good to me alive, are you, Turkish?
It's Stealing Stones and Breaking Bones on Blockbuster Ticket, only on DirecTV.
This is CNN.
The investigation into the terrorist attacks on the United States reveals new information and some troubling questions.
Also, the world waits for the Taliban deciding the fate of Osama bin Laden.
And the attacks take a new toll in the United States. Tens of thousands of aerospace workers are to lose their jobs. Hello, I'm Michael Holmes.
And I'm Colleen McEdwards at CNN Center. This is CNN's continuing coverage of America's new war. We have lots to tell you about in this hour, including a special report on Osama bin Laden. So if there's anything you want to know about him, keep it here. It's a great story. We've got some incredible video also from his training camp.
Very in-depth report too.
Yeah,
it's a long report. It's an in-depth report. It's one to watch. Also, a little bit later on, I'm going to be talking to Chris Buckley. He's the Afghanistan Program Officer at Christian Aid in London. And the interesting thing is he only got back from Afghanistan a couple of weeks ago, and with the refugees amassing on the border, it's going to be worth seeing.
Great.
Okay, now let's bring you up to date on the latest news. US officials say an Iraqi intelligence official met in Europe months ago with Mohammed Atta. He's one of the suspected hijackers killed in last week's terrorist attacks. But authorities say this does not indicate Iraq had a role in those attacks. Meanwhile, US Attorney General John Ashcroft says authorities are investigating the possibility that more than 4 planes were targeted by the hijackers, and they're looking for their associates.
As we have said before, we do believe that there are associates of the hijackers that have connections to terrorist organizations that may still be in the United States.
Investigators are hunting for about 200 people they want to question. So far, 75 have been detained.
About 600 Afghan clerics are gathering in Kabul in a meeting expected to last several days. Pakistan says the Islamic clerics are discussing the possibility of handing over Osama bin Laden to a country other than the United States. They're also talking about how to respond if Afghanistan is attacked. Afghans are fleeing in large numbers because they're afraid that there actually may be an attack. And in the United States, Pentagon officials say that before any military action, they need better intelligence about terror organizations. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said that bin Laden's group alone may have secret activities in 50 to 60 different countries.
We'll have to deal with the networks. One of the ways to do that is to drain the swamp they live in. And that means dealing not only with the terrorists, but those who harbor terrorists.
Pentagon sources tell CNN that the likely first military action would be what they call an extraction mission, in which U.S. Special Forces would attempt to capture or kill terrorist leaders. Michael?
Thanks, Colleen. Meanwhile, a week after the attacks on New York City, hopes of finding any new survivors are fading. Understandably, perhaps estimates of the number of dead and missing beneath the World Trade Center are rising. Mayor Rudy Giuliani says more than 5,400 people now are registered as missing. The official death toll still stands at 218.
Chances of recovering any live human beings are very, very small now, given the amount of time and the condition of the site. Those chances are not totally, however, ended or over. So we will still conduct ourselves as a rescue effort as well as a recovery effort.
Some rescuers, meanwhile, were ordered to take time off after working virtually non-stop since the attacks.
Well, America's air transport industry faces some pretty rough turbulence, economic turbulence, in the aftermath of these attacks. Boeing has announced 20 to 30,000 layoffs by the end of the year 2002. Several airlines have also announced job reductions as well. Sources tell CNN that the government is near agreement on a $15 billion aid plan for the industry. Also in Washington Tuesday, President George Bush hosted President Jacques Chirac of France. And our White House correspondent, Kelly Wallace, joins us now with more on that. Kelly, a pledge of support.
Absolutely, a pledge of support, standing firmly with the United States. You know, Colleen, this is really an opportunity for President Bush to kind of sit down face to face and get a sense of exactly what the U.S. allies are willing to do in this campaign against terrorism. Mr. Bush met with French President Jacques Chirac for about 2 hours inside the Oval Office. The French president saying once again that the French are standing side by side with the United States. He also said that France could conceivably offer military troops in any international fight against terrorism. But Mr. Bush, in his remarks, making clear that the military aspect is just one part of this campaign.
It's a war that is going to take an international effort. It's going to take all of us to gather the necessary intelligence, the necessary information to be able to find the location of terrorists, to work with governments to smoke them out of their safe houses, to get them moving, and then have the courage to bring them to justice.
And U.S. officials saying that privately they are pressing the French to go ahead and sever business ties with Iran and Iraq, two countries believed to be involved in state-sponsored terrorism. It is not exactly clear how the French leader responded to that. Also, there is a bit of a question of semantics. It appears that Mr. Chirac and Mr. Bush don't exactly see eye to eye on whether this is a war or not.
I don't know whether we should use the word war, but what I can say is that now we are faced with a conflict of a completely new nature. It is a conflict which is attempting to destroy human rights, freedom, the dignity of man. And I believe that everything must be done to protect and safeguard these values of civilization.
Now, Tuesday began on a very somber note at the White House. President Bush gathering his top advisors and hundreds of White House staffers on the South Lawn for a moment of silence, marking that moment last Tuesday when the deadliest terrorism act got underway on U.S. soil. You see the president standing there, and then he and his aides and staffers bowing their heads to remember those who lost their lives and those still missing. Quite a moment there on the South Lawn at the White House. Now, as for the agenda on Wednesday, it will be diplomacy once again. President Bush meeting with Indonesian President Megawati Soekarno Putri. I apologize for messing that name up 2 hours ago. The president also meeting with the foreign ministers of Germany and Russia. Thursday, the British Prime Minister Tony Blair coming to see Mr. Bush. Also, Colleen, the Saudi Arabian foreign minister will be in Washington, and as you know, U.S. officials have really been trying to put some pressure on Saudi Arabia to really stop the flow of money from wealthy Saudi Arabian citizens to Osama bin Laden and his network. So lots of attention on that meeting as well. Colleen, back to you.
All right, Kelly Wallace, thanks very much. Michael?
As the investigation into last week's attacks intensifies, observers pose a disturbing question. Is it possible that authorities actually had sufficient information to have prevented the attacks? CNN's Eileen O'Connor has been looking into that.
FBI Director Robert Mueller contends the agency had no knowledge that the dead hijackers, some suspected already by U.S. intelligence to have ties to bin Laden, were receiving flight training.
The fact that there were a number of individuals that happened to receive training at flight schools here is news, quite obviously. If we had understood that to be the case, we would have, perhaps one could have averted this.
But that knowledge was available to the FBI. Court documents, computer records, and police information from abroad obtained by CNN clearly indicates that authorities knew years ago that bin Laden and associates from other terrorist organizations were planning to hijack a commercial airliner and crash it into U.S. landmarks.
In 1995, police in the Philippines discovered a hideout used by Ramzi Youssef, later convicted for bombing the World Trade Center in 1993. Testimony from an associate revealed a chilling plot.
The plan was to hijack airlines from Asia.
and secondly, to outrightly use it as weapons, which was what happened in September 11. In fact, the targets they listed were CIA headquarters, Pentagon, Transamerica, Sears, and the World Trade Center.
Despite those warnings, people like Mohammed Atta, suspected by German authorities of being associated with terrorist groups, got flight training at several Florida aviation schools. Others known to have links to terrorist activity against the United States were still able to practice flying in San Diego and Arizona. In addition, CNN confirmed the FBI visited this flight school in Norman, Oklahoma, several times in the weeks leading up to the attacks on the Pentagon and the World Trade Center. Why? Because they discovered this man, Zacarias Moussaoui, had been training there and was using false documents, sources say. Coincidentally, it's the same place an alleged associate of bin Laden had trained years earlier. Moussaoui is now in custody being questioned. The admissions director says he was a poor student.
He had 57 hours of flight training with us. Normally it takes at least 40 hours for a private pilot to obtain the license. He never even yet at this point soloed.
After the attacks on the World Trade Center, the FBI came back and discovered something else. Atta and another of the dead hijackers had also looked to this school for training.
They just took the tour, yes. That's all they did.
The two decided to go to Florida instead, where they joined some of the other hijackers to practice their flying. Eileen O'Connor, CNN, Washington.
Well, in New York City, as we said at the beginning of the program, hopes have faded as recovery teams continued to work at the site of the World Trade Center.
Continuing to work, and we're going to have that story when our coverage of America's new war continues. Stay with us, please.
High-definition television, made possible by Panasonic.
When you travel on business, don't downsize. Amerisize at AmeriSuites. Need more room to spread out? Get more workspace and features like high-speed internet access, plus more space to unwind in a comfortable suite for the price of an ordinary hotel room. And when it comes to breakfast, don't downsize. Amerisize. Get AmeriSuites' free Bountiful Breakfast Buffet every morning. Next time, check into AmeriSuites. Don't downsize. Amerisize.
I remember 20 years ago how they turned the racing world upside down. First by introducing a race car with quattro all-wheel drive, and second by having a woman driving.
A new war on terror begins. U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld joins Paula Zahn from New York, plus John Keane from Washington, for the latest overnight developments and continuing coverage of America's New War, beginning 7 Eastern tomorrow morning on CNN.
America trusts America Online to make everything easy.
It's just real simple to keep in touch with AOL.
Oh, I love hearing you've got mail.
Instant messages are so much fun.
And now AOL makes it easier to get health information with WebMD.
I discovered WebMD.
WebMD is America's leading source of health information online. Communities on everything from diabetes to weight loss.
Love the chat room.
A site that I trust.
AOL has got it all.
Now's the perfect time to experience America Online. So easy to use, no wonder it's #1. Call 1-800-4ONLINE.
One week after the terrorist attacks on New York City and the Pentagon, New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani now says there is very little hope of finding any survivors in the ruins of the World Trade Center, which, as you can see, are still smoldering. And joining us now with the latest from the scene is CNN's Brian Palmer. Brian, is it just the passage of time that's making people give up hope, or is it that as they get in there, as they get deeper in there, they see that there's just less and less of a chance that anyone could have survived?
Well, Colleen, there's the mayor's perspective, and then there's a perspective of the people that we talk to
here on the ground. They say that hope is not fading. They are treating every shift as an opportunity to find someone, or at least to find the remains of someone, so that they can put one family's fears to rest, at least give them some closure. Now, as you can see, the smoke is a little thicker than it was just a little while ago on the 10-story rubble heap that used to be the World Trade Center. And security around the search zone is tight. You may see the National Guardsmen behind us. We've learned that they've even asked uniformed police officers who they haven't seen before for photo ID. The search and rescue operation continues around the clock. Rescuers today reaching the lowest level in the World Trade Center complex, where the train platform, the PATH train between New York and New Jersey ran. It's been a week since anyone was pulled out alive. Now, local, national, and international leaders have visited the site. They will continue to visit the site. UN Secretary Kofi Annan expressing shock at the devastation.
The remarkable thing is everybody realized we are all in this together. Americans, people around the world, governments, that if it can happen here, it can happen anywhere. So it was not just an attack on New York or the United States. It's on the world, and it can happen anywhere.
Now, we've also been told that the rescue/recovery operation is slowed down a bit so that iron workers can remove heavy steel girders and chunks of steel, but the regular recovery operation will resume after that. Colleen?
So Brian, just to clarify, you say they got down to that level where those underground trains were. Is that the lowest possible point they can go under that foundation deep underneath New York City?
Yes, Colleen, that is what we've been told. That's level 7 where the PATH trains run, the lowest level. They found no one there, either dead or alive, which, depending upon who you talk to, is either a hopeful sign that no one was there and perhaps they got out, or a less hopeful sign that they found no one.
And how are the conditions there tonight, Brian? I know the weather has been cooperating for the most part. How about the temperatures?
Temperatures are fine. Temperate, one might call them. I guess in international Celsius terms, I'd say it's probably about 24 or 25, so it's perfectly comfortable.
All right. Thanks a lot. CNN's Brian Palmer at the scene there. Appreciate it.
President George W. Bush praises the efforts of people across the United States to help their fellow citizens, the president calling charity the first phase in the war on terrorism. But as Elizabeth Cohen now reports, it may also be the first step in the healing process.
Tears, hugs, a show of solidarity.
Those people are reaching out to other humans and trying to connect, and that is probably the biggest signal that you are coping.
Les Gallo Silver, a social worker who's been counseling people all week, says a sign that perhaps you're not coping is that you can't talk about your stress, that you can't join in sadness with others.
Your inability to want to be a part of those things and close yourself off, that's an indication that maybe you need extra help.
Psychiatrist Richard Rosenthal says tragedies can make people tense, make them snippy with a spouse or unproductive at work, and that's normal if it doesn't go on for too long.
If this persists more than 3 or 4 weeks and is causing significant dysfunction in the workplace or in relationships, then it really should be brought to clinical attention.
So how to prevent sadness from turning into something more dangerous, into long-term depression, for example, or violence? Try to get back into your old routine.
Putting one foot in front of the other, even if you're just sort of play acting, because you may not really feel like it. Lots of us are feeling that way right now.
And he says volunteer. You'll feel less helpless. Cry if you feel like it, and realize you're not alone. Elizabeth Cohen, CNN, New York.
And just ahead, tension and fear on the border of Pakistan and Afghanistan.
was possibly the finest rock and roll show I have ever seen. I Smell World Tour!
Wow. You mean the whole world?
Yeah. You're not Gene. You're not Paul. You guys aren't Kiss.
No. But we did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Stay smart. Stay at a Holiday Inn Express.
How can you provide for the future of the people who depend on you? With the power of Pacific Life. For over 130 years, Pacific Life has improved the lives of millions with investments, annuities, and insurance. Because careful planning today can help them reach their dreams tomorrow. Discover the power of Pacific Life.
As this story continues to unfold, join Aaron Brown every weeknight at 10 for the latest developments and in-depth coverage of America's new war. A CNN special report with Aaron Brown, every weeknight at 10 Eastern on CNN.
High-definition television, made possible by Panasonic. Introducing new Kellogg's Special K Red Berry cereal. Crunchy sweet flakes, now with slices of real strawberries, right in the box. Looking good, never tasted so great. Kellogg's Special K Red Berries. It's new.
Well, CNN being told that Afghan clerics have now opened a meeting in Kabul where they will decide the fate of suspected terrorist Osama bin Laden. Meanwhile, Pakistan closed its border with...
And he's aware that fighters of the Taliban have taken up positions on the Afghan side of the border. Inside Afghanistan, they're getting ready for conflict too. This meeting of doctors in Jalalabad, the city nearest to Pakistan, held to discuss how to respond to the medical consequences of a possible U.S. attack. If America strikes, says this doctor, then we'll stay at our hospital day and night. We won't let our people bleed to death. But many Afghans are choosing to leave. These exclusive pictures of Jalalabad, taken for CNN on Tuesday, show a city whose streets are virtually deserted. On the road to the border, trucks and cars are ferrying some of those trying to flee the expected American assault on the Osama bin Laden organization and the Taliban government which shields it. Pakistan is already host to more than 2 million Afghans, dispossessed from over 20 years of war and upheaval. Now, international relief officials believe a new wave of refugees could soon pour across the border. On Monday, an estimated 2,500 Afghans tried to cross here. Turned away, they have disappeared from view. But aid agencies believe many will try again by climbing over these barren and forbidding hills. As fear of military conflict grows, so too does the desperation of the Afghan refugees and the prospects for a full-blown humanitarian crisis along the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. Mike Chenoy, CNN, in the Khyber Pass.
Well, for additional insight on that very issue, we turn now to a man who just recently returned from Afghanistan. Chris Buckley is the Afghanistan Program Officer at Christian Aid in London. Chris, thanks so much for your time. Let's leave politics, military issues aside and talk about the Afghani people. Of course, you just got back a couple of weeks ago. Your impressions, if you will, of the people and what they're going through right now.
It's an extremely difficult time for the people of Afghanistan. As you say, I just got back. I was in the west of the country, which has faced 3 years of drought, and people there have no food left. I was in some of the camps in the west, where about 200,000 people are currently living in appalling conditions. All their crops had failed for 3 successive years. They've lost their livestock. Their wells have dried up. And I think that the movement we've seen so far of refugees are people mainly from the east who are afraid of possible US military action. What we haven't seen so far are these hundreds of thousands of people from the West whose food resources will soon dry up completely as a result of the aid agencies having to pull out.
Well, at this stage it is looking more and more like a commando-style war rather than a Persian Gulf War type of situation. If there were, however, some sort of massive military strike, what is that going to do to these already affected people?
I mean, I think in many ways it is already very serious. The fact that the aid agencies have had to pull out because of security threats means that an estimated 3.5 million people who are currently dependent on food aid are not receiving that food. The United Nations system was going to increase that number to about 5 million by the end of this year. That just sort of gives some perspective of how serious the situation is. So in the coming months, it is going to get desperate in the West.
Now, of course, with the, as you said, foreigners being sent out, aid agencies having to depart as well, what is the situation going to be like on the wrong side, if you like, of the Afghani borders with Pakistan, also Iran? One would think there's going to be a massing of people there with no aid.
Yes, I mean, I think the people who are fortunate enough to make it over the borders will receive some aid. I think it's not going to be easy, but the United Nations, many agencies are at work already looking at that possibility, trying to build up resources to meet those needs. Our main concern at the moment is the thousands, hundreds of thousands within the country who are not receiving aid at the moment and may not even have the resources to make it out of the country.
Very briefly, just a few seconds left, Chris, what is required? What do you need now? What needs to be done? What can be done?
I think it's extremely difficult at the moment because of the uncertainty of what is going to happen. No one really knows what the next move is going to be. I think our urge is that in the decisions which are made, that the innocent Afghan people who have not supported what has happened, that they are considered, and that we don't ignore their plight in the coming weeks.
All right, Chris Buckley, thanks very much for your time. Appreciate that a lot. Now, of course, as this goes on, any attempt at looking forward is still compromised by the natural tendency to look back over your shoulder and glance back. When we do come back, we're going to look at US airlines struggling with their uncertain future.
The search for life and loved ones continues as President Bush promises victory against terrorism. For complete coverage, stay with CNN.
The bow. Resistance becomes strength, becomes power. The power to change and reshape your entire body. This is Bowflex, an entire gem-in-one easy-to-use machine. So powerful, it delivers over 60 health club quality exercises with up to 410 pounds of resistance in any room in your home. Strength training with Bowflex is so effective that we guarantee you'll get the results you want in 6 weeks or less. One simple workout. 20 minutes a day, 3 days a week. Bowflex is real. The results are real. And you can own one with no money down and payments as low as $33 per month. Call right now for a free video and brochure. Bowflex, the power is yours. This is CNN.
And welcome back. This has been an attack as much on American optimism and confidence as much as anything, and I guess that translates straight into the business world.
That's right. We want to spend a little bit of time on that. Markets in the United States a little more settled on Tuesday when they were on Monday. Some interest rate cuts, I suppose, probably helped.
I mean, it didn't dip too far, really, on the second day. I mean, I guess that's good news in a way.
Some analysts saying that the U.S. markets are acting like everything's going to be okay, but let's hear a little bit more about this from someone who knows. We're going to turn to Richard Quest at our London financial desk. Richard?
It's very early days in terms of the financial markets and the financial markets reaction. and perhaps we can now start to see the economic ripples. Boeing has confirmed it plans to cut up to 30,000 jobs in its commercial plane unit as a result of the falling demand for aircraft. The cuts could start as early as next year. The world's largest plane maker said it expects deliveries for commercial jets to slow down considerably, and that could last into 2003. Boeing's commercial unit employs 93,000 workers across the United States, and Alan Mulally, the president and chief executive of the Air unit, said fewer workers would obviously be needed to build and deliver fewer planes.
What we're going to plan to now is to deliver around 400 airplanes, which is, considerably fewer airplanes than 510 to 520. Now, this has a tremendous impact on the Boeing team and all of our suppliers and partners around the world. And to size Boeing correctly for this production to support our customers, we'll be reducing the Boeing employment by 20 to 30,000 employees.
Now, Boeing's gloomy news is just the latest dispatch from an aviation sector that's simply in distress. Sources tell CNN that United Airlines plans to cut at least 20,000 jobs. That's about a fifth of its workforce. Continental Airlines has already announced 12,000 jobs are to go. And US Airways says it expects to trim 11,000 jobs. The industry's dire news is affecting the credit worthiness of the biggest three carriers in the US, American, United and Delta. Their credit ratings have been downgraded and placed under review. A short time ago, Moody's credit agency issued a statement saying last week's terror attacks would result in what it calls severe operating and financial burdens for the airline industry, irrespective of any government relief plans. Meanwhile, industry officials are pressing politicians to cough up cash to help stave off the threatened bankruptcy. White House and congressional officials are said to be nearing agreement on a $15 billion relief package. The bailout would include up to $5 billion to compensate airlines for lost revenues. The U.S. Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta says the White House is eager to help.
President Bush and his administration are committed to working closely with all industry members, with the Congress, in order to find ways to maintain the strength of our nation's aviation industry.
Canadian and British airlines are also seeking assistance from their governments. A proposal for the package to be presented to the US Congress as early as Friday. It'll take some time to see exactly what's on offer. That's the financial news from London. Let's get the latest now from Asia. Andrew Stevens is standing by at the CNN Centre in Hong Kong. Andrew, early indications for Europe show the markets will be down roughly 10-15 points. How have you been trading in Asia?
Well, still up, Richard. Day number 2, and we're still seeing rises pretty much across the board too. They're starting in Tokyo, where the Asia's biggest market did close higher for the second straight day. Investor confidence in Tokyo apparently supported by falling interest rates right around the world, and that did include Japan. The fact that Wall Street did stabilise after its 7% fall on Monday, also helping investor nerves in Japan. The Nikkei ending more than 2.5% higher, but it's still sitting just below that key 10,000 point level, 9,939 you see there. Well, the interest rate easing was largely symbolic. The discount rate in Japan now at just 0.1%. That's right, 0.1% is the discount rate there. But it still was seen as providing the right signals for investors. Meanwhile, in South Korea, the central bank there also busy. It cut interest rates by 50 basis points. The bank, though, warned of a prolonged economic slowdown. Turning to Hong Kong, stocks here are climbing in the afternoon session, continuing their gains. And in Taiwan, markets reversed earlier losses, closing modestly higher. Markets there were closed on Tuesday because of a typhoon. Singapore, the odd man out at this hour, still continuing to head down about 0.75%. Well, turning to the currency markets now, and for the second time this week, Japan's government has intervened to weaken the yen. The strong yen hurting Japanese exporters, and they're seen as Japan's main hope for driving an economic recovery. Tokyo's move rapidly lifted the dollar, almost a full yen, but the rally has begun to fade. $1 now buying 117.9 yen, was up over 118 yen a bit earlier. The euro is still near 6-month highs against the dollar. The Swiss franc, though, especially benefiting from worries about the US economy. It's close to its best levels of the year. And just a quick line on the aviation sector here in Asia. On that Boeing story, China is saying that it will go ahead with its planned purchase of 30 Boeing jets, even though the signing of the deal has been delayed by the US attacks. The deal reportedly worth about $2 billion US. Chinese aviation officials say that they hope to wrap things up before President Bush's visit to China next month. Well, that is the latest from the Hong Kong Financial News Desk. Now let's go back to Michael at CNN Centre. Michael.
All right, Andrew, thanks very much for that. Well, for the last week, one man, of course, has been at the centre of America's fury and the United States investigation, as you were saying earlier.
That's right, but who is Osama bin Laden? We are going to have an in-depth look at the man that some believe to be behind a global terror network as we continue our coverage of America's new war. Stay with us.
Enter a new era of discovery at Bristol-Myers Squibb, where groundbreaking genetic research is underway.
Winning the Tour de France was a victory for cancer medicines. But Luke, it's just the start of incredible things to come. Imagine, Luke, your medical history, the story of your genes on a card you carry in your wallet. Your doctor sees your cancer coming years before and gives you a daily pill to take that could prevent it.
At the Bristol-Myers Squibb Center for Applied Genomics, researchers strive to unlock the secrets of breast and colon cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes. They're developing medicines tailored to your unique genes. Bristol-Myers Squibb is beginning a revolution in medicine. Our goal is to extend and enhance life, and to lead the way in new frontiers against disease.
Hope, triumph, and the miracle of medicine. Bristol-Myers Squibb Company.
After another day of mourning, those left standing continue their search for life and loved ones. And the stage is set for a borderless war, as President Bush promises victory against terrorism. For complete coverage, stay with CNN.
I remember 20 years ago how they turned the racing world upside down. First by introducing a race car with quattro all-wheel drive, and second by having a woman driving.
This is a complete broadband solution with a nitro-powered on switch. This is igniting your mission-critical applications on the fattest optical IP pipe on the planet. This is your business, screaming 1,000 times faster than yesterday. This is moving beyond connected. This is riding the light. This is the technology that makes it happen. Quest, ride the light.
How can you provide for the future of the people who depend on you? With the power of Pacific Life. For over 130 years, Pacific Life has improved the lives of millions with investments, annuities, and insurance. Because careful planning today can help them reach their dreams tomorrow. Discover the power of Pacific Life.
Well, as US officials discuss the investigation into those behind the attacks, invariably one name keeps coming up.
Mike Boettcher examines the life and the motivations of America's prime suspect.
It came without warning. A catastrophic attack on the World Trade Center.
How to move back! Move back! Come back!
Less than an hour later, another terrorist strike at the heart of U.S. military might.
I hope I live. I hope I live. It's coming down on me.
Swirling amid the clouds of smoke billowing from these symbols of power, the terrible question: who could be behind such a devastating act of terrorism? The evidence is still being examined. One name tops the list of suspects: It's a name that's been on the FBI's 10 most wanted list for years. Osama bin Laden.
His organization has both the suicide bombers willing to die in these kinds of attacks. It also has the pilots. It's had a history of training pilots. And also it has basically the level of kind of sophistication and coordination to bring off something like this.
The 44-year-old bin Laden, through a spokesman, denies any involvement. But according to a Palestinian journalist, he congratulated those who carried out the deadly attacks. The ruling Taliban government of Afghanistan, the country where bin Laden is believed to be in hiding, says the Islamic extremists could not be responsible. In Western intelligence circles, bin Laden has been well known for years for this document, a call for jihad, or holy war, against the thousands of U.S. soldiers now stationed in Saudi Arabia. That call to jihad came after 2 bombings of U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia. The first in Riyadh in 1995, 7 dead. The second in Dhahran in 1996, 19 dead, hundreds injured. Bin Laden discussed that call to arms in his first ever television interview with CNN in 1997.
We declared a jihad, a holy war against the United States government because it's unjust, criminal, and tyrannical.
Bin Laden wants U.S. troops out of Saudi Arabia. He opposes U.S. bombing campaigns in Iraq. He is against U.S. support of Israel, and he objects to U.S. backing of Arab nations he deems un-Islamic, such as Egypt. Bin Laden has been indicted as the mastermind behind the bombings of 2 U.S. embassies in Africa that killed 224 people in 1998. He is a prime suspect in the bombing of the USS Cole last October. That blast killed 17 U.S. sailors. And the U.S. State Department has linked him to the first attack on the World Trade Center in February of 1993. 6 people were killed and thousands injured.
The man is ruthless, and he believes that he should declare war against the United States. And this kind of appeal, this kind of call actually appealed to many young Muslims all over the world.
A videotape circulating around the Middle East and on the internet surfaced just 3 months ago. It shows bin Laden training young militants, some who seem as young as 11, for his holy war. Bin Laden makes an impassioned plea for recruits in the 2-hour tape. The videotape also hints that bin Laden is planning additional anti-American operations.
One thing that bin Laden does before a big attack happens is that he subtly indicates several months before or a couple of months before that something's in the works.
The man codenamed the Contractor has used his enormous wealth to advance those militant plans. He was born the son of a multi-millionaire Saudi construction magnate. He's the 17th of 52 children, some of whom live in the United States. His father died when he was 10. The family construction business, the largest in Saudi Arabia, is now worth an estimated $5 billion. Osama bin Laden's first marriage was to a Syrian cousin at the age of 17.
His education took place at quite a good university in Saudi Arabia, where he studied public administration, economics. He'd also already participated a little bit in the family business. From a young age, he was involved in the family business. This is not an unsophisticated guy. This is somebody who comes from one of the most well-connected families in Saudi Arabia, one of the richest.
He would later draw on the resources of his family business and his experience as a demolitions expert. After the Soviets invaded Afghanistan in 1979, his life would take a radical turn. Bin Laden has been in Afghanistan on and off since the 1980s, when he joined the Afghan resistance in its war against the Soviet Union. At 23 years of age and deeply religious, Osama bin Laden left his comfortable life in Saudi Arabia to fight alongside thousands of volunteers from the Islamic world. He used his family wealth, construction equipment, and demolition expertise to help in the crusade. and he would become a leader of the so-called Afghan Arabs.
Because of that, a lot of people wanted to participate in jihad, and they thought that Osama is an important figure. But he was not only willing to put his money, but he actually gone there himself and fought himself and get hurt.
The Afghan war changed bin Laden. He saw a lightly armed guerrilla force defeat a superpower.
In this jihad, the biggest benefit was the myth of the superpower was destroyed, not only in my mind, but also in the minds of all Muslims.
The Afghan war also radicalized those who fought there.
These Saudis who went and fought became convinced that you simply didn't have to accept regimes as they were, that as a Muslim you could take action against a ruling government.
For the U.S., there is a sad irony to bin Laden's current holy war. American tax dollars once helped support people aligned with bin Laden. During the 1980s, via the CIA, the United States poured $3 billion into the Afghan resistance that was fighting to drive the Soviets out of Afghanistan.
It is true that some remnants of those Afghan fighters, including bin Laden, have used their military knowledge and their skills to branch out into international terrorism.
Indeed, many of the Afghan freedom fighters are among the thousands of committed followers bin Laden has today throughout the Middle East.
They are either direct followers, taking direct command and order from bin Laden, or they are small cells and groups who believe bin Laden is a godfather. His message is almost like a religious order.
After the Afghan war, bin Laden became disillusioned with the Saudi regime, deeming it insufficiently Islamic. He moved to the Sudan. 5 years later, under U.S. and Saudi pressure, bin Laden was expelled from the Sudan. Bin Laden took refuge in Afghanistan, perhaps the only country in the world that would accept him. It was here in 1997 that then CNN producer Peter Bergen caught up with him.
And we went to Afghanistan, to the tiny town of Jalalabad, which is in the eastern Afghanistan, waited around for quite some time. Finally, bin Laden's media advisor came and talked to us. He said, you can only bring the clothes you're wearing, don't bring any watches, don't bring anything that might secrete some sort of tracking device. We took a curtain van, along a road, along a river. It was by now getting to be dusk. We were given kind of sunglasses, which basically they weren't blindfolds, but you couldn't see through these things. We finally got to this hut about 5,000–6,000 feet up in the Afghan mountains. It was March, so it was pretty cold. Suddenly bin Laden appears out of the darkness.
In our 1997 interview, bin Laden expressed why he so hates America.
The U.S. government has committed acts that are extremely unjust, hideous, and criminal through its support of the Israeli occupation of Palestine. And we believe the U.S. is directly responsible for those killed in Palestine, Lebanon, and Iraq. Due to its subordination to the Jews, the arrogance of the United States regime has reached the point that they occupied Arabia, the holiest place of the Muslims, who are more than 1 billion people in the world today. For this and other acts of aggression and injustice, we have declared jihad against the U.S.
Bin Laden said the jihad was aimed principally at U.S. government targets overseas.
We have focused declaration of jihad on striking at the U.S. soldiers inside Arabia, the country of the two holy places, Mecca and Medina. In our religion, it is not permissible for any non-Muslims to stay in Arabia. Therefore, even though the American civilians are not targeted in our plan, they must leave. We do not guarantee their safety.
When this guy delivers his statements attacking the U.S. presence or his call for jihad, he is justifying these actions in very explicit Quranic, Islamic terms with a law. It's like a careful legal brief that he's drawn up here.
And bin Laden and his followers have backed up his call for jihad time and again. Somalia, 1992. 28,000 U.S. troops are dispatched on a humanitarian mission to a Muslim nation embroiled in famine and civil war. U.S. soldiers are caught in the crossfire. 18 are killed. In his first admission to a U.S. news organization, bin Laden says Arabs who fought in Afghanistan, men who looked to him as a leader, killed those U.S. troops.
Resistance started against the American invasion because Muslims did not believe the U.S. allegations that they came to save the Somalis. With Allah's grace, Muslims in Somalia cooperated with some Arab holy warriors who were in Afghanistan. Together, they killed large numbers of American occupation troops.
He's brazenly said that his people were responsible for that, so we take him at his word.
Rainwater! It is not the only attack on U.S. troops linked to bin Laden. The U.S. government says that bin Laden forces attempted to bomb U.S. servicemen on their way to Somalia. The bomb killed 2, but no U.S. soldiers. Then there is the possibility of a bin Laden connection to 2 bombings in Saudi Arabia, at Riyadh in 1995 and Dhahran in 1996, that left a total of 24 U.S. troops dead.
It's no secret that during the 2 explosions I was not in Saudi Arabia, but I have great respect for the people who did this. They are heroes. What they did is a big honor that I miss participating in.
The Saudi government accused these Saudi citizens of planting the Riyadh bomb. 3 of the 4 men were Afghan Arabs who fought in the war against the Soviets. They acknowledged their role, probably under duress, and were later executed.
According to experience in explosives which I gained during the Afghan war, I assembled the bombs in this car.
They also acknowledged bin Laden's teaching.
We received pamphlets from Osama bin Laden and others.
The U.S. government also points to bin Laden's circumstantial ties to the bombing of the World Trade Center in 1993. Ramzi Youssef, mastermind of that attack, afterwards fled to Pakistan, where he lived in a guest house for Islamic radicals funded by bin Laden. Bin Laden denies this.
I don't know Ramzi Youssef. What the American government and Pakistani intelligence has been reporting isn't true at all.
The man considered the spiritual leader of Ramzi Youssef and the 1993 World Trade Center bombers, Sheikh Omar Abdel Rahman, also has links to bin Laden. The State Department says that bin Laden finances a training camp in Afghanistan for 2 Egyptian terrorist groups that look to Sheikh Rahman as their spiritual leader.
Sheikh Omar Abdel Rahman is a Muslim scholar well known all over the Muslim world. He represents the kind of injustice that is adopted by the U.S. A baseless case was fabricated against him, even though he is a blind old man.
In 1998, Rahman's sons joined forces with bin Laden. During a rare press conference in Afghanistan, bin Laden dropped hints of another strike at U.S. interests overseas.
He talked about good news in coming weeks.
9 weeks later, it would become clear exactly what that good news was. On August 7th, 1998, at about 10:30 a.m., a car bomb exploded outside the U.S. Embassy in Nairobi, Kenya. 9 minutes later, and hundreds of miles to the south, another explosion outside another American embassy. This one in the Tanzanian capital of Dar es Salaam. More than 200 people were killed in the 2-pronged attack. One of the plotters, carrying a poorly forged passport, was detained at Pakistan's Karachi airport just hours after the bomb went off. He later confessed his involvement to intelligence officials. Another suspect was arrested by Kenyan officials and handed over to FBI agents. He confessed to his role in the bombing during a week of interrogations. Bin Laden was later implicated in the attack.
On the embassy bombings, you've got the best law enforcement case indicating bin Laden's involvement. You have a plea bargain of one of the senior members of the organization basically saying, he sent me to Kenya, in 1993 to go and photograph the embassy there, and then when I showed him the photographs, he said, that's where we can put the truck bomb. Case closed.
13 days after the bombing, U.S. cruise missiles rained on bin Laden targets in Afghanistan and Sudan.
Today, I ordered our armed forces to strike at terrorist-related facilities in Afghanistan and Sudan.
But bin Laden emerged unharmed. He and his key aides had anticipated the U.S. would retaliate and vacated their main training camp in eastern Afghanistan. The unsuccessful attack elevated bin Laden to cult figure status among Muslim fundamentalists. New Year's Eve 2000. Amid fears concerning the Y2K bug, a different kind of catastrophe was waiting to happen. Terrorist plans to attack celebrations in Seattle, bomb LAX airport in Los Angeles, sink a U.S. warship refueling in the Middle East, and bomb tourist sites in Jordan. The attacks were foiled. They were linked to followers of bin Laden. Later last year,
is nonsense.
Meanwhile, Atta played another role. Government sources told us yesterday that he was surveilled meeting with a mid-level...
With any nation.
Oh, I'm not going to get into any possibilities or hypotheticals, but the president has indicated clearly they involve...
Would invade their country? Or?
I'm not going to get into any of those specifics, but I've indicated earlier that it can involve things that are military, things that are diplomatic, things that are political, things that are financial, all of the above.
All right.
Terry?
Last week, officials were saying, Secretary Powell in particular, that the U.S. would present convincing evidence to other governments and peoples around the world if and when we acted to show the justice and accuracy of our actions. This morning, you seem to indicate that in order not to compromise how we're gathering information, we might not do that. Did I read that right?
I think the question was put to me, one, about the United Nations. Will you go to the United Nations before you take any action and present evidence to the United Nations? I was also asked if I had anything that I could contribute publicly here from this podium about proof that we have. And that's the context of my answer. But the President will, of course, work with our allies and other nations as we make plans and move forward.
And so we will be presenting that convincing proof?
Well, you know, not. I think we're gonna build out alliances and coalitions, and that means interesting interplay always with different nations about how much they want to contribute, how much they will do based on their own desires and their own abilities. And that's going to vary from nation to nation. So I don't think you can make any one inference about sharing of information, for example, across the world. It'll be different elements with different nations.
And one more on this. Given what a shadowy and nebulous creature we're dealing with in this terrorist network, is the administration finding it hard to forge those links from these atrocities to specific...
Well, that's a question of what evidence gathered, and I'm not going to get into the evidence gathering.
Hard to prove this kind of thing.
Well, I think it's always accurate to say that the war on terrorism is a shadowy one. Terrorists do operate in a shadowy way, and that's why the President from the beginning has recognized that this is, as he put it, new war of the 21st century, and that'll be reflected in the actions he takes. Jim Engel, who is sitting in the second row, moved up.
On the question of evidence, I mean, obviously it would be helpful to the U.S. and those it is asking to cooperate to help demonstrate that this is not a war against Islam, that it's based on specific evidence. That would obviously help the Pakistanis, would obviously help a number of other people we've asked to participate in this with us. Is the administration inclined in some way and in some forum or even privately and one-on-one, on a one-on-one basis, to provide whatever evidence or some kind of evidence so that those who are also exposed in this battle can make the case that they have seen convincing evidence and that it's real?
Well, I think all you have to do is listen to President Musharraf's speech today, and based on the information that Pakistan is aware of and the conversations that Pakistan has had with the United States, they are taking action that the United States government is appreciative for. And so I think the questions about evidence, for example, many of the nations around the world are already ahead of your questions. They're already working with the United States very productively and cooperatively. And so I think you have to ask yourselves the question of, are the other nations around the world asking the same questions that you are? And I indicate that many of those nations are beyond what you're asking.
I don't think there's any question that our allies are prepared to believe this. What we're talking about are people who are not necessarily our allies, and those who try to make the argument that the administration is simply waging war on Islam. Is there anything you can do to soften those views, or you just chalk those people up as being beyond the pale in terms of your ability to convince them otherwise?
Well, I draw your attention to the meeting today, of course, in the Oval Office with the President of Indonesia, the conversations that the President has had with other Arab nations and Muslim nations, and those conversations have been very productive. So that's, again, I'm trying to draw you off of that question a little bit because it's not really reflective of what the United States is hearing from nations around the world. I indicated to Terry that to the degree there are any such concerns, different nations will have different issues that get addressed on a host of issues, and I think that's not surprising. Major?
You're confirming that you have shared information with Pakistan and some other countries?
No, I'm not confirming. I've said to that, you can take a look at the statements that were made by these nations, and they're satisfied with the actions that we are taking or requesting, and we're satisfied with their response. That's why I'm saying these nations have moved beyond your questions. Major?
President Musharraf said that, in his opinion, the United States need not seek any further authorization from the United Nations General Assembly or the Security Council to act militarily because of the resolution passed last Wednesday, because the administration agreed.
You've been asking me that question for 2 days, and I pointed out to you that under the United Nations Charter, the United States has the right to self-defense. And of course, there was a Security Council resolution also. Whether or not any other action will be taken at the United Nations is not a determination the President has made at this point, which is the same answer I gave yesterday.
All right, let me ask you this. On the scope of this global effort, you said yesterday first that it was against terrorism generally. Then you said against terrorist organizations that pose a direct threat to America. A moment ago you said seeking out a campaign against people, terrorism that affects people. Is it still the administration's position this is only a campaign against organizations that pose a direct threat to America?
Well, it's all of that. And that's why the President's indicated that in this new war of the 21st century against terrorism, the United States, in concert with our allies and coalition partners, will target terrorism and those who harbor terrorists. Terrorism presents a threat to people who love freedom and democracy throughout the world. And that was what I added to my statement yesterday, if you recall.
But is this a coalition against terrorism activity in, for example, Spain or Ireland or India?
We talked about this yesterday. This is a worldwide attempt to combat terrorism, where terrorism threatens people who cherish freedom, and where terrorism is a threat to ourselves and to our allies and to our friends. Jim?
Given the President's sense of urgency to help bail out the airlines, does he also feel it necessary to provide direct financial aid to other industries such as the insurance industry, reinsurance industries, hotels, motels, tourism, the state of Hawaii, that are also having financial difficulties that they can trace directly to the aftermath of the terrorist activity?
On the domestic consequences, the President is looking at this, at least initially, in two distinct groups. There's one, the airlines, which clearly have been directly and adversely affected as a result of the attack on the United States. The President is considering what appropriate remedy is proper and wise and in the taxpayer's interest for the airlines to help them deal with the consequences of the attack. More broadly speaking, the President is also, as he will today, talking to members of Congress and to his advisors about what steps could be taken to help the economy in general. And of course, any steps that would help the economy in general could also have an impact on various industries.
But what about like hotels and restaurants located in New York or Washington that could show you proof that they've also lost money as a direct result of?
Well, that's why I was addressing the question of the economy in general, which of course has an impact on other industries. I'm just not prepared. I'm not prepared to go down the line at tick-tocking. I mean, who knows where you want to start and where you want to end. I've given you the answer that the President is focused on the airlines and then the economy in general, which of course has an impact on others in other sectors. We'll go to Jacobo and then Ivan.
Most Latin American presidents have expressed messages of condolences and support for the United States in this perilous hour. Now it seems that the foreign ministers will be meeting here in Washington on Friday to invoke what is called in Spanish by the acronym PIAR, which is the Inter-American Reciprocal Assistance Treaty, also known as the Treaty of Rio, which was signed in September of 1947, in which these nations must come to the aid of all the nation members if one of them is attacked. Has the United States asked for this meeting, or is this being a spontaneous thing?
Well, as you know, Secretary Powell was actually in Lima, Peru, meeting with the OAS General Assembly on September 11th when the attack took place. But like all other regional security arrangements that the United States has, or that we are a signatory to, the Rio Treaty provides also a collective security mechanism through which we can coordinate our response. We're gratified by the calls in the region to invoke the treaty and look forward to exploring how its elements can be used. It's just another indication of how the world is speaking out and expressing unity and solidarity in a variety of ways with the United States in a way that will isolate the terrorists and enable the world to do combat with terrorism on a host of levels.
There's a press report, I'm sure you're aware of, that the pilot of one of the planes that hit one of the towers of the World Trade Center met last year with the head of intelligence from Iraq. Iraq denies it. Can you confirm that meeting took place?
I'm aware of the report, but I'm not in a position to confirm or give you any further indication on that. David?
Back to the President of Pakistan's speech. He said three things I wanted to see if you could confirm or elaborate on. First of all, on the point you've been discussing, he said he was still asking the United States for evidence, which would seem to suggest that he wasn't completely satisfied yet with what he's seen concerning bin Laden. Second, he said that the U.S. has asked for intelligence gathering and logistics and permission to use airspace. He said nothing about actually placing troops on the ground there. If you could discuss that. And thirdly, he also issued a warning to India not to take advantage of the situation. I'm wondering whether or not the U.S. has also expressed concern to India that it not take advantage of this in any way in Kashmir or elsewhere.
Okay. First, I'm not prepared to go into the list of all the specifics. President Musharraf did himself acknowledge three. I'm not prepared to go into whether there are any others. I'm not prepared to go into any beyond that, but I will confirm those three. On the first point, I've read his speech, David, and I'm not aware of that statement, so if you could point that out to me, I'd appreciate seeing that. But the President, as I indicated, is pleased with the actions taken by Pakistan, and certainly this is an important speech that the President of Pakistan has given to his people today. And your third question? And what about it?
President Pakistan indicated concern that India might take advantage of this, said that they were on high alert against India, the military was. Has there been any U.S. communication to India about not taking advantage of this? Any intercession on Pakistan's behalf?
Well, the President did speak with President Vajpayee just the other day, and the President is aware of the regional implications of all the actions in this region, but the President is satisfied that the nations there understand the cause that they are all uniting behind, India, Pakistan, together with the United States. And the President is confident that that broader context will be the modality in which those nations operate.
You specifically asked the President of India not to take any steps related to Pakistan that would make the Pakistan...
I'd have to go back and look at the exact phone call. Larry? Go ahead, Larry.
This morning...
Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. This morning, the President talked about changing the mindset about war. Here, you've been stressing, or at least mentioning, the other options like financial and other things that can be done. Are you concerned that perhaps too much of an emphasis has been given to the military or the assumption of a military attack?
Actually, I'm repeating the same thing I've been saying for 3 days. I continue to use that because, again, I think it's so important for the American people who have for so many years understood war to be a traditional war. As the President points out, that involves capital cities and movements of fleets and airplanes sitting in tarmacs. That this type of war is a totally different type of war. And I was with the President all day on Tuesday last week, as you know. And as the President arrived back into Washington, D.C., and he got in his helicopter at Andrews Air Force Base and came back to the White House. It was late in the afternoon, early in the evening. And the way the helicopter comes into Washington, the President could see out the left window of the helicopter the smoke coming out of the Pentagon. And the President, looking out the window, said out loud, and to nobody in particular, he said, "The mightiest building in the world is on fire. What you're just witnessing is the war of the 21st century. I mean, he understood right from the beginning that this is different, and the manner in which our enemies, in this case the terrorists, carry out the war against us is different. Hijacking airplanes with plastic knives and flying them into buildings in America. And our response will be different. Our response will not only be the traditional senses that the American people have become accustomed to when it comes to war, but it will be all those other elements that the President has talked about involving financial networks, that involve diplomacy, sanctions, trade, the economy, politics, carrots, sticks. And there'll be a host of items, a host of measures that go into this, and it will be different from things that people have seen before. And it will also involve the patience of the American people, because it won't be conducted in the same manner that the American people have seen on a limited basis, thank God. Goyle. Goyle.
Two quick ones. Attorney General and FBI Director, they have been speaking only attacks against Arab Americans, but not against Indian Sikhs. And nobody have ever spoken yet, only except this building you have mentioned, President. Number two, in which category would you put Pakistan, which have been harboring terrorism into India's Kashmir, and they had training centers even for Osman bin Laden and others, and they have?
Well, I think on your second point, that's why the President indicated that this is a chance for Pakistan. The President said that he spoke with President Musharraf, and this is a time to see. That requests have been made, and now will be a time to see. And the President is pleased with what he has seen at this point. On your first question, it's a vital question, and I think it's so important every day for everybody in government to continue to remind the American people, as General Ashcroft did this morning, that the American people should know no intolerance toward anybody based on what has happened. And the fabric of our society is tremendously strong, but there are some weak edges, and everybody in our country has a role to speak out and do what we can to stop those weak edges.
Will you put this question, because the Indian American community, especially Sikhs, are really worried to come out, because number of Sikh priests have been also targeted in Fairfax, Virginia, and they are worried, and they had a vigil yesterday, and they are asking the administration Bush, President Bush, especially
the President, when he visited the Islamic Center, and I understand you're making the valid point about the difference between religions, the President was very touched when somebody explained that his mother was afraid to come out of the house because she didn't want to wear her traditional headwear, and she was fearful that if she did, she'd be subject to violence. And that really touched the President, and it's a reason why the President spoke out as he did, and I think it's just something that every day, every way, people in positions of responsibility have got to address.
All right,
Ellen?
You're talking about war. During wartime, we sometimes make changes both with legal immigration and illegal immigration. Are there any changes planned in how we're going to be treating immigrants to this country?
No, there's nothing that's been brought to my attention. I know, in fact, that the President is still committed to honoring his promise to work with President Fox on the immigration changes to deal with Mexico and the guest worker program and ways of making America welcome to immigrants. You know, it's so important at all times to remember the things that make America strong, and immigration is one of them. We can be a nation of immigrants, and we can also be a nation of laws, and we have to be both. Ron?
You mentioned yesterday that the response from the Taliban had been all over the lot. Is there any more clarity today? And if not, does that in itself indicate that they're not going to cooperate at this point?
No, I'd say there's been no more clarity today. Ron Fournier, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, also in war times we've had a history of drafts. Is that something that's under consideration, or can we take that off the table?
No, there's no consideration of that at this time. And from my conversations with the Pentagon, it's not something they anticipate. So, Connie?
One Irish question and one British question, please. There were some references made about the IRA yesterday. Does the administration believe that one side in that conflict is more guilty than the other? Does the administration believe the IRA is a terrorist group, or the new IRA, or the real IRA?
Well, certainly the real IRA is listed on the official list of terrorist groups. But, you know, I think the President said what he said for a reason. He is sending a message, and he is rallying a coalition that those who engage in terrorism and those who harbor terrorists need to be worried about the actions that our government will take.
Is one side in that conflict more guilty than the other? Is one more of a terrorist group than the other?
I don't look at it in a linear fashion.
And also on Britain tomorrow, what in a military sense, what do you plan to ask Prime Minister Blair to contribute, if you can?
Well, of course, Connie, as you know, I'm not going to indicate what military actions we'll request. Heidi?
Based on information you've gotten over the past week, what is the President's level of concern about additional attacks on U.S. soil?
Ongoing. I think that I can't point to anything that would make it fluctuate up or down, but I can tell you that the President is concerned on an ongoing basis about maintaining security around the United States, and that's why, for example, the Department of Transportation has been working with the Air Marshal program to protect aviation. That's why there have been such a beef up in security at airports across the country. It's a reminder that our open society has vulnerabilities, but of course being an open society also is what has allowed us to be as strong as we are, so that we'll be able to prevail in this conflict. Terry, you had one in the gym.
If I could just follow up on that, there's some law enforcement concern that because some of the hijackers, alleged hijackers, were booked on flights on the 22nd of September, that there may be some kind of second wave out there. Is there any concern of the White House that there is?
Terry, there's nothing I've heard about any specific dates, information like that, but as I indicated, it's an ongoing concern where security is being beefed up, stepped up, and you know, the events of the 11th have sadly brought home to all Americans that we have to be mindful of violence here within our own borders.
Ari Fleischer, the White House spokesman. The message out of the White House today, among others, one they've been repeating for a couple of days, the international community is coming together to stand with the United States, at least in the early going of trying to form a coalition. As we were listening to Mr. Fleischer, our eye was on the lower right-hand part of the screen, watching the Dow drop below 400, or drop 400 points now on the day, a little more than that. NASDAQ having a tough going as well. Christine Romans at the New York Stock Exchange again. Christine.
Hi, Aaron. Well, so far it looks orderly, but the numbers are telling a pretty bearish story overall. The Dow down more than 400 points. For the week now, these are more than 1,000 points of losses. 84.84 is the level right now on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. These are levels we have not seen since 1998. In fact, when you look at the S&P 500, that's the broader look at the market. It is down below the 1,000 level, something we haven't seen since mid-October 1998. That's a 4% loss today for the S&P 500, about a 4% loss as well for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. And when you think about it, as these levels continue to ratchet lower, the percentage drops will get bigger if we continue to have sell-offs of these point size. We have more than 1 billion shares changing hands right now. Most of that volume is on the downside. The advanced decline line is negative as well. We have 26 stocks here at the big board trading lower for every 5 that are trading higher. That's what I mean by internals when you say that it looks weak internally here. 7 Dow components, 7 stocks in the Dow Jones 30 have warned because of the impact of the World Trade Center disaster last week. Boeing, an 8th one to come out with negative news, saying it's going to cut maybe 30,000 jobs as air travel wanes and demand for aircraft wanes as well. The NASDAQ composite now down more than 100 points here.
Morning is Jamie with a deployment order being issued.
That's right, Judy. The Pentagon sources tell us that the deployment orders have been released now for the movement of aircraft, a major movement of aircraft to forward deploy in support of the President's operation, which has now been tentatively named Infinite Justice, according to Pentagon sources, although the final approval of that name is still pending. According to sources, there will be a major movement of more than 100 U.S. aircraft into the region, presumably to bases in the Persian Gulf region where they normally go, so that they are closer in case the President needs to call on them. This also involves the use of refueling aircraft to create an air bridge to get those fighter craft across the Atlantic Ocean. Among the planes going include U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagles, F-16s, B-1 bombers, also support planes such as AWACS and J-Stars, which are planes that use sophisticated equipment to track track objects and vehicles on the ground. Also, more surveillance aircraft, such as U-2s, all moving in to the general region. Now, under the rules that the Pentagon has in place, these units are going to be able to acknowledge that they've received their deployment orders and that they are taking off for parts unknown, but they will not be releasing their ultimate destination. The units will simply be able to say that they're being forward deployed in support of the president's objectives, but no specific locations will be given out. But again, Pentagon sources tell us that more than 100 aircraft, including attack aircraft, will be moving forward to bases in the Persian Gulf region, where they will be closer to Afghanistan for possible use by if military action is ordered. Judy?
Jamie, we've been hearing from the White House and elsewhere that this is going to be a different kind of a war. It's not going to be the kind of war that was fought in the Persian Gulf 10 years ago, Vietnam, and yet the weaponry that you're describing, the craft, the aircraft, and so forth, are the kinds of things that have been used.
Well, this is not inconsistent, because even if, for instance, the United States wants to launch commando-style raids into Afghanistan, they will still need air support. They will still need to have airstrikes to soften up the territory and to protect those troops as they go in and out. And to do that, they need combat aircraft. So this forward moving of planes doesn't necessarily mean that the only action will take place will be airstrikes. It could be that these planes will be used in support of troops on the ground. But the key element here, and this has been reinforced to me by many officials at the Pentagon, is the main thing they need is good intelligence. If the United States has good intelligence about the whereabouts of Osama bin Laden or any terrorist leader, and they believe they can move against them, they will. But this movement of aircraft is designed to give the president the maximum number of options, so he has the forces ready in the region in case that intelligence gives the United States an opportunity to take action.
Jamie, what are you hearing about timing? How much do our military leaders feel they are under time pressure to do something? It's now been 8 days since last Tuesday's attacks. One has to assume that the people responsible have now had time to move from their original location.
Well, again, the one-word answer to that I keep hearing here is patience. The United States is going to have a lot of patience. The military is not anxious to rush into something that's going to have an initial feel-good quotient, but then isn't going to look so successful in the days after. And officials here are cautioning that the United States, the world, the American public are going to have some patience and give the administration some time in order to take action that is intelligent and focused and has some chance of throwing off balance these terrorist networks that threaten the United States. So don't necessarily look for immediate action unless, again, intelligence indicates that there's something they can do immediately.
But Jamie, specifically with what you described as a major movement of over 100 U.S. aircraft, when would this movement begin?
Well, that will be beginning within days. As I said, the deployment order going out, which is what we're reporting today, means that those planes will begin to move, possibly as soon as tomorrow. But don't forget, 100 airplanes is a lot of airplanes, but one aircraft carrier has about 75 aircraft on it, and already the United States has 2 aircraft carriers in the region and may soon have 3 aircraft carriers in the region if the Theodore Roosevelt, which left from Norfolk this morning, in fact heads for the Arabian Sea or the general area around the Persian Gulf area. So that's a lot of firepower, both on Navy ships and to augment that, more airplanes on the ground. And don't forget, a lot of what's important here is refueling. If you were going to launch airstrikes against Afghanistan, it's a landlocked country. They have to fly over Pakistan, and that would require planes to refuel in the air, tank up just before they go in, and tank up again when they come out. And you have to have a good logistical support there. You have to have refueling planes in the air that can provide fuel for those fighter planes.
And Jamie, one more question about the location. You described this as moving 100 U.S. aircraft, more than that, into the region, and you said primarily we assume it's the Persian Gulf. How much do we know? Are you being told about where these craft are headed?
Well, I'm being told nothing about where they're headed, but you can, it doesn't take a lot to figure out that one of the logical places to send them so that they'll be closer is places where they have operated out of in the past. The United States has facilities for planes at the Al Jaber Air Base in Kuwait. They have facilities in Bahrain. There are bases in Saudi Arabia. There are places in Turkey. There are a lot of places where the United States operates aircraft out of, where those planes could go and simply stage forward, where they're just a lot closer if they're needed. That would be the logical place for them to go. But again, the Pentagon's being very careful not to give any specific locations of where these planes are going.
All right, CNN's military affairs correspondent Jamie McIntyre joining us on the phone with a very important development. That is his sources at the Pentagon and elsewhere in the administration telling him that within the next days, perhaps as soon as tomorrow, a major movement, over 100 U.S. aircraft moving to the region, which you heard Jamie explain has to be most likely the area around the Persian Gulf, putting the United States in a position when the time is right to strike whether Afghanistan or whatever area it's believed those terrorists are residing. Our coverage of America's new war continues after this short break.
Those terrorist cells.
For the latest developments in America's new war, stay with CNN.
Are you near a phone? Can you take down a number? Then call to find out about term life insurance at competitive rates from a respected insurer, Protective Life Insurance Company. A 35-year-old could get a $200,000 policy for less than $14 a month. A 40-year-old could get a $250,000 policy for less than $18 a month. For your free quote, call now. Matrix Direct, 1-800-670-7697.
Attention Medicare recipients. Are you having respiratory problems or breathing difficulties? Not getting relief from your breathing medications? Do you use Preventil or Albuterol, Atrovent, Combivent, or other breathing medications? Did you know if you qualify, Medicare can cover breathing medications that are already pre-mixed? Call Med4Home to discuss Medicare requirements.
Call us now at 1-800-975-1670.
Introducing the best movie value on DirecTV, The Stars Super Pack. It's #1 in new hit movies. Disney's The Kid, Nutty Professor 2, The Clumps, U571, movies you won't get anywhere else but The Stars Super Pack. You get 12 different movie channels for only $10 more per month with any Total Choice package. Get the best movie value with The Stars Super Pack on DirecTV. Call now, 1-800-547-4DTV. The Stars Super Pack. It's #1 in new hit movies.
And this is my favorite play. We call it the stretch play. The biggest block right here is the block of the tight end. That's my aiming point. The tackle works with the tight end off of his block and then goes up to the near side linebacker and seals that block. I can choose to go anywhere I want to go. B-gap, C-gap, or D-gap. A big back like myself loves this kind of play. If everyone gets on the man, I get a chance to be one-on-one with the defensive back, and they really don't like that.
And the Saints are right back in it.
This play really does work.
This is CNN.
Welcome back to our coverage of America's new war on day 8 since last week's attacks. Just moments ago, you heard our military affairs correspondent Jamie McIntyre bringing us important new information about decisions being made by the administration to move American air power. Jamie, you're now joining us on television. A moment ago, we were talking to you on the phone. You've now had time to get in front of a TV camera, so we want to see your face while you're doing this reporting. You called it infinite justice, and tell us again what this will accomplish in the eyes of the administration.
Well, Pentagon sources tell us that infinite justice is the name that has tentatively been picked out for the U.S., what we've been calling the new war against terrorism, will be called Operation Infinite Justice, assuming everybody at the White House signs off on that name. You may recall, or you may not recall, that in 1998, when the United States went after terrorist training camps in Afghanistan, that operation was codenamed Infinite Reach. But what's important today in the developments is that Pentagon sources tell us deployment orders have gone out for a major movement of combat and support aircraft into the Persian Gulf region in order to support whatever military action may be coming. Sources say more than 100 aircraft will move from bases primarily in the United States to forward bases. The Pentagon is not saying where the aircraft are going, but it is a good bet that they will go to the kinds of bases where they've operated out of before, because there are facilities there to support them, places like Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and Bahrain, where U.S. planes have gone. Some of the planes that are being sent include F-15 Strike Eagles. These are planes that are ground attack planes. F-16s, both the kind that are used for suppression of enemy air defenses and those that are used for attack as well. Also, B-1 bombers may be forward deployed according to sources, and also other support planes such as AWACS surveillance planes and JSTAR ground surveillance planes will be moved into the region, along with more surveillance assets like U-2s. In addition, refueling planes also need to be forward deployed in order to build an air bridge, it's called, to allow these combat planes to fly from the United States to bases in the region. Those deployment orders have gone out. That means people at the bases where these planes are located, such as, for instance, Seymour Johnson Air Force Base in North Carolina, where the F-15s are based. They'll be getting their orders today, and they'll be able to acknowledge, Pentagon sources say, they'll be able to acknowledge that they've received those deployment orders and that they are moving, but they will not be able to say where they're going. They'll just be saying that they're being forward deployed to support the president's war against terrorism, and that's all they'll be able to say. Now, obviously, this means that there'll be a buildup of aircraft in the area near Afghanistan, and when you combine that with the fact that there are already 2 aircraft carriers in the region with 75 aircraft apiece, and another aircraft carrier, a third one that Teddy Roosevelt left today from Norfolk, and maybe
awful scene. We've seen these kinds of pictures a lot. We generally see something new in them each time, or something else hits us. What we haven't seen before today was the shot you're about to see. This comes from NOAA, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration. It's a radar image taken from an airplane of the site. This will help recovery teams find support structures, elevator shafts, and basements, all of which could be important, particularly the elevator shafts and basements, because rescue teams do suspect that those elevator shafts may be a place where they will find a number of bodies, and they would like to recover as many of the 5,000 missing as they possibly can. That from NOAA. Our special coverage continues in just a moment here on CNN.
CSFB Direct, ranked as the #1 online broker by Barron's and backed by the resources of Credit Suisse First Boston. That's the difference between online trading and direct investing from CSFB Direct.
It's another business day, filled with meetings and memos and migraines. But amidst this tornado of stress, there is an island of calm called PIP Printing. You can relax and rely on PIP Printing to handle important jobs like brochures, presentations, newsletters, and manuals with the quality and speed of digital technology to meet your deadlines with work that'll make you proud. PIP Printing will help you keep pace. Call 1-800-223-7477 or find us at pip.com.
You can help rebuild shattered lives by giving to the September 11th Fund. Every dollar you give will go directly to the victims and their families. For more information and to make a donation, please visit our website at september11fund.com. Contributions can also be made at any Bank of America banking center. For the location nearest you, visit bankofamerica.com. You may also mail your gift to the United Way at this address. Thank you.
First Lady Laura Bush on the White House and the war against terrorism, plus Attorney General John Ashcroft. Could the United States be attacked again? And who are the hijackers? tonight, 12 a.m. Eastern on Larry King Live.
What's life going to be like for U.S. soldiers if they're stationed just across the border from Afghanistan? Find out when CNN takes you live to Uzbekistan. Join Paul Azan this morning at 7 Eastern on CNN.
Three weeks since the attack on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, here are the latest developments in America's new war. The Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld is on his way to the Middle East, a trip that will include stops in Saudi Arabia, Oman, Egypt, and Uzbekistan. It is coalition building. President Bush said some flights will resume at Reagan National Airport. Airport will reopen on Thursday with very tight security. And Attorney General John Ashcroft says he is deeply concerned that Congress is moving too slowly to prevent more terrorist attacks. He met with lawmakers today, urging them to move quickly on his package of anti-terrorism measures. Coming up a little bit later in this hour, chasing bin Laden. U.S. Special Forces are already in Afghanistan, but they've been looking for bin Laden for more than 2 years. Will they get him this time? That's coming up later in this hour. First, tonight's edition of Greenfield at Large.
It's a question that's been asked since day one. How could we have let it happen? Why didn't we know? From Capitol Hill to the media, those questions, increasingly pointed, have been directed squarely at the Central Intelligence Agency.
So I think we know that there undoubtedly was a failure to track these people into the country, observe them while they were here, and at the same time, obviously, there were foreign intelligence problems as well.
From its Langley, Virginia headquarters, the CIA is the lead agency in gathering and analyzing intelligence, with a budget, officially secret, estimated at some $20 to $30 billion a year. In its past, it's played a role in everything from funding anti-communist journals and politicians in Europe to helping to overthrow governments. Iran's Mossadegh in the early 50s, Chile's Allende in the early 70s, and it tried to do it to Castro's Cuba in 1961. That ended in the Bay of Pigs fiasco. The agency helped fund the Afghanistan resistance that beat the Soviets in the 1980s, a resistance that eventually produced zealous enemies of the United States, including Osama bin Laden.
We wish to resume our inquiry into the question of why the federal government has been opening the mail of American citizens for...
Some 25 years ago, a Senate committee called the agency a rogue elephant, attacked it for its recklessness. Today, articles in the New Yorker, Newsweek, and other publications attack the agency for its excessive caution, for abandoning human intelligence, for not knowing enough about today's enemies, for its allegedly risk-averse culture. So are today's critics right? And if they are, what do we do about it? Joining me now from Washington are the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Florida's Bob Graham. Also in Washington, Newsweek assistant managing editor Evan Thomas, whose book about the CIA is called The Very Best Men. And joining me in New York, former ambassador to Korea Donald Gregg. He spent 30 years in the CIA, was also national security advisor to Vice President George Bush. Senator Graham, there's an article that appeared not after the September 11th attack, but before it, in the Atlantic Monthly by a former CIA operative, saying that Osama bin Laden had very little to worry about from the CIA. And included in the article is this quote that I want to show you and read to you. He says this: a former senior Near East Division operative says the CIA probably doesn't have a single truly qualified Arabic-speaking officer of Middle Eastern background who can play a believable Muslim fundamentalist. Who would volunteer to spend years of his life with lousy food and no women in the mountains of Afghanistan? Most case officers live in the suburbs of Virginia. We don't do that kind of thing. Is that view from a former CIA operative your view of part of what's wrong?
Unfortunately, there are a number of problems that have beset the CIA since the end of the Cold War. One of those has been the fact that we have lost a great deal of our human intelligence capability. During the period of the Cold War, humans were not as important because what we wanted to learn from the Soviet Union we could largely do with our technology. After the end of the Cold War, we could not learn what we wanted by taking pictures or listening over the air to signals. We had to have a human being who had a sufficient affinity with the group that we wished to penetrate, that they would reside trust in him. let him get close to him, learn what capabilities and intentions were, and then be able to report that back. We have a great deal of rebuilding of our spies within the human intelligence of the CIA, as well as our ability to recruit non-U.S. nationals to work as our agents in the penetration of terrorist groups.
Was anybody raising this question with anything like the zeal before September 11th? Were congressmen, were senators calling the CIA down to Washington saying, hey, you got a human intelligence problem, or did it take September 11th to let us know about this?
Yes, for several months this spring and summer, we were reviewing the future of the intelligence community and had identified 4 primary areas of weakness, one of which was human intelligence. We've developed a 5-year budget to build back that capability, and in fact the Senate committee and our counterparts on the Senate Armed Services Committee had accepted that budget prior to September the 11th.
So Donald Gregg, you were in the agency for 30 years. Is this critique by, I guess, a one-time colleague of yours, one that resonates with you?
Very much so. I think a lot of it dates back to the follow-up to the Church and Pike investigations. The director that came in under President Carter began to de-emphasize human intelligence.
Sansfield Turner?
And yes, that was he. And as time passed, the obligations of oversight became heavier. The restrictions on the kind of sources you could acquire became more stringent. For example, even in my day, when we were trying to penetrate terrorist groups, we would get a man to a certain point, and he would say to us, for me to prove my bona fides, I have to either go kill somebody or blow something up. What do I do now? And that posed an exquisite dilemma for the agency, and we would say, don't do it.
Now, that raises an interesting question, Evan Thomas, because, as I pointed out, 25 years ago, the attack on the CIA was that they were breaking laws, they were doing terrible things, maybe even thinking about killing people. Now the argument seems to be they're not willing to get their hands dirty. I mean,
yeah.
So, well, go ahead.
The pendulum swings. I mean, we may be overcorrected. We purged the CIA in 1975. Casey actually built them up during the Reagan era, and then came more scandals, Iran-Contra, and the overall result was to create a risk-averse Directorate of Operations. At least that's what a lot of people say. These case officers are afraid of being dragged before Congress, and that they'll have to hire a lawyer to justify what they've done. So naturally, they've become more bureaucratic and more cautious than the swashbucklers or the alleged swashbucklers of an earlier era.
Evan, let me put you on the spot. I know you're a journalist, but you've written extensively about this. Do you want to see the CIA and its operatives being given the power to do things that we once would have considered abhorrent? Do you want them to be able to get critical intelligence by, say, physical pressure on potential suspects and their families? Is that a good idea?
No, but there's a third way here, and that is our collaboration with foreign intelligence services. One thing that this whole debate about how bad our unit has become misses is that we're really reliant, not on the CIA, but on the CIA's liaison relationship, to use a bureaucratic word, with foreign intelligence services, with the Egyptians, with the Saudis, with the Pakistanis, with the Jordanians. They're going to do the dirty work. If there's torture and hit squads and all that, things that really give us qualms, well, we're not going to be doing it. It's these other services that are going to be doing it, and we're going to be looking the other way.
Is that right? And Senator Graham, would you be holding hearings in a couple of years to find out why the CIA countenanced or agreed with such tactics?
I agree with Evan. I would add that another reason why these liaison relationships are so important is that almost the whole history of the CIA has been directed towards one or more large targets. First, Germany and Japan during World War II with the old SS, and then after World War II with the establishment of the CIA.
that reflect what they believe. Yet I don't understand necessarily how America factors into that.
Well, in the last 25 or 30 years, you've had a strong popular Islamic movement among the masses in various Muslim countries. The elites who run those countries are very often very secular, or they're, in the case of Egypt, they've perhaps become too friendly to Israel, which they consider the common enemy. And this Islamization process eventually became political. In the case of Egypt, they had been suppressed. In Algeria, the Salvation Front, the Islamic Salvation Front, looked like they were going to win national elections, and then no more elections were held. This proved to be a very fertile ground for what we call Islamicist radicals. And with this suppression, they moved against their own governments, and standing behind those governments in almost every case is the United States, either because we're interested in oil in Saudi Arabia or in other parts of the Middle East, or because we want stability, or because we want reconciliation with Israel, and because we are the West. I think that's part of it, too.
Let me read for you something from the New York Times. This is from William Safar, dated September 17th. A more powerful weapon of radical Islam is its ability to erase from the brains of recruits the basic will to live. The normal survival instinct is replaced with a pseudo-religious fantasy of a killer's self-martyrdom, leading to eternity in paradise, surrounded by adoring virgins. This perversion of one of the world's great faiths produces suicide bombers. With that in mind, and with the mindset that you understand from some of the radical fundamentalists, how is it you can actually target someone like this? If you can't target them, is it their families? Is it their women and children?
I mean, are you asking me whether Americans can target the...
Where do they feel vulnerable if they don't feel vulnerable themselves?
Well, most of the... Look, first of all, you do have within Islam a concept of martyrdom for the faith. And this has been perverted to become a justification for suicide bombing, which really is a distortion of the Quran. I think that what they do is they get 18-year-olds who don't have wives, and they are at an age where they can be ideologically molded. Some of them have education, some of them don't. And yes, they do tell them, because it's a tradition in Islam, if you die for the faith, that is to say as a martyr, you will get to the most pleasurable regions of paradise very quickly.
Do they feel the same way about their women and children, though, or do they simply feel that way about themselves?
Well, usually, as I say, they don't have children. These are the kind of people that we recruit when we go to war. We take the 18-year-olds very often, the young people who aren't married. And a lot of these countries, Afghanistan being one of them, there's a surplus of these young men who are willing to do this. Sometimes they've never even been outside their own country. So they get painted in their minds a picture of a very evil empire indeed, and it's called the United States of America.
Ken Woodward is the religion editor for Newsweek magazine. Ken, thanks for being with us, and thank you for your insight. And you can learn more about the different sects of Islam on newsweek.msnbc.com. How could such a peaceful faith inspire a few extremists to commit such acts of terrorism in the name of God? We know the Taliban is opposed to much of Western culture, but what does the group prohibit? You can find out on newsweek.msnbc.com. And coming up, as much of this recovery turns to investigation as well, there are so many fronts and so much evidence. We're going to check in with NBC's legal analyst Dan Abrams coming up in just a moment on MSNBC Live. Where does it lead? With the latest on this investigation, here's NBC's chief legal correspondent Dan Abrams. Dan?
Ashley, here's the latest in the investigation. Both the Attorney General and the Secretary of Defense are now saying that foreign governments may have assisted the terrorists. Now, no specific countries have been mentioned. 3 Detroit men have been arrested with fake visas and other government documents, And according to an affidavit filed by the FBI, they recovered, quote, handwritten sketches of what appeared to be a diagram of an airport flight line to include aircraft and runways. Also, federal banking regulators handed out a list of 21 possible suspects to banks nationwide, asking them to research any transactions. Those people included the hijackers, or at least many of them. And at least 80 people have been detained. More than 4 have been arrested now in the United States. A dozen more have been arrested overseas. We are now going to go live to New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, who is holding a press conference.
His name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. Dear God, creator of us all, who is known by the many beautiful names, we ask for your guidance. We ask for your mercy. We pray for the souls of all of those that are lost, that you will grant them paradise. And God, we pray for all of those working around the clock, helping in this time of need, that you will give them strength, give the leadership of New York City strength, and our mayor, and our governor, and all of our officials. Protect all of us against harm, guide us to the best of human dignity, the best that you have created in all of us. Give us goodness, and let goodness be on the rise in this great city and country of ours. Amen.
Thank you very much, Imam. The rescue effort, of course, continues. It is very, very active. We have recovered now 233 dead people that are dead, of which we have identified 170 and unidentified 63. We now have a total of uniformed officers of 40, 35 fire, 2 EMT, 2 Port Authority, and 1 New Jersey fire officer. The whole issue about is there going to be a change in the rescue effort is no different than it was yesterday. We continue to conduct a rescue and a recovery effort. We have removed 59,982 tons of debris, 4,464 truckloads, just so that you get a sense of the scope of the operation. The Family Center now has been fully reestablished right here at the pier. It has registered 4,201 victims that are reported there. Again, if you look at those two numbers, you get a sense of the scope of this. We have 5,422 missing persons reports with the police department, official missing persons reports.
Afghanistan, also being used in the attack are B-1 bombers and B-2, the stealth bombers. We go to Alan Pizzi, who's in Quetta, Pakistan. Alan?
Dan, good evening. It's about 22:10 here. About an hour and 45 minutes ago, we heard 2 planes go over very high, and then about 40 minutes ago, at least 3 or 4 more. The airport here tells us there has been no commercial traffic for at least 6 hours. They claim no Pakistani planes are flying. We're on the flight path that planes would take, possibly if they were coming up from carriers in the Arabian Sea. Where I'm standing now is about 120 miles from Kandahar, the Taliban's spiritual heartland, so we can imagine that that would be a target. An interesting thing about targeting the Taliban tonight is that people here with connections to the Taliban are telling us as soon as the American strikes began, you're going to see a lot of defections from the Taliban. There have been reports already of some. People are telling us you're going to see a lot more. You're going to see commanders deserting their posts, taking their troops with them. Whether or not that's true, I don't know, but certainly there's a lot in the history of fighting in Afghanistan to suggest that that might well be true. The other thing we have to be aware of is that Pakistan and all the other countries around here are going to want to see this carried out very decisively now. They are very worried that if the Al-Qaeda network is not destroyed totally in the American operation, if any of it exists, then they will be targets for having helped the United States. So I guess they're going to be fully supportive of what's going on now, Dan.
Alan Pizzi in Pakistan. We've been showing you intermittently here live pictures from the Jazeera television, which is based in Qatar, which gets these pictures out of Afghanistan. These are live pictures. Yes, it's dark some of the time, but occasionally you can see the strikes hit. The rumble of the thunder when some of the strikes hit have indicated that the early strikes were from the cruise missiles, but that cannot be verified. As we continue to look at the live picture, let's go back to the Pentagon and David Martin. But David, let me say to our viewers that there is expectation that President Bush will be addressing the nation in about 5 or 6 minutes. David?
Dan, I can confirm that the first weapons to hit inside Afghanistan were cruise missiles. But now there are all sorts of aircraft in the mix, from B-2 stealth bombers flying nonstop from the U.S. to F-18 jets off the carriers. And although the pictures you're seeing are from the capital of Kabul, the Taliban also has a major stronghold in Kandahar, and I am certain that Kandahar is also a major target of these strikes. So what you're seeing on television is nowhere near the totality of what's going on, particularly since the terrorist training camps run by Osama bin Laden are also targets for this first wave of strikes. Alan was mentioning the possibility that these strikes would trigger mass defections from the Taliban, and that is certainly one of the goals of these strikes. It is to turn the Afghan people against the Taliban. Now, that's a pretty tall order for military operations, but the CIA has been working with Pakistani intelligence on these tribal leaders to get them to desert the Taliban. And there have been reports in the last 2 weeks of cracks within the Taliban, although obviously the Taliban leaders who make the final decisions did not waver and did not meet the American demands. And now these attacks are going to continue for the rest of our day here, the rest of their night there.
From New York, it's about plus 8.5 hours to Afghanistan, to give you some time frame. It is night in Afghanistan and has been for some time. The first explosions, as you look at the live picture coming from Kabul, the first explosions could be heard about an hour and 10 or 15 minutes ago. These were explosions that, by witnesses in Kabul, say shook the city, followed by the sounds of anti-aircraft fire from the ground. The power is reported to have gone off throughout Kabul almost immediately after the first 5 what are described, quote, absolutely thunderous blasts. There was no indication what caused the blast. The biggest number of the blasts in the early going, according to eyewitnesses in Kabul, appeared to have been just southwest of the city. Now, David Martin makes a point. You're only seeing a live picture from Kabul. We only have reports of the strikes being in Kabul. But CBS News has been in touch with at least one high-ranking Taliban member in Kandahar. Kandahar is way south of Kabul and somewhat near the Pakistan border. They were expecting Kandahar to be hit. When the last time CBS News spoke to them, they had not heard or seen anything, but they were expecting it momentarily. And then look at the map far up in the northwest corner, Herat. There is an air base not far from Herat. One would be surprised, astounded, if attacks are not already underway in Herat, if attacks don't occur in the hours that follow. As David Martin has been emphasizing, this is the start of something big. There's no longer any guesswork about it. These attacks throughout Afghanistan, by air, by cruise missiles, by bombers, are expected to go on for some hours through the night in Afghanistan. And then as the daylight comes, provided that the Air Force is convinced that there's been enough suppression of the Taliban's rather limited anti-aircraft capability, the idea is that food will begin to be dropped in Afghanistan. So it's airstrikes first, then followed by food drops. You say, well, why are we dropping food? This is a poor country, almost indescribably poverty-stricken in the outlying areas, particularly outside the cities. There's been a long drought. Water is very short. Food is very short in many places in Afghanistan. And the strategy here is obviously to try to crumble the Taliban's rule from within. And that's part of the strategy that's begun to be infected today. Now, other reports are sort of trickling in various places in Pakistan, people along the border reporting that they heard aircraft flying over, what they assumed to be aircraft, could very well have been missiles, but they assumed to be aircraft, and then hearing explosions in Afghanistan itself. President Bush is expected to address the nation from the White House shortly. We go to the White House and John Roberts. John?
Dan, the pool has just been activated and brought into the residence at the White House, where the president from the treaty room in the next few minutes is expected to address the nation. The language coming out of the White House. What part of non-negotiation does the Taliban not understand? And the president again reiterating his demands that the Taliban turn over bin Laden and his associates, destroy all of the al-Qaeda training camps in Afghanistan, allow the United States access to see those, and as well release all of the Westerners being held. Dan?
John Roberts at the White House. Let's take you back inside Afghanistan to the northeastern part of the country and CBS News correspondent Liz Palmer. Liz?
Good evening, Dan. We're hearing nothing at all here. No aircraft, no missiles. We were out at the front earlier today, and in fact, the men on the front lines didn't seem to have any inkling that this was impending. However, they are very anxious for this to have happened. This will be a tremendous morale booster. We've heard from the very beginning a great eagerness that America should come in and help them, as they see it, fight the Taliban. Alan Pizzi was mentioning earlier that there is a great record of defections here in Afghanistan. One allegiance switches to another overnight. We know that the Northern Alliance here lost a lot of territory to the Taliban about a year and a half ago. There's great expectation that those allegiances might switch again the minute America is involved. Dan?
Elizabeth Palmer, in northern Afghanistan, that's controlled by the so-called Northern Alliance, which is opposed to the Taliban. You may want to note that while there's a lot of talk about the United Front, it is dominated by the minority tribes in Afghanistan, the Tajiks, the Uzbeks, and the Hazaras tribes. The Taliban, which controls most of the country and has the dictatorial government that has dominated, the Taliban, which is now under attack, represents the about 40% of the population is Pashtun, and sometimes called Pushtus. The Pashtuns represent about 40% and are the largest tribe in terms of numbers in Afghanistan. But that doesn't mean 40% of Afghanistan supports the Taliban dictatorship, which has been called in other quarters, quote, a kind of fascist Islamic organization, unquote. Now, we are awaiting President Bush's address to the nation from the White House. We're still a few moments away from that to bring you up to date. Airstrikes have begun in Afghanistan. They started something more than an hour ago. So far, we have seen and heard parts of the attack on Kabul, the Afghan capital. The belief runs strong that attacks are underway in various other targets throughout Afghanistan, although that has not been confirmed. As always, we're going to try to keep you very much posted on our news gathering process here. We'll try to tell you what we know, try to tell you what we don't know, try to tell you what's confirmed, tell you what's pretty much confirmed but not absolutely solid, and then tell you what is unconfirmed as time goes along. We're in for a long day, and the Afghans, and particularly the Taliban, is in for a long night. It being nighttime there now, the plan is for the attacks to continue over a long period of time, then, as we said before, to be followed by drops of food in certain portions of Afghanistan, all designed to crumble the Taliban from within, or at the very least get them to meet President Bush's conditions. As you know, the president, among the conditions, first and foremost, to give up Osama bin Laden. Secondly, to close his terrorist camps. Thirdly, to allow inspection of those camps. And then to let go of the hostages, 6 to 8 hostages. Sometimes people say 6, other times say 8. Those hostages include 2 Americans, have been held by the Taliban for some time. So those are the 4 conditions that President Bush put forward when he said to the Taliban, the time for negotiation is over, these are our conditions. Now, in the last 12 to 24 hours, the Taliban put out yet another statement saying, well, we are willing to detain Osama bin Laden and have him tried in Afghanistan under Islamic law if the United States requests that. President Bush declined that. He refused it virtually out of hand, saying, look, we're not here to negotiate, and the time is running short. Well, time is now out, because what you see in this live picture from Kabul, the Afghan capital, some anti-aircraft fire from the ground as cruise missiles and B-1 and B-2 bombers were hitting the Afghan capital as well as other targets in Afghanistan. Now, most of the fire you see coming up from the ground going up is at the airport outside of Kabul, which is the largest airport in the country. The second largest would be in Jalalabad, which is to the south of there. There'd be some surprise if targets around Jalalabad are not already being hit or will be hit soon, since Jalalabad does have considerable of what the Taliban has in the way of air defenses and, for that matter, aircraft. Now, you may want to note that there are already millions of Afghan refugees in camps in Iran and in Pakistan. They've been flooding out of Afghanistan for weeks. Thousands more reportedly on the move, fleeing their homes in anticipation of war. We go back to correspondent Alan Pizzi, who is in Quetta, Pakistan. Alan?
Dan, it's gone quiet here. Earlier on, as I said, we were hearing planes going over it, but it has gone quiet. But something else has come up. If you can see over my left shoulder, a very bright moon, which tells you this is a very clear night. We're about 100, 120 miles from Kandahar, so one can assume that the weather over there is just like it is here. There's been no reaction here in this town so far. Maybe they don't know the strikes are going on. This is a very pro-Taliban area. The people here are Pashtuns. They're the same ethnic grouping as most of the Taliban. And interestingly, just today, the Pakistan government placed a leading cleric in this area under house arrest. He's been leading anti-American and pro-Taliban demonstrations, and earlier today they placed him under house arrest, so one assumes they're expecting a bit of reaction. Interesting that you were talking about the food, Dan, the airdrops. A little ways from where I am, there's an enormous warehouse with mountains of U.S. donated wheat and wheat soya compound. Wheat soya is used for people that are malnourished, and a lot of that has already been moving into Afghanistan. It's donated to the World Food Program, then they shovel it in there because there are about 5 million people inside Afghanistan that rely on food aid, and the trucks aren't very good at the moment, Dan.
Alan Pizzi. We've mentioned that these initial airstrikes, cruise missiles, B-1 bombers, B-2 bombers, are underway and expected to be underway for some hours, followed by a food drop. We should also mention that the expectation runs large that there will be a special operation, so-called special ops, of possibly American fighting men and women in Afghanistan itself, but no one knows whether that is to be part of this operation or not. Part, of course, keeping the Taliban off balance is to keep them guessing about what may or may not be happening. And we may not hear about special ops in Afghanistan in order to protect the forces there, but in European capitals as well as some capitals in Asia, this is being talked about today as an absolute certainty. So we want to keep that in mind because it takes valorous people to carry out those kinds of operations, especially valorous in those kinds of operations. And one is reminded of what Plutarch said, that if all the world were just, there would be no need for valor. Well, as we've seen demonstrated and driven home to us on September 11th, all the world is not just, and today and this night in Afghanistan is the time when valor is needed. We have about 2 minutes until President Bush is to address the nation. Very quickly, let's go to retired U.S. Army General Mitch Mitchell, who's our CBS News consultant. Very briefly, Mitch, put this in perspective for us.
Well, Dan, this is just like the Gulf War. We're taking out the eyes and ears of the enemy. We're not letting him see us or hear us. And with regard to the forces that may be on the ground right now, as most people are reporting, they are going to be sure to let the enemy feel them, even if he can't see them or hear them. That's their job. We don't know exactly what their missions are, and we probably never will know exactly, but you can bet they're in there. They were in the Gulf War, and they did a magnificent job there. I expect that we'll hear from them in this war as well.
Very quickly, Mitch, would you expect that one of the things they'll be attempting to do is to snatch the hostages?
I think that is a reasonable mission. We have forces such as Delta Force perfectly capable of doing that, and I'm sure they've gone through the training to go after the hostages, as well as perhaps even another target that we know very well, Osama bin Laden.
Mitch Mitchell, who will be with us throughout this series of American airstrikes. We're just a short time away from the president speaking. You may want to note that senators close to the terrorism investigation have advised the nation to be vigilant for more danger now that the military operation has begun. We also are now hearing reports from the Kandahar region. One report says the Kandahar command base, that's an air base there and a command base. Keep in mind, Kandahar is the main headquarters, generally speaking, for the Taliban, although the nation's capital is in Kabul. The heart of the Taliban is at Kandahar. Damage has obviously been very heavy there. Earlier we said we couldn't confirm it. Now I think it's fair to say that damage in and around Kandahar is very heavy, and remember, the strikes are continuing. Now, we are awaiting the president at the White House. The president
On
is
my
just going to
orders,
the microphone.
the United States military has begun strikes against Al-Qaeda terrorist training camps and military installations of the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. These carefully targeted actions are designed to disrupt the use of Afghanistan as a terrorist base of operations and to attack the military capability of the Taliban regime. We are joined in this operation by our staunch friend, Great Britain. Other close friends, including Canada, Australia, Germany, and France, have pledged forces as the operation unfolds. More than 40 countries in the Middle East, Africa, Europe, and across Asia have granted air transit or landing rights. Many more have shared intelligence. We are supported by the collective will of the world. More than 2 weeks ago, I gave Taliban leaders a series of clear and specific demands. Close terrorist training camps, hand over leaders of the Al-Qaeda network, and return all foreign nationals, including American citizens unjustly detained in your country. None of these demands were met. And now, the Taliban will pay a price. By destroying camps and disrupting communications, we will make it more difficult for the terror network to train new recruits and coordinate their evil plans. Initially, the terrorists may burrow deeper into caves and other entrenched hiding places. Our military action is also designed to clear the way for sustained, comprehensive, and relentless operations to drive them out and bring them to justice. At the same time, the oppressed people of Afghanistan will know the generosity of America and our allies. As we strike military targets, we will also drop food, medicine, and supplies to the starving and suffering men and women and children of Afghanistan. The United States of America is a friend to the Afghan people, and we are the friends of almost 1 billion worldwide who practice the Islamic faith. The United States of America is an enemy of those who aid terrorists and of the barbaric criminals who profane a great religion by committing murder in its name. This military action is a part of our campaign against terrorism, another front in a war that has already been joined through diplomacy, intelligence, the freezing of financial assets, and the arrests of known terrorists by law enforcement agents in 38 countries. Given the nature and reach of our enemies, we will win this conflict by the patient accumulation of successes, by meeting a series of challenges.
Secret passwords might be shot. Drivers might be shot. So only traffic, military traffic, is permitted in the town. I also can confirm that the military command center has been hit. The Taliban had described the attack to be a terrorist attack on Kabul. We heard that Quetta in Pakistan is a ghost town. Can we say the same about Kabul? Well, I believe that lights in the town remind me of the same situation like last night. I believe that movement is almost completely stopped, with the exception of the military movement for the Taliban. We know that the Pakistanis have ordered people who live in Quetta to stay home And I think this was done because some of the American forces might be on their way to the Kuwaita airport, which is about 50 kilometers from the border of Afghanistan. Also, we believe it's much closer to Kandahar, and this will make the job easy.
It's quite fascinating when you think about it. Here we are listening to live broadcasting from Kabul via an Arabic reporter through an Arabic television company based in the Persian Gulf in Qatar, which has been a real window on the world for people all over the region. It's where they have some of their most intense debates about this whole issue. And now we are able to plug into Kabul, and listening to him as you have been, he was asked there a short while ago to compare what was going on in Kabul to Quetta, which is in Pakistan. And the people in Pakistan had been asked to stay home, and so it was totally quiet. And the reporter, at least in Kabul, was saying it's fairly quiet as well. This is the British Prime Minister, Tony Blair.
As you will know from the announcement by President Bush, military action against targets inside Afghanistan has begun. I can confirm that UK forces are engaged in this action. I want to pay tribute, if I might, right at the outset, to Britain's armed forces. There is no greater strength for a British Prime Minister and the British nation at a time like this than to know that the forces we are calling upon are amongst the very best in the world. They and their families are, of course, carrying an immense burden at this moment and will be feeling deep anxiety, as will the British people. But we can take pride in their courage, their sense of duty, and the esteem with which they're held throughout the world.
Your take on trying to hit these camps. I think it's very hard for people to get in their mind's eye what these camps are, how extensive they are, where they are. You said earlier if something was on the side of a mountain, it'd be very difficult to get at with a laser-guided weapon.
That's right. Well, the camps are there, and if we know that the camps are there, we can hit them. I think the big point is, at this time, with the Taliban certainly having gone to ground probably a few weeks ago, there may not be much there to hit that will prove to be decisive in the conflict. So I think the real action to watch for is trying to dislocate the rest of the Taliban network, the network that perhaps we're not talking about today, get them to move. If you move them, you can see them, and if you see them, you can kill them.
And what is the impact, in your experience, of the psychological war that is being waged as part of this today?
Well, it's very important, and one of the things we've done well in talking with various people is to play up both sides of this campaign. And it is a campaign where the military action is only one dimension. The other dimension is trying to encourage support from allies, both indigenous to Afghanistan and in the international community. And the psychological operations and civil affairs campaign, which was my specialty in special operations, can seek to help gain allies inside and around Afghanistan, help train them, and use them as our agents in many ways. And this will prevent the U.S. from having to do something that the Soviets had to do, which led to their downfall in Afghanistan, which was to take Soviet troops and actually go in and occupy territory. And I fear that if Americans had to do that, we'd be in for a much longer haul in this campaign than if we were able to effect the Taliban's defeat through agents in Afghanistan, such as the Northern Alliance.
Now, as you're talking, we're looking at the British Gurkhas training in Oman on the Persian Gulf. These are some of the toughest soldiers in the world, though I think, as I recall, one of the British Gurkha regiments was disbanded within the last couple of years. Should we expect that special forces, U.S., British, and perhaps Russian, in Afghanistan tonight are fighting or doing something else?
Well, I'd imagine, I mean, first of all, I do think it will be a coalition effort in the end, and the British are very, very good at this, especially their SAS. So Americans will not be in this alone, I'm sure, in a special operations context. But I think tonight what you might be able to expect among the many different capabilities our special operations can have is the gathering of intelligence, and that means putting assets, whether they're Afghan agents, into place, or actual special operations forces themselves. Put them into place. They may be mobile, they may be stationary, and in position where they can gather intelligence on what undoubtedly will be some movement within the next couple of days of the Taliban forces.
The British SAS, which stands for Special Air Services, and U.S. commandos, traveling in large groups, small groups, how far, how deep a penetration?
Very small groups and no limit to their possibility, their penetration. One of the things that has since come out about the Gulf War is the role that the SAS and American Special Operations Forces played in scud hunting in western Iraq, in that vast open desert of western Iraq, trying to find scuds before they could be launched on Israel or the coalition forces in Saudi Arabia.
But I remember, forgive me for interrupting, John, but I remember in western Iraq and similarly in the operations in Somalia, very often special forces had to be extracted, rescued under emergency conditions. Does this suggest that if they're in there tonight, there are American helicopters somewhere over Afghanistan too?
Well, if they're in there tonight, I'd imagine there would have to be American air power supporting them. As you alluded to, for instance, in 1993 in Mogadishu, I mean, most of the disaster that became that infamous day in American military history resulted from trying to go in and send additional forces to rescue 2 downed American helicopters. So that's always a problem, not necessarily what the operation entails, but the contingencies that could happen as a result of launching that operation. So I think for that reason, the American effort will focus very much on trying to get potential allies in the Northern Alliance and other groups to do some of that work for us. Because if you do put allied forces in Afghanistan, you have to be prepared to go in and get them out under very bad circumstances.
And you're talking about, of course, a long campaign, not hours, not days, but months at the least.
Oh, absolutely. And I think whether it's the death of bin Laden or whether it's some other event, I think Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld really let out a clarion call for how Americans should understand this conflict, which is that there is no silver bullet, and victory is probably a long haul, and today's campaign is probably just the first in a series of very major steps.
Thanks, John. Let me turn now to former General Richard Hawley, who's been with us through much of the day. General Hawley, you've listened to maybe more conversation. They've used bombers, and they've used Marines. The British launched a cruise missile from one of their submarines. Airport training camps belonging to Osama bin Laden were the primary targets in Afghanistan. The attack continues. There's been quite an extraordinary statement from Osama bin Laden himself, and the U.S. was also preparing and has been preparing some time ago to drop food shipments to those Afghans who are clearly on the run in many cases outside the areas of the country which are controlled by the Taliban. As I said, the attack is still, as far as we know, going on. The U.S. attacking targets all over Afghanistan in an attempt to undermine the Taliban government there and to get at the Afghan operation of Osama bin Laden. Now, this is an attack with consequences. We do not yet know what they are. First, here's an excerpt from what President Bush had to say today.
Initially, the terrorists may burrow deeper into caves and other entrenched hiding places. Our military action is also designed to clear the way for sustained, comprehensive, and relentless operations to drive them out and bring them to justice.
And then, somewhat to our surprise, we heard from Osama bin Laden himself in a taped message which was recorded before these attacks began and given to one of the Arabic television networks, which then gave it to us. Mr. bin Laden had this, among other things, to say.
The world is divided into 2 sides. The side of faith and the side of infidelity. Now, every Muslim has to stand up and support Islam and support Muslim brothers in order to wipe out this act of aggression.
The battle lines were drawn between Osama bin Laden and much of the world even before today. Today just simply makes them even clearer and even sharper. And in these next 2 hours, we will try to understand what the U.S. and Afghanistan and many, many other countries have got themselves into now that the United States has struck back at the terrorist operation which attacked New York and the Pentagon almost a month ago. And we're going to start as close to the battlefield of the day that we can. We're going to first to ABC's David Wright, who is with what's called the Northern Alliance in northern Afghanistan. They are one of the organizations in northern Afghanistan waiting very much to take advantage of what the U.S. has done today. David?
Peter, they appear also to have been at least partly in the loop on this. We heard from Dr. Abdullah Abdullah, the so-called foreign minister of the Northern Alliance, at about 7:30 a.m. Eastern time, much later in the day here. And he told us that the attacks were imminent, that the attacks were going to come within hours, and asked just how close they were. He told reporters, well, what time is it? Northern Alliance commanders appear to have been poised to take advantage of this. They have been moving their forces primarily toward targets in the north of the country, Mazar-i-Sharif, and in the extreme west of the country, Herat, looking to isolate those areas and perhaps break the Taliban control of them.
Do you have any idea whatsoever, David, that the Northern Alliance participated at all today? Did they take advantage of this in any other regard rather than try to move some of their forces forward?
Well, we are told that the folks down in the area just north of Kabul witnessed Taliban troops leaving Kabul, presumably heading towards the front, although in some cases there are reports that they were fleeing the city. And in at least one case, the Northern Alliance commanders shelled those troops in what's called the Shamali Plain, which is a strategic plain just north of Kabul. No return of fire from the Taliban soldiers, so far as we have heard. And we should also mention that as of the latest that we've been able to get in touch with folks in Kabul, the city is now quiet. No sign of attacks, but we are told that these attacks are going to be ongoing for the indefinite future, so presumably we can expect some more.
Many thanks, David Wright, with the Northern Alliance. In fact, the attack on Kabul has been fairly sporadic. There was first an attack, then there was a lull, then another attack, and we have not heard anything from the Pentagon that indicates that this is going to stop this evening. In fact, the Secretary of Defense, as we'll hear in greater detail, said it would continue. But one of the things we do know today is that the United States used airspace over Pakistan to mount these attacks against Taliban and Osama bin Laden targets. Afghanistan is the fragile neighbor to Afghanistan, and ABC's Dan Harris is in Islamabad tonight. Dan, how has the day gone? It started there fairly late in the day.
It did start late in the day, and in contrast to the Northern Alliance, as we heard from David Wright, my colleague, I do not believe that the Pakistani government was in the loop vis-a-vis these airstrikes. When the airstrikes began, we called the foreign ministry, and it was ABC News that informed them the airstrikes had, in fact, begun. They said they knew the airstrikes were imminent. They didn't know the exact timing. We haven't had a verbal statement yet from the Pakistani governor, from the Pakistani ruling president, the military president, General Pervez Musharraf. We're expecting that in about 6 hours at 10 a.m. local time. He is, Peter, as you know, in an exquisitely difficult position, trying to balance on the one hand the demands of the West, which want him to help fight terrorism, and on the other hand the demands of many Islamics within his own borders who are pro-Taliban and pro-Osama bin Laden.
Dan, the Pakistani ambassador to the United Nations told us earlier today, in fact he read a statement from his government earlier today, which said they very much support what the U.S. was doing at this point. Islamabad is sort of an isolated place next to the city of Rawalpindi, where many more people live. Have you seen any indication today, one way or the other, of public sentiment?
To pick up on what you're saying about Islamabad, it's really a government town, and in one of the guidebooks on Pakistan, it says the nice thing about Islamabad is it's only 15 minutes away from Pakistan. So it is sort of isolated. Rawalpindi, which is about a half-hour away, saw a small protest this evening, nothing major. There has been calls for a jihad or a holy war. In fact, let me read you a quote from one of the leading Islamic clerics. Americans have used their might to kill innocent people in Afghanistan instead of targeting training camps. Another says it's the duty of every Muslim to support their brothers in this critical hour. We will support the Taliban physically and morally. Many analysts inside Pakistan, however, do not expect these cries to be met with any overwhelming response among the Pakistani public who knew these attacks were coming. The response thus far has been generally muted. There have been protests, but by Pakistani standards, these protests throughout the past few weeks have been reasonably controlled and reasonably small, Peter.
Many thanks, Dan Harris in Islamabad. One of the Pakistani military analysts told us earlier today that General Musharraf felt very confident about his authority, and in fact one of the examples of that today and yesterday was he arrested, put under house arrest, one of the leading pro-Taliban Islamic clerics inside Afghanistan. And as far as the military analysts we spoke to there this evening, testing only the public waters, General Musharraf and the army very much in charge. Let's move a little south in Pakistan now to the city of Quetta, which is very close to the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. This is where a lot of the refugee pressure from Afghanistan has been put on, where many people are fleeing, first of all famine, and secondly the bombing in Afghanistan. And ABC's Bob Woodruff is down there tonight. Bob, what's the situation there?
Well, Peter, I think in terms of reaction from the people on the street here, we're going to have to wait for
for a very crucial piece of information coming out of Afghanistan, and that is casualty figures. What a lot of people on the street have been telling us today is if there are large numbers of civilian casualties in Afghanistan, that will create a significantly different reaction than if there is not. We have gotten a little bit of information on some of the official reaction from some of the various constituencies here. The religious parties, the fundamentalist parties, as you might expect, are outraged by these attacks, and they've called for a general strike tomorrow for businesses to close. The government here in this province of Baluchistan around Quetta have ordered all the schools and universities and colleges to close for the next 3 days. The nationalist parties, as we've said before, who are generally anti-Taliban, extremely anti-Taliban, have also expressed some disappointment with what the U.S. and its allies have done today. They say that it would have been better if the U.S. had waited for the Afghans to act politically on their own and call what is called a Loya Jirga, which is a Grand Council of Afghanistan, to try to determine their own political future first. They did not do that. Now they say, now that these strikes have happened, let's get them over with quickly, and let's get on and have the U.S. help us build a new country of Afghanistan. Peter.
Many thanks, Bob. Bob Woodruff, who's in Quetta on the Pakistan-Afghan border. And my colleagues everywhere, and we caution you that in a turbulent atmosphere like this, you take what everybody says with a grain of salt, because on a day like today, it's very difficult to confirm much, if anything, of what has happened. For example, the Taliban, shortly after these attacks began, did confirm that the homes of Mullah Muhammad Omar, the spiritual leader of the Taliban, and Osama bin Laden had been attacked and hit in the city of Kandahar in the south. But the Taliban says that neither Mullah Omar nor Osama bin Laden were hit or hurt or killed. And one of the things the Secretary of Defense said earlier today was that Osama bin Laden was not specifically a target himself today, which may indicate that they do not know precisely where he is. But it has been a very long day, a very aggressive military action by the U.S., joined by Britain, and so we're going to go to the Pentagon and ABC's John McWethy to take us through it. John?
Peter, let's begin telling the story by going back to Thursday night. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld is in Cairo, Egypt. It turns out by then the decision has already been made to go ahead with these strikes. From then on, the pieces begin to fall into place.
8 p.m. yesterday, Eastern Time, a pair of B-2 stealth bombers take off from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. They are refueled several times in their 16-and-a-half-hour flight to Afghanistan. 10 a.m. today, the flight decks of 2 American aircraft carriers come alive with activity. 12:30 p.m. in Washington, airstrikes begin. It is 9:30 at night in Afghanistan. A camera in downtown Kabul shows what resistance there is minimal. It is a powerful strike force, the United States and Britain firing 50 Tomahawk cruise missiles, 2 carriers sending 25 strike aircraft over Afghanistan, and another force of 15 heavy bombers coming from bases on land. Airfields and radar at nearly every major city were attacked, along with dozens of other targets.
To achieve the outcomes we seek, it is important to go after air defense and Taliban aircraft. We need the freedom to operate on the ground and in the air. We have also targeted command facilities for those forces that we know support terrorist elements within Afghanistan and critical terrorist sites.
Plans call for 2 C-17 cargo planes to drop their loads of food and medicine into remote parts of Afghanistan while bombs are falling elsewhere. There are to be more food drops in the days to come. As in previous conflicts, the U.S. is also preparing to drop thousands of leaflets on cities and towns and to beam radio broadcasts into the country, trying to explain that the U.S. war is against terrorism, not against the Afghan people. The bombing, the food drops, and the leaflets are just part of a broader campaign.
The fact is, in this battle against terrorism, there is no silver bullet. There is no single thing that is going to suddenly make that threat disappear.
Strategy is to break down the Taliban's ability to rule, to strengthen the opposition, and to hope that the comfortable safe haven that Osama bin Laden has been living in vanishes, and that he and his followers are forced out into the open, Peter. That may be wishful thinking.
John, listening to the Secretary of Defense and other briefings today, it seems clear that what the U.S. is trying to do is open the field for the opposition forces to go and get the Taliban, and that the targets today have been those which might undermine the Taliban's military authority. Fair assessment?
Absolutely fair assessment, to break down their ability to control not only their own forces, but to fight with the opposition that the U.S. now hopes is going to rise up and increase their level of activity.
And do these attacks continue this evening?
As far as we know, they do, Peter. They will be sporadic, but airstrikes will continue, we are told, over the next several days.
And do we know whether or not the humanitarian airdrops are going to be stepped up now that there's so many Afghans on the move?
It is their intention to have a steady flow from the airdrop, Peter. It will not be a huge number of aircraft, but a number of aircraft each night dropping supplies to various pockets where people need it the most.
Now, the Taliban said earlier today that they had shot down one aircraft. Am I correct that no American aircraft has been damaged or downed?
American officials say that no American aircraft has been damaged or downed at this point. We have no indication of that. And of course, the Taliban was not able to mount much of an air defense in the first place.
And John, we've heard a fair amount in the last few days about special operations, U.S., British, perhaps Russian commandos in country for one reason or another. Do we know anything about that today?
We know almost nothing about it, Peter. We know what their job is. We know what they are capable of doing. They are capable of helping the bombers come in on their targets. We do not know for sure whether they are actually in the country. In fact, late last night we were told that all forces had been pulled out of the country.
John, we heard the Secretary of Defense refer to the men and women of the U.S. Command. Do we know of any women participating in the mission today?
In terms of pilots, no, we don't, Peter, but there are definitely women on the aircraft carriers, and there are women pilots in both the Air Force and in the Navy, so it is possible, sure.
John, take a look with me now. I hope you have a monitor, because we're getting now the first pool video from on board at least one of the American aircraft. The armed forces shoot their own video on occasions such as this, do not take the networks along with them. And as we saw in the Gulf War, a lot of explosions. And as we said several times during the Gulf War, especially subsequently when we learned somewhat more about the success and lack of success, that the Pentagon usually releases videotape at this point that tends to show the mission's successes. Have you heard today, John, of anything that indicated that as far as the Pentagon is saying publicly, anything didn't go according to plan?
We are not hearing any of that, Peter, but I can almost guarantee you that things never go quite according to plan. For example, one of the things we have heard about is the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs said that 30 minutes ago, or 30 minutes after he came before us in the press room, that the first of the humanitarian airdrops had already happened. It now turns out that it was many hours later that the first one happened, and in fact it is still in question. They believe it will happen this evening, but of course they're running out of nighttime in Afghanistan.
Just one last question. Is there any country in the region which gave the U.S. any difficulty in terms of flying through its airspace?
Well, Iran certainly has not given the U.S. permission, but almost every other country on the border has given the U.S. permission to go ahead and use their airspace, at least for humanitarian missions, if not for combat missions.
Okay, many thanks. John McWethy at the Pentagon. There's actually been some fighting breakout on the western border of Afghanistan, according to the Iranian news agency, between Taliban and locals there. So you get a very small example there of some of the chaos that must have been caused in the country today by these bombing attacks. We're joined by our principal military analyst, Tony Cordesman, again this evening. Tony, just based on the information that we have today, and it is fairly spare at the moment, what sort of an operation does it look like to you?
Well, at this point, Peter, the key is how much damage we did to their air defenses. We know we hit a whole group of bases. We would probably concentrate on their major radars, on trying to get about 40 to 80 combat aircraft, some of which won't be operational, and getting to their heavy surface-to-air missiles, the SA-2, the SA-3. Now, within these city-urban areas, we'll have hit at their headquarters, their principal facilities, munitions depots, around them, probably at the areas where they keep their armor, some of the major command and control facilities, the assembly areas for their ground troops.
Thanks very much, Tony. Major command and control facilities may somewhat overstated. Even the Secretary of Defense said today they have no Army, no Navy, no Air Force to speak of. They do have an anti-aircraft capacity, some missile capacity, but nobody knew whether or not they were able to operate it. And in terms of targets, one of the targets they did hit, according to reports from Kabul, was the Defense Ministry, which is in downtown Kabul, and the airport in both Kabul and Kandahar. Tony, one more question for you, if I may. The reporting seems to suggest that they're hitting facilities at the airports but not wishing to destroy the actual runways themselves.
It's a very difficult target, Peter, and one that's very easy to repair. But if you take out the sort of radars, remember they have very few assets. So what little command and control capabilities they have, they rely on. If they lose their helicopters, their air transport aircraft, they can't move around Afghanistan.
Okay.
So when we look at this set of assets, what you end up with is very few targets, but if they lose them, they really have no capability to challenge us.
Okay, many thanks. As somebody said earlier today, Tony Cordesman, when asked whether or not there was going to be a no-fly zone over Afghanistan, as there is in northern and southern Iraq, the Secretary much pretty affirmed that if they hit everything they wanted today, nothing would fly in the region, so there was no necessity to actually establish a no-fly zone in any official or legal sense. Two other analysts, military analysts, we'd like to hear from at the moment. First, General Richard Hawley, who joins us tonight, who was the commander of Air Combat Command, which is the largest command in the Air Force. General Hawley, you've watched this all day long. What are your impressions?
Well, it looks to me like we're doing exactly what we should, which is try to take away the instruments of power of the Taliban and get the Al-Qaeda organization and Osama bin Laden on the run. It's very true, as Tony said, there aren't a lot of targets in this country, but those that they have are the ones that they've been using to oppress their population. And if our intelligence was good, if we had a good idea where all of those key assets were before we started this thing earlier today, our time, then we have an excellent chance of accomplishing the objectives that the Secretary of Defense laid out in his statement. I think somebody also asked if this thing had gone without a hitch, and I would agree it's unlikely that it went without a hitch. These things seldom do, but the fact is they're going back again and again and again. And as we learn what we missed, what didn't go so well, we appear to have plenty of opportunity to catch those as we go on through the night.
Okay, thanks very much, General Hawley. Now I want to talk to General Charles Horner, who led the air combat, who ran the air war basically in the Gulf War, excuse me, more than a decade ago. Nice to see you again, General Horner.
Hello, Peter.
Based on your experience, when you go in and you hit a target today, or you think you've hit a target, how quickly do you get a chance to look at what you've done and whether or not you need to go back for a second or even a third time?
Well, I think it depends on the target. If it's an active target like a radar, you probably know right away because it goes off the air. In this case, these targets are low, ill-defined targets, areas, training camps, and so if you do some destruction there, that's fine, but you're not going to know how you did.
And we had a lot of talk about precision weapons during the Gulf War. Many of them didn't turn out to be as precise as advertised. How much better are the systems today than they were a decade ago?
Well, they're probably not as accurate as the laser bombs we used in the Gulf War, but they certainly are a lot more flexible. You can drop from higher altitudes, you can drop through weather, and their accuracy is really a function of how well you can locate the target. I think they're very reliable, and I think, quite frankly, that the reports of miss in the Gulf War were exaggerated.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything you want to add about tonight's operation?
Well, I think we're in for stage one of a long war, and this is going to go on and on.
Okay, many thanks, General Horner and General Hawley, and also ABC's Tony Cordesman, who's our resident military analyst. Now I want to turn to this whole sort of dual track down which the President is trying to move, which is the military attempt to dislodge the Taliban and get whatever is available of the Al-Qaeda network in Afghanistan, and also assist the Afghan people. Now, this is a country which is one of the world's poorest countries, has the lowest intake of food per individual of any country in the world. They've had a horrendous drought for the last couple of years. All the international agencies were expelled from the country on which the Afghan people rely. So this food operation which the U.S. has simultaneously mounted, is absolutely essential. In Europe tonight, at a location we cannot yet disclose, is ABC's John Cochran, who's been monitoring that facet of this mission. John, what is its intent? What are they going to drop? How much of it? Where and to whom?
Well, they dropped it today in remote parts of Afghanistan, far from Taliban-controlled territory, in part because they didn't want to chance the Taliban air defenses before they'd been knocked out. Also, to keep this food and other supplies away from the Taliban. We will be seeing more airdrops in the days ahead, possibly as soon as tomorrow, Peter.
Okay, John, thank you very much indeed. By the way, these airdrops, which were food, largely vegetarian meals, and they were enriched with vitamins and minerals. The Secretary of Defense, or one of our briefings, also said they had dropped medicine packets to the Afghans as well. And one of the stunning things we heard today is that they were able to drop them without parachutes. This operation you're looking at in northern Iraq in 1991, in fact, ended up hurting a lot of Kurds when this stuff dropped out of the sky, in many cases on their head. They've apparently refined that system considerably and can drop it, so they say at least, these plastic packets about the size of a hardcover book without doing any particular damage. But as John and others say, they're dropping it tonight as far and as calculatingly away from areas which the Taliban control so as to sustain the people, many, many, many hundreds of thousands of whom have been on the move. Now let's turn to the home front, as everybody now calls it, and the whole question of domestic security. Because today, the Justice Department, particularly the FBI, altered its mission, at least in the short term, ever so slightly. The FBI on Sunday has urged law enforcement agencies all over the country to move to their highest level of alert since immediately following the attacks on the trade towers and at the Pentagon. And to talk about that, the man who covers the Justice Department for us, ABC's Pierre Thomas. Pierre?
Peter, there's great concern here at the FBI tonight, and the FBI has warned all the U.S. law enforcement in the country to be on the highest state of alert now that the attacks have begun. Sources tell ABC News U.S. intelligence is receiving about 200 threats per day, some of which are believed to be credible. There are intelligence reports that extremists are conducting surveillance on American targets overseas. But those threats have not been specific. No specific times, no specific places.
I believe there will be more attempts, more attacks, and what we want to do is prevent them if we can.
I believe that we could expect the next shoes to drop to be something different than hijacking airplanes. And the reason is because what the terrorists are trying to do is to create a pervasive sense of fear among the American people. The way to do that is to attack us in as many different forms as possible.
U.S. officials say they are taking no chances, increasing security at installations across the U.S., not just at airports, but at some dams, nuclear facilities, and water treatment plants. There is also a project underway to make the windows at the U.S. Capitol more blast-resistant, less likely to shatter. Some U.S. officials say they cannot rule out that there may still be suspected terrorists at large in this country. In the weeks since the attack, the U.S. has continuously received intelligence from a number of overseas and domestic sources that more terrorists who support Osama bin Laden are poised to strike.
I think the real concern is that there's an undiscovered cell here in the United States, and law enforcement is making very small progress towards identifying members of that group where they may be located.
I think now that the strikes have occurred, we'll see even more stringent security.
ABC News has learned that in the past week, the FBI quietly began shifting resources from solving the hijacking assault to preventing more attacks.
The game plan for law enforcement now, Peter, defense. Play lots of defense.
Many thanks, Pierre Thomas, at the FBI tonight. And we are now going to take a sort of broader look at this whole question of the national mood and security. This does not begin to compare to the attacks on the United States almost a month ago, but as we said, it's another day in the national life interrupted in a very dramatic way, even though most people knew it was coming. And in much of the country today, life went on pretty much as has come to be described as normal in these particular times, people getting about their daily Sunday business. But in many, many places, there was particular tension, and one of them certainly was in New York, and we go to ABC's Ned Potter to bring us up to date on that.
Peter, it is a blustery night here in Lower Manhattan. We're about 3 blocks north of the World Trade Center site. If we had been here a month ago, of course, the towers
would have reached out of our picture way above me. We have been told in just the last few minutes that local authorities have moved to what they call Operation Thunderball. And one part of that, at least, is deploying 400 National Guards people at strategic locations around the metropolitan area, such as bridges, tunnels, national monuments, major buildings, and so forth, just to be sure that any potential attackers, no specifics, any potential attackers have a hard time getting at any targets. As I say, there has been nothing absolutely specific, but this is the highest state of alert that the city has faced. Mayor Giuliani, earlier in the day, was still urging New Yorkers to go about their business. Despite earlier suggestions, there has not been any sort of a lockdown in New York City. The mayor said that if there are specific threats, there would certainly be more security than we've seen in the last 4 or 5 days around New York, but not as much as there was, say, around September 12th or 13th. At any rate, a lot of people on the lookout here in New York tonight. Peter?
Many thanks, Ned Potter. As we said, it was a sort of normal Sunday afternoon in many parts of the country. Chants of USA broke out into many football stadiums, the NFL season on and the tail end of the baseball season. There was something of a mixed reaction. Many places in Philadelphia, for example, there was a peace rally going on at the time, and people were seen to express at that rally, you know, why attack hate with hate? But the general sentiment in the country appears to be, certainly if it's followed the polls of the last several days and weeks, that it was time for the United States to strike back at those who struck the United States. But it's been a very emotional day for many people as the United States has become more deeply embroiled in a conflict with Osama